New critical hits boost. Marta_Arna just boosted Mass Effect. New critical hits boost. Woozy Dice just boosted The Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind.
Hello everyone, happy Friday. Welcome to another episode of pro streaming, also known as how to make mistakes and get away with them. So, as usual, we started perfectly when I forgot to start the timer. And then I noticed, I told all of you that I'm starting a new game today called Pillars of Eternity. Today is day 1. So yeah, jokes aside, welcome, happy Friday. I'm glad that you were able to make it to today's mess of a stream as usual. Welcome Marto, welcome Woozy, Nixt, and Parrot, and any lurkers.
New critical
and
hits
Bogu
boost.
with the weird
Bogu
boosts.
underscore Bogu just boosted and number 71.
Let's go with the boosts.
New
Mass
critical
Effect.
hits boost. Bogu underscore
Morrowind.
Bogu just boosted and number 71. And number 50.
What
New critical hits boost.
What do they even mean?
NIXED242 just boosted Legend of Grim Rock. New critical hits boost. NIXED242 just boosted Gothic. New critical hits boost. Bogu underscore Bogu just boosted Wawiener.
What is Wawiener? Is it Arena? Wawina? Arena? Wawina? I guess. Wawina. Yeah. Thank you for the boost, everybody. Thank you for the early boosts. Marto, Woozy, Bogu, and Nixt. Yeah, today we are going back to Pillars of Eternity after a 4-day break. Boosted. No, you didn't boost actually. You just said you boosted, but you didn't.
New critical hits boost. NIXED242 just boosted Deus Ex Machina Invisible War.
As usual, after the 4-day break since last Sunday when we last played Pillars, I've again forgotten all about it. So I will have to relearn the game. And if I can relearn it fast enough, we might even finish the game today. So we are actually pretty close to the end in both.
Righteousness shall prevail!
Oh right, I got that right. Let me roll as well.
Sin is eternal.
Bogu is cringing right now because of the Animan roll, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we have actually pretty much ran out of side content except for the final 2 maps and whatever is left of the White March DLC part 2. Is Dragon Age 2 next? Well, no. It doesn't look like that right now. What it looks like is Tyranny is winning. Obviously, as I've told numerous times and as you very well know, if we finish the game today or whenever we finish the game, we are going to be concluding our poll, which is currently running on Discord. And Tyranny is currently the leader in the set poll with 12 votes. If Dragon Age is to win, it needs to pass Tyranny by 1 vote at least. If Star Wars is to win, it needs to match Tyranny. So Star Wars right now would need 3 votes, Dragon Age would need 2 votes, or as much votes lost by Tyranny. And but right now Tyranny is winning. It's been winning for a while, unless there are some last minute changes, which there might be. Our next game will be Tyranny, but we are going to talk about that once we actually finish the game. I have played Tyranny before. I have played Tyranny when it came out. In fact, I enjoyed the game so much. I finished the game 3 times in the first week of its release. So I finished it normally, then I finished it on the Path of the Damned difficulty, then I finished it with a no reload challenge on easy difficulty. That is how much I enjoyed the game. But again, it's been a while and I never played the DLCs, so I will be happy to going back to it. Dragon Age 2 poopy game. I don't agree with that. Not that bad, not poopy, maybe not great. Not as good as Dragon Age Origins. But I would be happy to play Dragon Age 2 as well. I am in fact twice happy maybe, because that will mean it will be time for Inquisition as well, which I never played and I'm really curious about. But yeah, there is, as Parrot says, there is a general consensus that Dragon Age 2 is a bad game. I guess I don't remember it that bad. I remember not loving it. I remember comparing it to Origins and being disappointed. But, you know, games have a way of feeling better about them once they are replayed. So that is what I also heard from other players who played Deus Ex 2. In their first playthrough, they usually have the impression that it's a terrible game, right? Because they compare it to Deus Ex 1. They are probably fresh out of Deus Ex 1. They just played it like a couple of years ago and they are moving on to Deus Ex. That's what happened to me. But after a few years, once they replay it, it feels better. And I think it will be the case for me with Deus Ex 2 and also Dragon Age 2. Hey Prince Robot, welcome. Good to see you. Gotta be honest here, the game was so rushed, it was like a BMW at a traffic light. They started looking at red. Yeah, I agree. Electronic Arts ruins what could have been an amazing game, so it's not amazing. You played Deus Ex 2 first, so you have a love for it. See, that is... How you feel about a game is defined by how you feel at the time, and which is in turn defined by how you felt about similar things. So if you play Deus Ex 1 first, or if you play Dragon Age Origins first, you are always going to be comparing the second installment, which is clearly inferior to the first installment, but still maybe not too bad. But it will feel terrible since both Deus Ex 1 and Dragon Age Origins are so amazing games, like they are the best of the best, right? Some of the best of their genre. Genre defining even. Well, maybe not in the case of Dragon Age Origins, but it is still a resurrection of an amazing genre, which is tactical, real-time with pause combat RPG, right? So I'm hopeful. Long story short, I'm hopeful that I will be enjoying Dragon Age 2 and Deus Ex 2, and hopefully you will be enjoying them once I get to play them on stream as well. We shall see. We shall see. No need to argue about that right now before we actually get the game selected. So yeah, we are trying to finish Pillars of Eternity today, and I think we have a good chance of doing so. We will start with White March Part 2, where we left it, which is we have re-explored every map that already existed from our completion of the White March Part 1, and we did the bounties, the quests that we left, which was the Alpine Dragon, and we re-explored the town, got every new quest, you know, so on and so forth. What we didn't do is we did not explore these two new maps, Whitestone Hollow and Iron Flail Fort. Iron Flail Fort seems to be the actual main quest location right now, according to what we have in the journal. So we are going to be starting with Whitestone Hollow, and there is a bit to do here. I think there is a bounty and something else which I don't remember. Regardless, we will be doing. Oh, was it this one? Yes, the Hades house quest, whatever this is. Anyway, yeah, we are going to be doing this map first, and the final map of White March, and we will see if the DLC ends there. And if it does, the only thing left to do will be going to the Burial Isle and finishing Piravius's companion quest and finishing Chapter 3 main quest. We did everything else in detail, except for the quests of the companions that I do not have in my party, which I won't be doing. So those are the quests that I will be skipping, like a Grieving Mother, which I want to have in my party in a second playthrough because I'm really curious to explore her story. Her writing, introductory writing, was amazing. The first dialogue that we had, I was blown away. I just couldn't fit her in my party for this playthrough. And I feel bad about it, but I'm not going to try to do her quests, like try to artificially push it, because what you need to do to complete her quest is you have to travel with her, spend time with her. And I'm not even sure if that's possible anymore, since there are not many quest lists. I mean, it's probably possible, but I'm not going to be trying. And I won't be trying to complete the quest of the White March companions either, which I don't have with me. And Sagani, we pushed Sagani's quest quite a bit. I think there is one step left, but I won't be bothering with that. So that is what is left. Finality of White March and Chapter 3 quests starting from Burial Isle. And who knows what else. I don't know what comes after. I am under the impression that there's a Chapter 4, which might be a short one, which might be a completely new long section that I'm not aware of, and which might push the game 1 or 2 days more, but we'll find out, I think, today. So let us start with the White March, Whitestone Hollow. I've already parked our characters at the start of that map. I didn't do anything else apart from the usual inventory clearing and management. I sold every piece of crap we have. I put most of the stuff in my inventories into the box back, like some of the low-level potions and stuff. I did some item distribution, and I think I enchanted something as well. I don't really remember, but that's not really a big deal at this point. So yeah, let's go. Let's start. Hope you enjoy the stream. Hope you have a good time, and we'll see how this goes.
Of course.
How is your Fridays, by the way? How is your start to the weekend? If you want to check out Grieving Mother's story, all you have to do is take her into the party and rest a few times. Oh, okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. I might do that. You know, 99% chance I won't do that on stream, but I might do that on this playthrough of stream to artificially push the story. But chances are I will probably replay the game at some point and maybe include her in my party.
Hey.
I'll let
Wait, what are you doing? What is Kana doing? What's wrong with you? Hey, John Cage. Nice one, Blackbird. Welcome. How are you doing, Blackbird?
I have them.
And that's how it's done.
Basically, Cancer Society called you and said, "Did you get our email?" You said no. They said, "Then you better check your junk." Ah. Okay.
Hey.
Well, to noble by the... What? Okay, we have to go back to Cadnua. Talk to this noble.
Cast light in dark places.
Don't forget to check your junk, chat. Just in case. You know, every once in a while you might find something important there.
Hey.
Mm-hmm. There. What did I tell you?
All right, then.
Hey there.
That's it.
Okay, Mithril is... Okay. Got her out.
Greetings, sire.
You bought some shoes from a drug dealer earlier. You're not sure what he list with, but you've been tripping all day. I like that. I like that a lot. Hey, Thor.
Hey.
Good to see you. How are you doing today? I like that joke.
Of course.
Oh, okay. A medium armor, soulbound. This part seems to be throwing some soulbound items at us. I mean, first we casually find this shield. And now we find this. Let's see what this is. Litany against minor afflictions. It's okay. +3 intellect. I wonder if I should give it to... You know, get rid of this deckhand's uniform. Or maybe even give it to Aloth. Do I want to, you know, it's pretty slow. Monk, Paladin, Chanter. Oh, okay. So we have limited options. We don't have a monk, we don't have a paladin, our Chanter is a tank, so we won't be able to use this at all. I mean, I suppose I can give this to Chanter, but why would I do that, right? Well, that's unfortunate. We cannot use it. Oh well. Let's for fun bind it. Travel to Woodland Plains and defeat the Bleak Walkers. Wow, interesting. Interesting soulbound requirements. Lucklier. Chant AoE, yeah, Chant AoE is good, obviously, but I mean, the Kana I have works as a frontliner heavy armored tank, right? If I give up on DR and second chance and everything else that it has, I've also upgraded this weapon quite a bit, like with the White Forge and stuff. In fact, I should probably go Spurf with this. It might be a good idea to go Spurf with this. Adra Dragon Scale. If I go Spurf with this, that will be my final Adra Dragon Scale. I could also go Spurf with this. But honestly, Adair is already so well protected. I don't know, I guess I won't be upgrading any of them right now.
Course. Course.
Hey, what is Adair doing? Are you okay?
All right then.
This map doesn't look very big. Most of the White March maps were quite big, like twice the size of regular maps. This one doesn't look that big.
Still don't see.
Regan Mage.
Why we had to hurt the dogs.
Okay, what is this? They've all jumped behind me. I have to send Ravius right now. Hey, Vincino, moo, Vincino. How are you doing, buddy? Let's not also lure the blights, I guess.
I am your death.
Ooh. Okay, this is good. A Basical. Nice roll. How are you, Vincino? How was your Friday? Come on, what are you doing?
Not me. Yeah.
What are you doing there? Okay, the named one is dead, so... Need to kill this one. Then there's the mage unattended here, which is a problem. Okay. Got the situation under control.
You're not.
We're coming to you live from your PC with
That looked like it
32
hurt.
brand new gigabytes of RAM. Wow. That's perfect. Hopefully that will fix all the problems that you've been having. I'm glad that they arrived so quickly as well. You never had so many Chrome tabs open at once. You know what? You probably should still not have many Chrome tabs open. Chrome is known to destroy PCs, however many gigabytes of RAM you might have. 20 endurance per kill, 5 melee accuracy for 5 seconds when missed by an attack. What is this? Intimidating presence. It's passive. Prefer Netscape? What? Who uses Netscape? Are you serious? Do you actually still use Netscape? I don't believe you. Is it even still, is it still around? It's still available? You used it years ago. I know, me too. I think most of us used Netscape at some point. I mean, I like the plus 20 endurance per kill. Netscape still offers dial-up service. Really? Does anyone take them up on it? I don't think I can put this on anyone. You know, no stats is a huge miss on this. Okay. We are not using it.
Hey. Hey.
American Online owns them. Nature's Bounty, what is that? .1 endurance, attack speed, might, perception. I don't know, it's a good one-time potion to have for the ultimate fight. 5 might, 5 perception? It does look like something I have. Which was what? I don't remember. Oh, it's was it this? 5 might, 5 resolve? Maybe. Kinda like it. I don't think these summons are doing it for us. I think I'm going to get rid of these summons. You know, I'd rather have scrolls and potions in those slots. Understand ghosties.
Hello?
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 I was really sad when InfoSeek went away. Hello? I used InfoSeek a lot prior to Google. I think Microsoft acquired them, right? Became Go. I'm not sure what happened. These glyphs seem similar to those seen in the battery, but they are too worn to make out.
Die! That's it!
Don't even
On the hunt.
The upper edge of this engraved slab has been worn smooth by the hands of travelers eager for some good luck. Okay, what is this? Oh, this is the... Ah, I see. Okay, this is the big fight. This is the big fight. So let's prepare accordingly. I don't know how to place this. I don't know. I will do it later. Hey there, Momo. I think I'm probably going to finish today, yeah. It looks like that. Infoseek became Go.com, which was at that point owned by Disney. Oh, really? By Disney? I didn't know that. How are you there, Momo? You remember you'd heard of Infoseek? You never used it. Went from Alta Vista to Google. You never used Yahoo? Taking a short Wrath of the Righteous break. Okay, let's see.
Lafaru, peons!
That looked like it hurt.
What is this? Oh. So these are probably immune to freeze damage. Okay. We better go fire.
That didn't work!
You remember all Disney owned domain started with Go. Ah, okay. Kafka. Nice roll. Nice roll. I won't argue with Kafka.
Moet Pixie Anna!
How I usually work.
Up to the...
Can we burn the boss? I don't know. I think actually it's not working so well. Let's kill the small ones.
Thing isn't...
Okay, we won. Japanese discount Joker. I haven't played the game, so I don't know how Joker Kafka is. Certainly looks like Joker, that's for sure. Probably influenced by him one way or another, but I'm not sure
Quiet as a calm sea.
how much discount
Which is
Joker. Oh, plus
not
4
very.
dexterity. Okay, let's see what this is. Plus 3 lore. Fill quick items with spirits. Plus 4 dex. Yes, please. Get rid of this. This gives me dexterity to get rid of this. We need a new ring now. So let's see. You don't have dexterity. Do you have protection items? You don't. What is this? Plus 5 will. Spirit and vessel. You take this. You take this. I don't think you have will save anywhere else. Let me check. Oh, wait. That is not gonna work. We have +9 from the armor. But then I will put this on. Banana phone. Life's a lot, revels in chaos. Yeah. Okay then. That is the Joker, we all know then. Looter camp, isolated pedestal. Wait, did I have any interaction with this? Where is the pedestal? I don't see a pedestal here. Avalanche sites. What seems like half a mountain's worth of snow has tumbled down across the trade road, blocking further passage. So what is this brooch?
Go bother someone else.
Hey, BGNard. Good to have you. How are you today? Happy Friday. The brooch of the Cavern Master's Vault that you found frozen in the center of Terror of Whitestone Hollow. I guess we are taking this to someone.
Go bother someone else.
Excuse me? What? How do these things happen? What are the chances? I'll tell you the chances. It's 1 in 666. Still funny. At least you are aligned with your cat, BG Nerd. You both don't want to be bothered. You are good, that's good to hear. You wanted a third Edwin. That didn't happen. Sorry, Bogu. This pale rough stone doesn't resemble any other formation in the area. I agree. If it had happened, it would be amazing. Embers still smolder in these blackened ruins. Apart from a few flecks of soot, the supplies on this cart are untouched. Costa?
Hey,
It's bad days coming, I'm telling you. The pair looks up at you as you approach. Who is the— Oh, begging your pardon, lady. The villager shuffles to face you. Need help? Don't think anybody could help Paddy now. It might not be too late. Look, we saw some suspicious people leaving Caddy's house. They'd already touched the barn. Why are you standing out here?
Help.
Suspicious people? Not just looters, I mean. They were armored up like they were in for battle. And mean looking. Kern's got something to do with it, I just know it. Why are you standing out here, then? We were worried there might still be one of them still inside. They're goatherds, not warriors. I think I know what's going on. Can guess, I bet. We get a lot of bandits up here. It's just a shame it's happened to Hattie. Still don't think it's bandits, but hey, have a look and you'll know for certain.
hey,
Let's see what lies this way.
Need help, Killa. The bloody thumbprint marks where someone pulled away a piece of bread. Someone has torn away several pages, leaving bloody smears behind. The fire has died down to a handful of glowing embers. Dead man's sprawled position gives you a clear view of the sword wound in his back. The smeared, drying blood around him has not yet faded to brown. Read the soul. You hear a groan, low and pained, and turn your head to see. There's a dull pain in your skull and your vision swims. A harsh grip on your arm bears you upright on your knees. We don't have anything worth stealing. Alvina's voice cuts through your sluggish thoughts. You look up at the armored man seated at the table, your stomach knotting up with dread. No, you don't. He reaches almost idly for the ledger. You notice before he does the way that Alvina tenses up, but you are not sure why until he opens the book and the letter falls out. Family? The man smiles as he picks up the letter. No! Alvina tries to run forward, only to get caught by the arm by the man behind her. Looks like Eska's doing well at the mill. Sweet of him to write. Deerford is a long way from here. Enough, Sevstin. All right. He tosses the letter on the table, cruel amusement swiftly replaced with irritation. Kill him. You barely have time to register the words. The sword through your back drives the air from your lungs and the strength from your limbs all at once. Alvina's scream seems so faint. You have to get to her. You have to warn Eska somehow. But your legs won't listen. You can't breathe. The memory slips from you like a shocked coat, and the pain in your back fades just as quickly. So we are going to go to the Deerford mill? We did kill everyone at the Deerford mill. They were hiding the cults, weren't they? Yes, what do you want? Had is dead. Knew it had to be bad. Thanks for letting us know, stranger. You're welcome.
Leave it to me! Leave it to me!
That's not great.
Correct! Ah! Die! Parathon! Die! Yeah. This thing isn't doing the job. This thing isn't doing... Parathon!
25% chance to cast Taste of the Hunt on hits or critical hits, which does 30 raw damage. 100% of damage restores as endurance. Heal 150 damage to prone enemies to unlock next level. This should happen quickly as well.
Hey.
This crude arrangement of antlers, bones and sticks exudes a strong fishy odor.
This thing isn't doing the job.
That looked like a hurt.
Blinder than a consent.
That's not
This isn't working.
This thing isn't...
I have
Not too large.
Trell doesn't seem to acquire targets on her own. Why? Am I set to passive? No.
Need something?
Maybe she does, it's just slow.
And that's how.
This thing isn't doing the job. You're not getting through me.
Of course.
Let's check the cave. Maybe because she was selected, but she wasn't selected. Was she selected? No, she wasn't selected. the druid was selected. I don't believe for a second that this cave is empty. What's going on here? What's going on?
Keeping an eye out.
It is empty. Maybe something is going to spawn here later, like part of some other quest in the future. It sometimes happens in with this game. Certain enemies spawn only when you have the appropriate related quests. There are crystals and bones inside. Yeah, you're right, it's not empty. My mistake. That was a fine dagger too. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, let's look around the lake. By the way, I watched the speedrun of Half-Life 2 after finishing the game yesterday. I mean, half of the time I didn't understand what's going on. It takes 42 minutes or so, by the way.
What?
There is so much tech, so many glitches used, no clipping all the time. It's not the kind of
All right,
speedrun
then.
I enjoy watching. I do appreciate
As you
it, but
say.
not necessarily the kind that I enjoy watching. But still, it's really impressive that the runner was able to pull it off so consistently. Good man, I gotta get rid of this one if we can.
This isn't
We
working.
couldn't.
That's
It's gonna play.
Following your I have them.
Oh. Brood Mother is down.
That's it. Yes. I'll let Margaret's fire bless this one.
Laying low.
This pale, rough stone doesn't resemble any other formation in the area. I heard that before. Why mark? Why mark Homestead? No trespassing. Does it still apply? So we have been to everywhere on this map. Okay. Do I have to go to Nearwood? Deerwood. I also have to go back to Tarfos, which I forgot. Yeah, I have to go there, okay. We will do that. First we go to Cadmua, we rest, we talk to the noble. Have I tested every exit, every direction? I think I have, but, you know, let's be safe, do it again. I'm pretty sure I tested east. Oh, wait, why are they here? The world's going up in flames, I swear it. Would have been easier if it were Nearwood, but you have to go all the way to Deerwood. Yeah, it's not so Nearwood. It's kind of Farwood. But that's okay, Wood. And we came from north, so...
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Beryl successfully arrived at Thainbog with the help of Sagani. Beryl senses... Okay, this is the escort mission. Something you want? Oh, wait. Wait, what? Where is Lord Sidrock? Has arrived at the stronghold? In the library? That's weird. They always appear in the main hall. Is this some sort of a bug, I wonder?
Well met, friend.
Greetings, my lady. Come to visit the dungeons? Do you have any instructions for me? What do you want done with these prisoners?
New critical hits boost.
No.
Thor Obliterator just boosted Pillars 2. The quest for more pillars. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted the Sea Goths. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Land of Wastes.
Oh, Gothic, okay.
New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted NWN2. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Kingmaker. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Water.
Water. You boosted water? I'll have some water. Thank you for the boosts, Thor and Verum. Okay, I don't understand why we cannot find that character. Maybe he is one of these. No, he's not.
Not as beautiful as the Anguithan ruins near my home.
This
but
must be some sort of a
your
bug,
fortress
right?
is impressive in its own little way.
Maybe we actually hosted Lord Cedric before. Maybe he's just a visitor. Like, as long as he doesn't actually want to talk to us. Doesn't say that. I think as long as he's here, he gives us prestige and doesn't really expect any help or stuff. Maybe it's because we have run out of that kind of quest content also, because we have run out of the storied companion quests. Maybe we have also run out of storied guest quests. So we are... oh wait, no. The Deerwood. Okay. Deerford. Meal, which was here. Put the blade down, boy. You scarcely know how to hold it. Hey, help me please, they're insane. One of the paladins takes a step to the side, swiveling to face you and Eska both. He sizes you up with a lazy sweep of the eyes. Well, who is this? Ah, the foreigner. You'll have to wait your turn. We have a contract to wrap up. I saw some of your handiwork back in Whitestone Hollow. You hear Eska gasp. Celestine glances at him, a quiet smile forming on his face. Nasty piece of business that, but it's what the client wants. Eska here can tell you, keep up in stalwart, loud their petticoats, forever at each other's throats. Add a little Dargon steel into the mix and you have a great many jealous neighbors. But if a nice family like this one ends up on pikes, maybe they'll sit down to discuss things the next time around. You use the drunk man as an excuse for bloodshed. You're pathetic. Celestine's smirk disappears. And who in the blazes are you, elf? I've been asked to save Eska. You won't stop me. Alright, you have my attention. Kill her first. See, that's where it's not going to go the way you think, Celestine. Major adventure added. They don't even have stories anymore.
Up! Will do.
What is Mander? What happened to... Stuck? That is kind of a problem, actually. Oh, thank you, Mander.
Worth and rock!
I have
Moeth.
Here's a...
Gotta stop that mending.
That looked like it hurt.
These ones are it.
This isn't working.
What's wrong with Aloth? Dominated.
That looked like...
Do I have to cast spells?
This isn't working.
Okay, I don't have to cast spells.
Hey,
What's going on there?
This thing's doing the job.
What do I have left? Let's see. Not much, actually.
Stand.
Curse it.
Not even slowing it
This
down.
thing is... This...
Bullseye!
Bullseye!
That's not very
Need more
simple.
bullseyes.
This breath.
Finally, that took a while. Eska stares at the fallen paladins, the dagger trembles in his hand. They told me that they killed my parents, is that true? I'm sorry, Eska. I never believed Karn could stoop to this, that rotten bastard. Eska turns his head away, fists clenched. You hear a stifled sob. Karn sends me. He did not intend for anyone to get killed. Who cares what he intended? That bastard... I'm going to see to it he regrets everything he's done. Revenge is what started all of this. It's going to finish all of this too. Here, I'm grateful you saved me. I am. I just wish you turned up sooner. Are you serious?
Hey.
Siegebreaker. +4 resolve. Let's check these out. The Rat's Kiss. What is that? If successful, unconscious poison. I guess we apply this to weapons. Clear out. 1 per rests. Crush damage, push prone. Not bad. 135 degrees cone. Not bad at all. +4 resolve is really nice. But where do I get my resolve from with Mithril? From the ring. So if I use the gloves, I would have to remove the ring and I would lose this Rihanna's membraces, which has 3 DR bypass. And misses converted the grazes. I kinda really like these membraces. Let's give it to someone else. Like, do you have any resolve items? Shroud of Mourning. Company Captain's Hat. Ring of Wonder, +1 only. Wait, what? Unwavering Resolve, +1. Shroud of Mourning, +3. Geared Haywayness Stainless. I don't know. I could get rid of these. These are the first pair of gloves that we found. Pulwana's gloves. I could get rid of it for the +4 resolve. Or just get rid of this. What was your resolve again? Shroud of Mourning, which is this. I don't know. There is no clean way to do this. I could give Kravis the gloves. Give the cloak to Durance. Durance would lose 2 dexterity and 2 intellect. Gain 2 resolve. Kravis would gain 1 resolve. And 2 intellects also? I don't think Kravis has intellect from any other source. Oh, he does. Okay, this is not going to work. I will maybe think about that later. But I'm fine, really. That's fine. What if I just change 2 dexterity? I would lose 2 dexterity, gain 3 resolve. Is that good for Durance? I mean, already has pretty high will. Okay,
Hey.
let's not bother with that. We return to Karn. Let's go to Karn. Maybe we can save him. Also, who else am I supposed to go back to? Tarfos, which is... Was he somewhere around outside? Yes. Mithril, Nesta presented me with the terms of the trade agreement. I guess we are keeping the fishery open after all. Funny, Nesta had mentioned something earlier about the investors wanting to shut it down. Can't say I disagree with them either. Looks like she didn't have much else to say about the mines beyond what we'd already discussed. Good. She didn't mention any changes to the White Forge portion. Strange, she'd been hinting that she didn't think our local smiths were all that skilled. I guess you convinced her otherwise, huh? All things considered, the trade agreement is better than anything I could have negotiated. I'll sign this and have it head off to Defiance Bay first thing. Oh, Nesta left this for you. She said it had helped her in a previous line of work. He hands you a bundle of cloth. Thanks again, Mithril. Tax Collector's Mantle, +2 stealth, escape, and smoke cloud. I'm not really worried about this.
Hey.
Let's go to the tavern. I never meant for any of this to happen. I found the Bleak Walkers. You did? What happened? I dealt with the Bleak Walkers. Hedy and Elvina were killed, but Eska is alive. Gods, Hedy, but Eska lives. You saved him? Then for that, I owe you everything. I can't ever make any of this right, but I'll try. Here, take this, and thank you for sparing me a final stain upon my soul. I mean, Eska will probably come to kick your ass, so there's that. But as long as you're happy. Let's return to brooch. Oh right, the brooch was the proof that we killed the bounty. Who did we return? Aska. I don't remember where Aska was. Here, okay. The terror of Whitestone Hollow has been dealt with. Good to know this one's taken care of. A shame we lost all those people, but at least we'll finally be able to get some workers out there to clear up the avalanche. Hey, Pugdog! How's Pillars? How is life? Pillars is great. Life is okay. We are surviving. How are you, Pugdog? Good to see you. Welcome. Here's the reward as promised. I'm here to collect on Rodwit's bounty. That's a relief. Even if they weren't headed for Stalwart, I didn't want to take the chance. Here's the reward as promised. Had some new reports come in, thought you might be interested. Hoped anyway. There's a group of Lagafath causing trouble in Whitestone Hollow. Like the avalanche wasn't bad enough, right? Then there's a pirate, Beanlod, that the Fangs want dead. I'll take on the Lagafath. Earned a little nickname for themselves, Redwater Lagafath, on account of these little charmers drag their prey under the water. They turned up in Whitestone Hollow recently, and have been menacing the locals. Plenty of coin in for the one that takes them out. Life's getting better. That's good to hear, Pugdog. Happy for you. Tell me more about this pirate, Brinlod. A cipher from the Deadfire Archipelago. The kind that swings onto a ship and convinces the entire crew to drown themselves. Apparently, Brinlod heard some stories about the kind of treasures that turn up in Angwitan ruins. He's come inland. The Fangs sent their best warriors after Brinlod after he poached a few temples, but they didn't put a scratch on him. For this Brinlod was last spotted around Deerford Crossing. Bring me Brinlod's head and you can collect on the payment the Fangs are offering. Alright, we are going to be doing these bounties now. I bet the Lagafath is in the cave that we found. Another major adventure. So 2 more bounties, then we focus on the DLC main quests.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Of course. Yes?
What?
As you say.
Of course.
No, it's still
Yes?
not this cave. What are these? Fungi. I didn't see these before. Well, I was wrong.
I'll stay out of sight.
So they must be near the lake if they are drowning their victims. Pulling them underwater, like somewhere, yes. Okay.
Following your lead.
Cypher. Alright, let's bombard them with whatever we have. Gotta kill this Cypher. That was not good at all. Okay. Time to send you in. Kana is dying. Let's put the Watchful Guardian down. Are you still dazed? Well, heal yourself when you can. If you can. Okay.
Die already! Die!
Hey,
Was this even the bounty? Yes, it was. It was the bounty. I thought for a second it wasn't. So, Deerford Crossing. We are looking for a cipher who is looting and glitten ruins, so maybe here? Inside? Hmm. Can I disable these now, by the way? Oh yeah.
There. What did I tell you?
Some free experience, which we don't need anymore because we are already at max level. You know what? I think I will check outside first before re-exploring this place. Maybe hiding in the cave. No? Okay. Let's look around quickly. Yeah, we are here. Okay.
Aye?
Shady Singer, I bet these are chanters. Let's burn you with the fire of Magrin.
Architect's word. What? Architect's word, they're strong.
Well, Durance is somehow converted. Illusionists behind. No, why am I controlling Aloth? That's wrong. Shady Singer, wasn't that a famous rapper? Yeah, I guess. Eminem, right? We are fighting Eminems. M&Ms. M&Ms. Okay, what is wrong with you, terrified?
Mind your aim.
This is not going well. More walls. Is the parrot wise coming out at you in disguise? You better get wise, else they're gonna steal your fries.
Hey.
I have them.
I like it, Bagdog. I like it. Oh, it's not Shady Singer, it's Shanty Singer. They are singing sea shanties. And we are all dying. So that's cool.
This thing is
Stand
still!
Okay, this fight was much more difficult than what I thought it would be. Let's get out if we can.
Of course.
Let's leave this part out of the story.
Sure.
Following your lead.
Stand still!
Yeah? Hey.
Sacre Cool!
Can I kill this backstabber? Why is it not dying?
Brave thou shalt not believe.
Rest up, big guy.
Psychic backlash. Still healing. Can't take this guy down. Impressive.
Yeah?
Adair is down. Adair never goes down.
I'll be fine. Really.
But I don't think you will be fine, Vitrell. I think you'll be dead. Uh-oh. Well. Oh, how did I
I'll be
screw
fine.
that up? Okay.
Really.
Is this one of the bounties? This is the final bounty. Hey, Operator Thierry. The final bounty. Yeah, that fight. I wasn't prepared for that one. Let's be more prepared this time.
Hey,
Yeah, exactly. They all were fun fights for sure. And this one is no exception. I didn't take
Hey.
it seriously. I should have.
What?
Yes?
Brave thou shalt not believe.
Hmm. Oh no! They're coming from behind. Where did the walls go? Did they both end at the same time? Well, surprise! I have more walls. Walls for days. Let's go. No? Why don't you like this? Okay.
Die already!
Why are you so slowed?
Die already! I didn't think
Okay, Hiravius is down. We can resurrect, obviously.
I think I down the hairy fella.
Oh,
Okay. You shouldn't be targeted. Oh! I have slowed the fight for some reason. That is why it feels so slow to me. I need to get Travis up for sure.
Doing the job.
And I need to somehow focus on the bounty. Maybe finish this shanty singer off. Is dead. Gotta kill the illusionists.
Thing is,
stand,
Are you still... What happened there?
stand still. Stand still.
Is Durance constantly getting interrupted? What's wrong there? He's been getting stunned over and over, yeah.
Yeah?
Come on. Stop it. We need to focus these illusions down. Let's get a nice single target spell. Find one. I don't really have single target spells on the wizard. I would need Ravius. Well, chain lightning it is. Okay. More chain lightnings.
Lavaru, beyond. Lavaru, beyond. Seek. No.
I've got more.
Hey. Leave it.
I've got more of this where it came from. Let's cast.
To me.
Step.
It was hiding. It wasn't dead. These backstabbers are annoying. Well, if you want Storm, you get Storm. And you get Wall of Thorns. Because why not?
Aye?
You also get a Wall of Force.
Don't even.
Nice. Kill 10 enemies with Dragon Mouse Shield to unlock the next level. Fear Aura. Terrified Aura.
Not to alarm
This was a fun
but I'm
fight.
slowly dying of poison.
No, you're fine, you big baby. You're fine. Ooh. 9 protection and 9 deflection rings. I don't think I need deflection rings, but I certainly need protection rings. At least one. Yeah. That was good. Let's see, Captain with Chilo's Anger. Minor Fatigue. Grand Zephyr, Passive. Pro AoE, Concentration Loss. That's cool.
Hey,
Okay, so this was the final bounty. We did it all.
hey.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Let's turn these in and do the main quest of the DLC. Go to the final map of the DLC. That was a tough one for sure. The toughest we have faced so far. The Redwater Logophath won't trouble anyone anymore. I'll tell all farmers they can sleep soundly. Here's the reward as promised. Brinlot has been taken care of. I'll be damned, I didn't think you had it in you. I'll let the Fangs know. Here's the reward as promised. Major adventure. Sure, let's assign you. Why not? Alrighty. Iron Flail Fort. Here's your 300 gold ray, exactly. I'll be damned. Here's your 300 gold ray. Lord Sidrock lefts. Okay. So we have to reach the Raid 7 Fort. This is the main quests. The White Forge has been restored thanks to efforts in White March. Investigate the fort. This is also the main quests. Tasks are done. Side quests are all about companion side quests. You know what, let's not close it. White March and main quests.
Hey.
Not much left, not much left.
And what does the flame reveal?
It's my done today for sure. The soldiers watch you warily as you approach. Once you are within speaking distance, one of them gestures with his whistle. That's far enough. What are you doing here? You lost? I'm here to speak with the commander. The commander is not receiving any more visitors. He looks you over, frowning. This soldier sent you? Yes. Here for your delegates. The commander has them in a cell. We'll have the truth out of them one way or the other. As for you, Adric wants nothing more to do with messengers or diplomats. You're too late. But why are you here? Adric has said there will be a great battle. We are here to hold the pass and defend Raid Sars. He has seen this in a dream. What if, theoretically, someone else had a vision like that? He frowns, then shrugs. After this mess with the delegates, I wouldn't bring it up. You asked more than enough questions. Go on, get out of here. I won't warn you again.
Let us set fire to the whole thing, Watcher. Leave it to Margaret to decide the rest.
I don't remember asking for your opinion, Durance. And I thought you didn't trust Margaret anymore. Iron Flail Warlock. Now they are enemies.
That's not very helpful.
Hey. Hey.
I'll take a peek.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Everyone's on edge and
Hey, Marco. Welcome in. Gunner. More spies, get her! Let's cast some stuff. Or do I care? I guess I do. Hey, Ray is here! Hey, Birdie. How are you doing today? Come on, turn.
And that's how it's done.
Weekend, yes, weekend is great, isn't it?
Bullseye.
Oh, you're very welcome, you're very welcome. I would rate you more.
Not get.
Somehow, I don't see you streaming when I'm ending. Our times don't really align. But I enjoy your stream, so you're very welcome. I was under the impression that you didn't stream on your birthday, by the way. I was even telling chat that you were planning a birthday stream on the 4th, but you couldn't do it, and that you were doing an after party yesterday. And then I heard you say that you actually did the stream, and I checked your WODs, and indeed you did the stream. I didn't see the notification anywhere. Yeah. I was under the wrong impression. I guess you must have started the stream when I was streaming and ended before I did. And I somehow missed all the notifications.
Slowing it down.
You didn't plan, it's usually just spur of the moment. Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine for sure.
That looked like it hurt.
Leave.
And that's
Not even
This
slowing
thing
it
isn't.
down.
This thing isn't doing the job. This thing isn't doing the job.
So after the bounties we just did, these enemies feel very easy. Oh, what happened? Can we climb? Observing it from below, you notice that the watchtower at the side gate appears to be unmanned. You find no hostile faces peering over the fence either. The roof of the tower crosses over the fort walls. Climbing it may provide a means of getting inside. You can make out voices past the gate, engaged in scattered conversation. In the bright light of day, the camp bustles with activity. A discreet individual could try to open the gate before the alarm is sounded, but it will be risky in broad daylight.
Hello.
So we can waste time until
Hello?
night. Try to sneak in. Were we told to sneak rather than go face them all? I think it's not mentioned in the quest text, but I think the dialogue mentioned that we would do better if we snuck inside.
here.
We have not chased old Theos down the grave hole. No, not yet.
I brought you a
That's
scar.
the last thing we are going to do. Operator Theory. After we finish the
Thanks, Mariel.
DLC. I can explain. Wait, who are you? You're not that lady from Cadnoa, aren't you? You're that lady from Cadnoa, aren't you? The woman's cheeks are rosy with embarrassment. What are you doing here? Are you here with that army? Calm down, I'm not here to hurt anyone. Well, what are you here for? You're liable to get fed to the dogs if the patrols catch you. What are you two up to? It's really easy to sneak after you kill everyone. Yeah, I know, but you know, the dialogue kinda told me that the commander of the raid Sarens had a similar vision/dream to ours. So possibly we have a common enemy that is yet to make their appearance here, and we might need every soldier that they have. So I'd rather not kill them, but I also want to explore the map, so What are you two up to? Too cold to get up to anything. Stealing some time away is all. No harm in that, is there? She giggles. Are you here with that army? No, we're just villagers. You are well armed, considering. Lie to me again and I'm going to hurt you. He squirms. Please, just keep it down. Alec may be asleep on duty, but he's not the only one around. Do you know anything about the delegates from Stalwart? Just the obvious, they didn't do a good job of negotiating. The commander's been in a fury for the past week, it's not like him. I need to speak with the commander. Can't help you. And I don't mean that they just string me up for it. If you'd come before the delegates arrived, you might have had a chance. As it is, it looks like we are in for a fight. The commander is not taking any risks. I'm not supposed to be out here. Look, do you realize your name is Idle Soldier? Don't play games with me. Exactly. They are almost not aware of their tags that are on their foreheads. Makes 3 of us, right? What can you tell me about the commander? The commander? His eyes brighten. He pulled the iron flail together himself. He's a good man. He believes in raid service more than anyone. He gave us our pride back, told us to keep faith. Sometimes I think the vigilance speaks through him. Careful, he'll go on for hours if you let him. Consorting with the enemy? No need to be so dramatic. You aren't hurting anyone. Besides, Gamel here seems pretty reasonable. Farewell. Take care. Now, where were we? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So let's look around the fort. And if we have to kill more, then so be it. Then we are going to rest until the night. We are going to sneak in the cover of the night.
Brave shall see not believe.
Hey.
That looked like it hurt.
Gotcha!
Leave it to me!
I shall be discreet.
The devastation to the surrounding forest stretches near to the horizon. Okay.
Hey.
More spies! Get her!
That's it!
I have them!
Laying low.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
I'll see what I can find.
I don't want to kill them, but I really want to explore the map. Oh! The soldier tried to pull us. Okay. I will let Adair kill. Did it work? No, Mithril killed. Okay.
Following your lead.
I need to let Adair kill the enemies. It's one.
Hey. All right then.
So this is the main entrance. I don't want to alert these guys. I won't warn you again. You won't need to. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Oh, what is this? These logs seem recently cut, and from their size they once numbered amongst all the trees surrounding the pass. Just ahead of you, the gates to the forge remain shut fast. You spy archers moving along the tops of the watchtowers, scanning the surroundings, and chill breeze carries the scent of the burning pitch. Leave it for now.
Indeed.
So what time is it right now? Evening. I suppose it could be understood as that.
Hey.
At this hour of night, with the chill rolling in, most of the noise within the camp is concentrated by the campfires. A discreet individual could take the opportunity to climb over and open the gate without raising the alarm. Examine the gate. Looking over the outer wall, you notice a gap beneath the two of the posts. While it's far too small for Kith, a small animal might make it through. Throw a grappling hook onto the roof. I mean, does this use my spell slots? I guess it doesn't, since it's interaction. I don't even have it memorized. You know, it is in my book, but I don't have it selected, so the fact that I can cast it, I guess, makes it a special kind of interaction. I will still use a grappling hook, I guess. Yeah. Grappling hook strikes the wooden beam with a disquieting thud. No cries of alarm follow. A few tugs of the rope suggest the hook holds fast. Send someone over the wall. Do it yourself. You grip the rope and begin to climb, making your way up and into the watchtower. From there, it's a matter of descending the far wall to the ground once more. You get your first glimpse of the camp, shrouded in the evening's gloom, and of the guard, posted some short distance away. A moment's observation reveals the man is snoring, deep asleep. You creep towards to unbar the gates.
Hey.
Find the Iron Flail commander. I don't want to kill them. Get back to your posts. Yes, sir. Who has the highest stealth? Mithril does.
Sure.
Hey, what?
Ah. Let's try this again. Let's try this a few times.
Hey there.
Warlock. I can use this. I have 5 of that. Oh. Okay, it wasn't a good idea to use it next to the guy.
Hey.
These stat sections are... kind of kicking my butt, but they're also fun. I mean, I guess I don't have to stealth.
Sure.
Wait, no, I wasn't stealthed. This doesn't count. I thought I was stealthed. Nope, come on.
Hey.
Stop.
Hey there.
Stop being silly. Okay, this is the first good try. Depending on this attempt looking good or not, I might not try again. I will try again. But I feel our stealth is too low. Okay. Go on, dog. Go away. Go away. No, 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 don't come towards me. Go away. Wait, shoo. Is it leaving? No, 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 no. Aww. Okay, I'm not supposed to climb that ramp. Can we? Okay. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Hound Master.
There's a good dog.
He babies those beasts.
Shh, he'll hear you.
Where am I supposed to go? If I was the commander's tent, where would I be? Here? No, 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 no. Ooh, ooh. That was as close as it gets. Oh no. No. We are being surrounded. No, 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 no. Wait, 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 wait. No, no. Okay. Now this. Oh no. Oh no. Piglet. Piglet couldn't save me. How do I get out of there? Maybe I don't go that way. Maybe I need to move past the Hound Master. Can I? Oh, it's impossible. Pretty much. Is this the tent, maybe? I suppose it is. You know what will be funny? If I make it to the tent, and the narrator tells me you must gather your party to venture forth. That will be very funny. In a sort of makes you cry kind of way.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Yeah. I think that might just happen. Yo, come on.
You must gather your party.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Thank you, Barrett. Thank you for that. How do I get past these? No, no.
You and I are about to create the most beautiful of nightmares together.
Malachi. Nice character. Have I lost my bonus? No, I still have it for 20 seconds. Well, this is not going to work. The reloads are piling up. Soon the reload police is going to raid my house. Take my hard drives away.
Easy does it.
I think the answer might be blowing in the wind. No. I think we might have to climb these ramparts. But there's no way. Okay, take the stairs down. I think that is what we need to do.
Sure.
I just have to get back out there. How do I get back there? Your girlfriend just broke up with you for being too un-American, but honestly, you said it's coming from a kilometer away.
Yeah?
You know, weird. Weird excuse. I wonder if that has ever happened to anyone. This is right around where in the second DLC you ran out of steam. Really? You just gave up at this point?
Yeah?
Dracarys. Ah. That's sad. You were so close, I think. A bad habit of not finishing games. I did too for so many years. Streaming actually helped with that. If this dog leaves without seeing us... Am I too late? No, almost. Almost. When you got the last dungeon in FF9 for the first time, you just stopped playing for 3 months. Why do you think is that? No, we won't make it. We won't make it. You don't want the story to end. But aren't you curious? Now, I kind of understand you not wanting for it to end. But don't you end prematurely if you don't finish it? What I... No, what are you doing? No, stop.
You must gather.
No, don't... No. Are you serious?
Your party before venturing forth.
Well, we can never pull this off with the rest of the party. Or can we? Can we make it? In the first try? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It actually worked. I'm surprised. Where was the dog?
All right, then.
Where was the dog? I hope it is this building. I think we did it. We actually did the sneak. Again, 10 or so? No, not 10. Like maybe more than 10 actually. What was I at 48? Reloads? I was 61.
Enough! I've had my fill of... What's this?
Ben has one
What?
dog, Jake has 2 fish.
Who are
How many
you?
fish are there? 3. Ben's dog was just a red herring. The Ironfluid commander is a younger man, lean in build. His brown hair is unkempt, his eyes fevered. At his feet is a grate, set over what appears to be a pit. You hear a smattering of anxious cries rising from the cell as the commander steps forward. He glares down through the grate, face a mask of rage.
More of your scheming friends? Not a scrap of honor in the lot of you.
Please, calm yourself. I'm not here to fight.
Just to talk, then? Like stalwart's messengers? I've tired of their lies. I don't need yours adding to them. You want to talk? Set down your...
Adric's words die in his throat, his expression frozen mid-snarl. It isn't clear what's happened, not until you start to feel it too. Unbidden, your senses drift, as if you had reached out toward the source of essence. You feel an ache in your chest, an almost painful sensation of being pulled forward. A sudden wave of memories floods your minds, clear as the day they formed. You see Odima's campsite ravaged by the bivouac, the halls of Cadnua. In the caverns beneath the keep, the stone around you bellows warnings in a dead language. Deeper still, a fanged maw parts like a wound in the world. The images wash over you, tracing lives and emotions from 100 different times and places. Not all are your own. Slowly, you become aware of the sensation of being watched. Reach out. Hey Melandil, how are you today? Good to see you. Reach out. You direct your senses, tracing the invasion to its source, Adric. Conviction burns through him, bright as a brazier. Brazier. For an instant, you share in his emotion, and the sourceless desperation rattles about your skull. Absent context, the fragments of memory you see are just images. A small house across a field of vibrant purple flowers, a sea of armored kith and flapping banners waiting on your command. There's an uncomfortable moment where you feel your twin's awareness turning in on itself, and then the connection is severed. Adric looks startled, his face ashen. You are a watcher?
You sure he's not just a weirdo with an empty stare? I get those confused a lot.
Adair, are you trying to make fun of me?
That's not...
Adric glances around the room, his face coloring.
That's not known to many. Not past these walls. Why have you come? Why now?
About our mutual condition. You can see lost souls like I do.
I see and hear spirits, it's true. It took many years to understand.
I take it Watchers don't enjoy the best reputation in Raid Stars.
Does everyone in the Deerwood boast of their afflictions?
You're ashamed. Why?
It's hardly something to be proud of. Look to your own sins, Watcher. I'll not share mine.
I can't often read living memories so clearly. That felt like a cipher reading.
I wouldn't know. Perhaps we simply worsen each other's condition.
Maybe we are soul twins, you know?
What? What is it?
I thought all the other Watchers were mad.
That wouldn't bode well for you, would it?
Adric's tone is irritable, but he watches you with very interest.
I've a firm grip on my senses, whatever you believe. The Watcher's curse is many things, but if it promised madness, I would not have taken command of the Iron Flail. The memories I saw, some of them couldn't have belonged to you. You're awakened, aren't you?
Are you also awakened?
No, of course not.
Adric studies you with grim fascination. Do you know of a cure? Adric stares at you. Eventually he gives a slight shake of the head.
It seems a terrible thing to be awakened and a Watcher both. I'm sorry.
Enough about that.
Yes, we were in the middle of something, I believe.
About Watchers. For a moment, Adaric seems poised on the edge of fury. After it passes, he motions for you to continue. Are you as tired of listening to dead people as I am? The question startles a weary smirk out of Adaric, though he does not answer. Enough about that.
Yes, we were in the middle of something, I believe.
I came to find out what happened to the delegates.
All this for them?
We went on a date for the first time. It went very poorly.
Infiltrating my fort, skulking through the camp.
Oh, maybe we should try it again. What kind of reaction did you expect? You held them captive without notice.
They'd like to paint us as the unreasonable ones back in Stalwart, wouldn't they? I never planned this. It wasn't my intention. We wanted to negotiate. Stalwart sent delegates to discuss terms of peace. I offered them the opportunity. I was generous.
Adric paces a few steps before he gets hold of himself.
But Stalwart sent soothsayers, not diplomats, to frighten us with stories of the moon going dark, the earth shaking.
Shut up. A shrill voice suddenly rises up from the pits. Adric stomps down angrily on the bars, drowning her out. But there have been tremors. There were cave-ins at the mines.
Don't play the fool with me. These omens are meant to frighten me, to make me doubt my purpose here. But there is more at stake here than a village in the mountains. They dismiss my faith, call us superstitious. But what does Stalwart believe in? Iron and gold, and nothing else. I have tilled barren fields with my bare hands. What is gold to me?
He looks down at the grate of the cell, eyes flashing with sudden anger. What do you want with Stalwart anyway?
With a village of fishermen, nothing. But they cling fiercely to the forge you gave them. Some of the men are here for gold and good steel, and I promised them their share. But I came for cannons. With the battery's cannons, we can hold the pass. Rayed Saris has suffered enough. Its sons and daughters have nothing.
He looks at Adair, jaw working.
We won't survive an attack from the Deerwood when it comes. Not unless we act.
Deerwood won't attack you. Why would Deerwood attack you?
There is an army coming. I've seen it. Pouring down from the mountain. It will crush Stalwart and come for Rayed Saris.
Adric's gaze is distant.
The Iron Flail will be the wall that safeguards my homeland from the worst these fire worshippers can bring to bear.
Between the Duke's assassination and the Hollowborn crisis, Deerwood's a little preoccupied.
So I believed. Hoped, maybe. But that only means they're angry. They'll look for someone to blame, an enemy to fight.
Wait, you had a vision of an army?
I warn you, if you think to taunt me, Watcher.
I had a vision too. In mine, I saw Cadnua reduced to rubble by an army that shook the earth. Doubt creases Adaric's brow. His men exchange looks, waiting tensely for orders.
Why would they turn on their own? No, you're trying to trick me. This is all another distraction.
All that destruction we saw, you really think a bunch of backwater fools can do that?
Hey, you can call them backwater fools all you want, but don't let them hear you badmouth their destruction.
Adric looks at Adair, frowning. If we fight, you die here. What good are you to raid service then? We don't need to threaten right now. I remember thunder and 100 eyes gazing back at me. Any of that sound familiar?
The thunder followed me to the temple at Dawn's Reach, and the earth split beneath our feet.
You read my soul. What did that tell you?
That you're soft-hearted, but it hasn't seemed to stop you, and that you have seen and done a great many things. Things I would not have otherwise believed.
We both know something's coming. Maybe 2 watchers can figure out how to stop it. For several moments, there is nothing but silence in the cabin. Then you hear the scrape of metal as Adric takes up his sword, only to lay it flat across his palms.
I led my people here because I believed we were on the right path. I bound my soul to this blade as proof of my surety.
There's a ripple of soul energy in the air. There and gone. Adric looks pained.
The sword's no good to me now. It's yours, for as long as you can wield it.
Why do you give me your soul?
I'll call in our forces from the mountains. Please, give me time to explain. You should speak with Stalwart's messengers. Perhaps you'll get some answers out of them.
We won't be seeing Flamet probably after Pillars, but I think Dragon Age 2 has a good... I think Flamet is in Dragon Age 2, right? Don't answer that. But I think she was. I'm excited to see her again. Mitral was granted Sever the Soul. Okay, we got something else. The Watcher targets the very essence of a creature with their next attack by passing their target's defenses and leaving them weakened. And what is this? Priest, Paladin, Ranger, Druid, Barbarian, Rogue, Monk, Cypher, Wizard, Chanter, Fighter, so pretty much everything. Deal Resolve. Steadfast.
Hey.
Okay. We are given... Did they just leave? Did they just go? Deflection, don't care.
New critical hits boost. Board Game Heaven just boosted Dungeon Siege. Is it number 1 yet? When?
When? You know what? It's not number
boost.
1, but it's number
Board
9.
Game Heaven just boosted Revenant. New
New
critical hits boost. Amalanduel just boosted Shining Force.
Melandil joins the Shining Force. Do we get more? Do we get a so Baron Zen? Might. We might. Well, if we do, we can come back. Oh,
New critical
my
hits
Rosie.
boost. MyRosie_G just boosted Jade Empire.
Hey, my Rosie. Thank you for the boost, everyone. If you want to boost more, we can go
New
back.
critical hits
Oh, wait.
boost.
I'm
MyRosie_G just boosted NWN2.
rushing.
New
Why am I
critical hits
rushing?
boost. Board Game Heaven just boosted Men.
Men.
Menzobiranzan. New critical hits boost. MyRosie_G just boosted Fable.
Fable. How are you, my Rosie? Good to see you. Thank you for the boosts, my Rosie, Ray, and the Melandil. Oh, thank you. I thought we'd never get out of here.
New critical hits
Oh,
boost.
more
Operator
boosts.
Theory just boosted Pillars 2.
There's 2. Pillars 2 is getting some love recently. Closer to the end of Pillars 1 we get. Are you hurt? No, a little bruised perhaps. The cold was
New
the worst
critical
part.
hits boost. Operator Theory just boosted Pathfinder, Rite of the Rathius.
Rathius. Who is Rathius? That was Rathion in World of Warcraft. I don't know how you managed to talk that man down. He was practically foaming at the mouth. And now he and his men are still skulking around the mountains. I'm not sure letting him leave was the best idea. No. The commander wasn't a problem. One of the delegates points an accusing finger at another, a woman standing apart from the rest. He might have come to terms if she hadn't goaded him, shouting at him about omens and curses, demanding he leave the march. You know how superstitious the Raid Sirens are? The commander went white as a sheet. She sabotaged the meeting. The woman in question is dressed in unassuming robes. She bears the accusation silently, her eyes closed as if in prayer. I guess there is no third operator theory boost. Thank you for the boost, operator theory, in that case. But if you want to boost a third time, feel free, whenever. You put all of Stalwart at risk. Why? With desperate speed, the woman suddenly lunges sidelong toward a nearby rack and sees a dagger lying there. She sets the
Hydrate.
blade to her own throat. Hydrate? Okay. Thank you for the hydrate, Blackbird. Unseen to all but yourself, the dying woman's soul essence coils in thin wisps about her body. It only grows brighter as her corpse stills. The remaining delegates stare in horror at her pooling blood. What just happened? Damn it, now we'll never get an answer out of her. Read the woman's soul. You reach out and brace against the sudden flare of pain and fear, digging after less recent events. There is a copper digging after less recent events. There is a copper taste in your mouth and a pain like fire in your throat. Under the brute terror of death, you find a comforting thread of resolve, of satisfaction in duty fulfilled. You follow it. It leads you stumbling into another memory, as whole and vivid as the first. You walk the dark halls of the abbey, dimly lit and quiet, your footsteps loud. A blur, and you are standing in a dimly lit room, facing a robed Omoma. You recognize him as Kaoto, the High Abbot. He beckons you forward. Examine your surroundings. You are in a wide, rounded chamber. The tiles beneath your feet are covered in strange curling symbols. You recognize them as symbols of Ondra, the goddess of sea and memory.
Marmalade!
Draven!
Draven is still here after 3 months, and has just resubscribed. Good evening at Mitchell, hope you're fine today.
Draven, thank you so much for the resub, I really appreciate it. Really appreciate the channel support. And it's great to see you. Good evening as well. I'm fine. I'm more than fine. I'm doing well. Even better now that you have come and said hi. How are you today, Draven? You've been calling those poor people Oh Mama the entire game. Oh Mama, what is it? It's not Oh Mama? Oma, Omoa, Omoa, not Oh Mama. It's Omoa. Wow. Okay. I was adding an extra M. Omoa. And no one corrected me? Sheesh. I've been playing this game for 83 hours. Did it take you 83 hours to correct me? People? Omoa. Oh, mama. Doing well here now that it's the weekend. Sitting outside having your supper. Made some chicken in a tarragon sauce. Wow, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. Enjoy your outside dinner fun. Omoa. Thank you. I learned after 83 hours.
Drive the raid Sarens from these mountains, and you may yet spare many lives. The Tidebringer will be here in a week's time. Should you be delayed in your travels, report to him as you would to me. He will enter the reliquary and call off the army of Ilas in my stead.
You would but usually acknowledge. I usually acknowledge the correction, then immediately go back to. You always said the thing. I know. It's hard. Okay, it's hard. It's difficult.
If you are caught, sister, you know what you must do. I will pray for your return, but we will take comfort in the knowledge that you have joined the rest of Andra's favorite in her keeping.
The words jar you loose from the memory, flinging you back into the moment of woman's death and then into your own skin. But traces of her memory join yours. You know the path to the abbey to which he was to return, buried in the mountains to the north. Is the name Eyeless familiar to anyone? The eyeless? They are a figure of speech. For when you can't remember something. You say, must be the eyeless took it from me. Yes, but there's a story to it. They are supposed to do the bidding of the Lady of Laments. Ondra points and they come. Out of nowhere. Wipe things from the face of the world. That's why whenever something up and goes missing or gets destroyed with no one there to see it, you are supposed to thank Ondra that the eyeless didn't come for you too. Do you know a Kaoto? Kaoto? Oh yes, he came through town some time back, stopped by at the temple in Stalwart. This was just after the town decided to rededicate to Abaddon. He didn't seem too pleased about it. He was dressed like a priest. Maybe he took offense. He's an Omauma. He's an Omauma. Tall fellow, very polite, considering he's apparently the leader of some fanatical sect. I think it's clear we haven't been the best judges of characters recently. Do any of you know what a Tidebringer is? Tidebringer? That's something they used to talk about at the Temple of Andra, I think. It's a person, a title, I mean, tends to be used in the more devout circles. What about the Eyeless? Have you heard of them? The Eyeless? Never mind that. Do you know what a Tidebringer is? Forget Tidebringer. Do you know what the Eyeless is? What about Kaoto? But what about Tidebringer? Do you know anything about an abbey to the north? I've heard of something like that. An Ondrite stronghold, not the kind of place that welcomes visitors. Is that where she came from? Apparently, these Ondrites have an army too. She didn't make it back to call off whatever attack they are planning. What, another one? Gods, it feels like everyone on Eora is after the battery now. Why would these Ondrites want to raid Serens out? I doubt it's for Stalwart's benefit. Competition, maybe? I'd better go ask them. If you do mean to go to this abbey, be careful. There have been stories about traders wandering north and getting scared of or even killed by strange guards. They are a secretive bunch. I suppose you could always try to sneak in. Again? I doubt you'll be welcome otherwise. It sounds like this Tidebringer would be welcome, I mean. Skulking around isn't really my style. Time to crack some skulls. Maybe I can convince them I'm the one they've been waiting for. I hope so. I imagine the abbey is heavily guarded. A sudden deafening crash from outside makes the delegate jump, startled. A rumbling like a thunder follows. You hear further sounds of smashing timbers, panicked screaming. Gods have mercy, what is it? Stay put, I'll take care of it. Mithril smash. Yes, well, we'll wait here. Inside. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Omawa. Right? Omawa. What is that? Eyeless hammer. Perhaps they haven't seen us. Really, Aloth? Giant golems. They look like they have maces for hands. You were wondering when the eyeless would finally show up.
Perhaps they haven't seen us yet.
All right, let's see what these are. Let's cast some basic spells to begin with. What is that?
Oh, cool.
Only I am allowed to use ray spells, okay? And I don't mean Raymond, I mean the fire ray. I may use your spells. You'll allow it? Well, thank you. Thank you, Bordy. That's really generous of you.
Yes?
And that's...
This isn't working!
Spells are fun. So fun.
Ooh, what is the damage? What's happening here?
That didn't work! That didn't... Don't even...
Hey, Geronimo. How are you today? Good to see you. Use them well, and you may teach me the best spell. Very awesome. Is it that spell when you grow a mustache like yours and become awesome? I'd like that spell.
That looked like it hurt.
As the last makeful falls, a tide of essence sweeps through the ether. It washes over you, and you find yourself in the memories of the eyeless. The hulking creatures surround you, their sinew-wrapped skeletons clanking and screeching in the semi-darkness. Their bodies fill the air with the tang of metal and the musk of sweat. The cavern in which you stand, it looks like a cavern in a way, glows with a dim ambient light.
We have much to learn from each other.
Oh, Lebedo. Steel flashes as the eyeless shift and stir. They stamp their feet and groan in rasping metallic voices. Their restless energy prickles at the back of your neck. And in the echoing rumble, you hear something familiar. It's the pounding noise from your dream, the harbinger of a terrible army. You begin to wonder how many eyeless are crowded around you. You suspect there must be scores of them, maybe more. It's difficult to tell how far back this chamber goes, or where it is. Ahead, you see a glint of light. It might be an exit. Already, however, the vision is starting to fade. Explore further into the chamber. No, investigate the glint of light. You push past the lumbering eyeless and cling to the wielding shreds of the vision. The light up ahead is blinding after the dark of the cave. You rush toward it, even as it fades into a pale blur. You can't see where you are, but you hear a cold wind whistling through the gap and feel a spray of moisture sting your cheeks. The vision ends, returning you to the frozen and blood-churned mud of the fort. Edric appears to have taken some blows. There's a purpling bruise along his temple, and his armor is dented in several places. He looks rather dazed.
Those things, they came from all sides. The delegate... No, you were right. The visions are true.
Edric looks you over.
You fought well, and I'm glad to see you've come through in one piece. Not many of my men were so lucky. I'll take what's left of our forces. Those that will follow me further up the mountain. We should be prepared when those monsters return.
We can defeat them if we work together.
I have seen already that there is little you can't accomplish.
Edric bows his head and turns to the road. See, I'm glad I made peace with them.
Those things sure seemed angry for something that's got no face.
And what does the flame reveal?
Let's check this camp out.
Consider it done. Give me a real challenge.
A gentle rap elicits a hollow sound. The cask is almost empty. I probably should be scouting, but probably nothing hidden around here. Looks like someone murdered about the whole camp. No, not at all. I used 13 or so saves to sneak through it. I didn't kill anyone. I killed a few outside. I killed the patrols outside, but no one in the camp. A letter home. My love, I have enclosed some coins from Stalwart, so you have proof that I arrived. You are right, I am colder than I have ever been, all the more so for being away from you. The Kith here are as cold as their land. They do not hate us as dear Woodens do, but they are mistrustful and proud. The commander has sent for delegates to start negotiations. Perhaps by the time this letter reaches you, we will have moved into Durgan's battery. Stalwart has no soldiers, only a handful of guards. Ephraim says he went to look at the battery with some scouts, and did not see anyone posted atop the tower. Without those cannons, they would be foolish to do anything but surrender. If not, they are sure to knock the fight out of them quickly. The commander says that once the battery is ours, our presence here alone may be enough to make the invaders think twice. Who would face us with the might of the battery at our backs? I write too much of battle, but only to assure you that we are well. I miss you. The mountains are beautiful. I would hope that you may see them yourself once it's safe for you to join us.
There's something you don't see every day.
You didn't mean neutral. You would never do such a ghastly thing. Oh, I misunderstood. Of course, there's no precedence to my thinking, so I'm sorry, I was unfair. Hey, we found a war pup. This plump, brindle-coated puppy already boasts a disciplined bearing, but only until it spots something to play with. Ah, go into the box. I won't look at you again. You can see the water's dark surface not far below. Mangled wool skins and straw provide the bedding in this kennel. All of it stinks of dog. Okay, so we are done with this map, I think. We didn't do anything with this. I wonder what we were expected to do with it. What's next? Abbey of the Fallen Moon. Is that a new map? Yes, it is. Oh, this is where the barbarian companion wanted to go with us.
Margaret's fire casts light in dark places.
Supplicants.
I'll stay out of sight.
A dwarf clothed in but a few straps of fur puffs off his bare chest with every drag from his pipe. Come a long way to get some air, have ya? What are you doing here? Enjoying the fine weather, just a bit longer. He smiles, letting a cloud of smoke and frosted breath escape through his teeth. My mistress had business with the Ondrites. We'll be off soon as she's done at the abbey. Meantime, I was told to stay put. They don't want any outsiders meandering about. She already put some kind of hex on me, says I won't even remember any of this, but the copper's worth it. She says I'll wake up at home with a full coin purse. Opposite of most of my mornings, so that had a certain appeal. Tell me about your mistress. Which one? He lets out a chuckle and slaps his chest. A reddening print blooms on his skin. Wish she were the fun kind. She's a gift bearer. Paid me well to guard her on the journey, though. I'm looking to get inside. Are you now? He pulls the pipe away from his clenched teeth and points its long stem at the path ahead. Far as I know, straight this way, the middle path on the right with the ruined arch. If they let you in, of course. Ondrites are none too friendly, but to their own. My mistress went through the archway, spoke to some guards there, then headed on. He bites down on his pipe with a sour expression. They got eyes on the other paths. Cast me dirty looks from afar when they pass this way. As if I'd stand here in plain view if I had some grand design of sneaking into their blazing church. Again, what's an abbey got that's worth hiding anyway, monks? He grunts again and shakes his head and mutters something about if he were younger. Do you know of any other ways into the abbey? No, but it's an abbey, not a fortress. You can bet it's got holes, like in the fat old monster. Supply passages, escape routes. He shrugs as if it were a matter of course. I'd be lying if I said I'd never explored one uninvited when I was too young to know better. Helped myself to its relics. Let's just say if a certain war goddess has her way, I'll be living my next life as a dungrel bug. Why are you helping me? He shrugs. You got a look about you. Looks like you need it. And maybe there's something I don't like about this place, like it's hiding something. My younger days, it's been me going in there. I'm looking to get inside. Far as I know, straight this way, the middle path on the right with the ruined arch. If they let you in of it, you had this. Farewell. Doubt we'll meet again. Any luck, my mistress will return soon. Hope you find what you're looking for. So we are taking this path to sneak in.
Even our visitor is to be turned away, he said.
What interest would our quarters hold?
Our quarters aren't the worry. It's our brothers and sisters below.
Oh. This... Okay. Yes. On this... Okay. I couldn't read it. Let's read it. Undisturbed by the high winds above, a mist hides the depths of this chasm. You got a verb lurk. Okay,
New critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Dungeon Siege.
Good luck with your verb.
New critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Nox.
And I appreciate the
New
lurk.
critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Darkstone.
Thank you so much. I'll see you soon. That's work, boost, and lurk. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
New critical hits boost. Geronimus just boosted Shadowrun.
Shadowrun is having a battle with
New critical
Ristu.
hits boost. Geronimus just boosted Fallout Tactics. New critical hits boost. Geronimus just boosted Pillars 2.
Geronimus boosted Pillars 2 too. Thank you, Geronimus.
I should not have peered over the edge. I could see no bottom.
Ha! Perhaps if you pray, the lady will allow you to forget.
Don't come towards me, okay? Leave, go. Oh. You stand at the precipice of a fissure that time has torn into the mountain upon which the abbey stands. Whistling winds call out from the depths of the crevasse. Morning wails hinting at the great descent from the edge into the dark and lonely spaces below. Encased in centuries of rime, a gargantuan skeletal head hangs awkwardly above the gap. His fingers are splayed in a pained pose, eyes preserving the circumstances of the victim's death long after the flesh rotted away. With only the ominous moaning of the crevasse to disturb your thinking, you consider your options. Inspect the area. Considering the span of the gap and the position of the skeletal hand, you believe a well-placed grappling hook would allow you to reach the other side. Only positioning the hook may be tricky. The winds are not so strong that they would endanger attempts to cross. With the ominous moaning of the crevasse to disturb your thinking, you consider your options. Cast your grappling hook. The middle finger is a large target, but it sits in the midst of buffeting winds that threaten to blow the rope and grapple, of course. Whoever casts the grappling hook will need nimble fingers to ensure a good throw. You will cast the grappling hook. You time the throw perfectly between chaotic gusts Whipping up from the crevasse, the grappling hook cuts an odd path through the expanse of the violent air, the attached rope trailing behind in a bizarre spiral. Despite its odd course, the grapple eventually sails over the middle finger, its rope winding securely around the frozen bone. You give it 2 tugs and are confident it won't budge. Swing across the chasm. You take a firm hold on the rope and swing across the crevasse. Despite high winds and an unsettling creak from the enormous ice-encrusted finger, you safely reach the other side. You stand at the edge of a crevasse you traversed with the help of a grappling hook and a conveniently located giant skeletal hand. There, we are in. This was easier than the camp sneaking section. Find out how to reach the reliquary. Hovering over a skeleton half trapped in ice, a faint trace of essence lingers in the cold air of the cavern. You let your soul envelop the essence. Memories spread in a thin mist under you, dim and torn, their scattered fragments floating like motes of dust in the twilight. You are walking into an oblong chamber. The stones of its underground walls glisten, still wet from the flood waters. A hand clasps on your shoulder. You hear her whisper, "Anthrak, I don't want to look." The memory vanishes, and now all you see is a slab of stone. You are staring at it, just inches away from the wall. Your fingers trace circles on it, digging into the moss that clings on its weathered surface. You are not sure how long you've been touching it. Perhaps you've always been. A scream jolts you. Its echoes thunder throughout the halls. Your ears hurt, a pain that digs deep, burrowing into your head like a twisted dagger. You run. Others run. You don't know them. You can't remember them, but somehow you take comfort in their presence. Yes, they will help you with the pain, the noise. You'll kill it. The anger of the memory subsides, and now you are sitting down on the steps carved on rock. Dozens of skeletons lie below, beneath frozen water. Their jaws hang open, silent. Yes, yet, what's that? A low rumble, gargling, growing, deafening. You snap your head to the side in anguish and see it. The water rushing down the halls, pushing you in a torrent of white foam. You fall. Your mouth opens to shout, but your screams are muffled as it fills with water. I didn't understand anything from that memory. Let's take a look at the other path first.
Of course.
Raised Alcilon.
Parathis!
Bullseye!
Let's burn this up! Let's burn this up!
Despite the icy sheen that covers these webs, their threads gently vibrate at the slightest disturbance.
Laying low.
So
I'll stay out of sight.
We should try not to make excessive sound, I believe, in this place. From the descriptions. And the fact that it's called Halls of Silence. Juggernaut.
Hello. Hello?
I shall be silent as the calm sea. No, quiet. I shall be as quiet as the calm sea. Move speed interrupts. It's okay. I don't really care. Hello? Where's everyone? Are you hiding? This door is shield shut.
New channel SFX request by Parrotwise.
Calmsy, alright, alright. An acrid and pungent smell climbs up from the depths of this pit. Clumps of moss frozen under a layer of sleek and green slime build up between the cut stones. Should I talk to them? Aimlessly, this dwarf jerks his head to the sides as if looking for someone.
There. What did I tell you?
No, no, it hurts! Make it stop! My head, the noise, stop it! Okay. Was it necessary? I mean, you could oil the gate so it wouldn't make that much noise.
Stop!
What am I doing? And Noah, thank you for the work. Good to see you. Welcome in.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Spirit shield. I didn't have to kill these.
Of course.
I guess maybe this path was the alternate quiet path. You don't really feel like chatting right now, so you'll be watching. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Enjoy your lurk. I'll be going then. You're very welcome. Wait, are we? Oh no. Are we sent outside?
Greetings, offspring of my old foe.
Wow, okay. 653. That's an impressive roll.
They'll never know I'm here.
Well, this didn't work the way I hoped. Maybe they don't care though. I just went right back in. The massive coppery bones encased under the ice seem to be part of the hips of a giant skeleton. Where does this go? Oh, this is the main gate. This is the main gate.
Have here.
We found the kitchen. The most important place to find. Ooh, speed boots. You know what? These don't care that I'm here. But they should. Okay, they do. But they don't attack at least. The stealth indicator, even if it turns fully red, it doesn't get me caught. If I get close, then I do get caught.
Hello.
Give me a real challenge.
Am I supposed to go to this halls of presence, I wonder? I mean, I think I'm kind of forced there now. I couldn't explore halls of silence fully. I guess if I can enter through this one.
The High Abbot imparted to me that I wasn't alone, that he has nightmares sometimes as well.
Hold, who is there? Kaoto is waiting for me. I am the Tidebringer. The guard's eyes narrow. How can I be sure? We are in the final days of Megwyn's Tide, a time of transition for our church. My presence is no accident. The guard relaxes and appears relieved. Forgive my caution. We were told to expect you. The High Abbot awaits you inside. Okay.
Quiet. Truly?
Oh, it surprised me to hear it. He has such a peaceful manner.
Of course.
And what do we have here?
Where is inside?
Isn't this something?
Do they care? I don't think they care anymore. I think I convinced them.
I never knew.
Yeah.
Did you hide in the White March after
This
that?
calls for a subtle
As far
touch.
away as I could.
There. What
The
did I tell
Dominels
you?
didn't care I was a gift bearer. Evidence is evidence.
Even with your labors, your presence of mind never falters. I don't know how you do it.
Perhaps your thoughts would swim deeper if your tongue didn't come out for air so often, dear brother.
Abbey of the Fallen Moon. Oh, this must be the main entrance. A craftsmanship that gave form to the statue appeared too skilled and refined to come from mere mortal hands. I don't believe that. Hall of Silence. You're really curious. I think that is where I'm looking for, maybe.
They call out sometimes. Even the guards below think it's strange.
This might be where I'm
for Andra,
required
most
to go to.
They surely long for her embrace.
He seemed preoccupied.
I expect I would be too in his position.
Okay, gift bearer is here. Oh, Kaoto is... Oh no. Where the other androids in the abbey are clad in drab, functional garments, this Omawa seems dressed for an occasion. His robe is bright and glossy. His neck and arms are bedecked with jewelry. The symbols of his goddess are crowded into every available space.
Good. The Conclave has elected a Tidebringer after all. I had begun to worry.
Bling? What is bling? What did you expect to hear? He looks back up, noticing your company, and nods.
And they took my advice in providing you an escort. Very good. I am sorry I could not make your journey easier. I am Kauto, the High Abbot.
You don't know about the abbot has bling? Okay. Now that I'm here, what is it you wish of me? Have I not heard of bling? No. Is it a Zeppelin? Is that something like swag? Maybe.
Surely the Conclave gave you some explanation of your charge.
He eyes you curiously.
But of course, they sent you abroad in dangerous lands. The less you were told, the less we risked. You are here to perform the rising, and once that is done, you will take my place here. When you are ready, we will begin with the recitation.
The Conclave mentioned something about a reliquary. I'm supposed to go in there. About the recitation.
You seem nervous. The Conclave chose you for a reason. For a devout follower of Andra, the answers will flow naturally to you. I remember my own rising. The Conclave sent me on the same exhausting journey. When it came time for the recitation, I could not remember a word. But it all came back in time. Our goddess smiles upon the forgetful.
About our goddess. He taps a large wooden ring with a wave insignia as through it were.
Our library is open to you, as are the grounds outside. There is a beautiful mural out there that you should see, if you haven't yet. And you may, of course, speak with the gift bearers here, if it helps your recollection.
Oh, I see.
Take your time and examine these things before your recitation.
I understand, High Abbot.
I know you will not disappoint when the time comes.
How did you become the High Abbot?
I was elected by the Conclave, as you were.
Hey, Old Fashions.
You already knew that.
How are you doing today? Happy Friday.
It was unexpected. There were others more accomplished. I was merely a scholar. But they each had their faiths called into question, and no one could find cause to doubt mine.
He smiles proudly, exposing for the first time yellowed, worn teeth. He seems conscious of your gaze and quickly hides them again.
It was such an honor to become one of Andra's most trusted servants. It was hardly a choice at all.
Farewell.
Keeping an eye out.
Is this still the first game add-on? This is the DLC. But we haven't finished the main story yet. We are doing the DLC first. Oh, it's a storied quest, okay. The Glenfathan astronomers who predicted the Lover's Tide that destroyed Ondrasgiv took many of their instruments and notes and hid them out of fear that they might be captured by adherents. Decades after the war, the tribes recovered the astronomers' work. Unfortunately, all of the original astronomers had died and much of their writing was penned in an unknown cipher. Two valiant dukes have offered a reward for anyone who can help crack the cipher for the Glenfathans. The tribes are reluctant to let anyone look at the notes, but believe it would be better to share their knowledge than let it remain a secret.
Hey.
I think we are pretty close to finishing the main story, but I'm not so certain of that. I have stopped at one point to finish all the side content first. We are towards the, I believe,
this calls
we are
for
towards the end
touch.
of the DLC.
There, what did I tell you?
But more and more stuff to do is popping up as we move forward. I don't know when this is going to end, but when it does, we will refocus on the main quest.
Don't see every day.
And if I'm right, there's not much left, and we will finish the game. This volume appears to serve many functions. There are notes in it detailing schedules and routines at the Abbey. There are favorite passages from on-drive texts annotated with personal insights. There are also descriptions of dreams. Many seem purely symbolic, but one entry is of interest. It had been long since I dreamt of my rising, yet now with another rising soon upon us, this is the 5th time in a week. Perhaps channeled here, I can put it to rest. I am walking through the halls of silence. I feel eyes on me from all sides, angry, vengeful eyes. I arrange the panels and curl my hands into the sign of the tide, right as the wave. The left tracing of the crescent moon with my 2 outer fingers, the way opens to me. Sign of the tide. Right as the wave. The left tracing of the crescent moon with my 2 outer fingers. Left tracing of the crescent moon, 2 outer fingers. I climb the steps and Ondra's witness is installed there, the old aspergillum set to operate the valves. I use it like a lever, and the water rises. There are angry shouts, and when I cover my ears, they are louder still. But the water continues upward, far past where it should. I climb as high as I can, but I feel it icy on my feet. Then it is over my head, and I cannot breathe. Suddenly, I'm outside the reliquary, looking at the veil of tears. The witness is in my hand, and the veil parts for it. I step through. To the one place in the Abbey I feel protected. Only when I pass inside, I come out in total darkness. I call for help. I'm shouting, screaming for help. There's no answer. I stop. I sit there in the dark, waiting for what seems like ages. Then I realize I don't know who I am. Okay, what does the journal say? Descend the pit in the burial and wait, no, not this one. I won't be able to enter the reliquary without Ondra's witness and Aspergillum kept in a device on the lower level of the Abbey. I found a record of a recurring dream of a high abbot. It showed him performing a strange sign before 4 panels, then retrieving a rod-like relic from a nearby device and using it to pass through a doorway of water into a walled enclosure somewhere outside the Abbey. Okay, we can do that, so now we are going to the Halls of Silence. Complete the recitation. I didn't complete it, so I guess I skipped the recitation part by sneaking through here. I didn't really know how to do it anyway. Let's see if they will be angry with me. You may enter.
Something over there.
I see where you're going with that. There, what did I tell you?
For intellect ring. Like a living prison, thick arms of coral have grown around an assortment of old, weathered relics. So this is a club. Inflicts persecuting for 6 seconds. What is persecuting? There is no explanation. Blessing 1 per encounter. Instill doubt when endurance drops below 80%. 4 intellects. I don't think I have a ring that gives intellects. I could remove this. Put this on. This isn't very good, is it? I have second chance on unconscious from the armor and the ring. So this ring isn't very useful. Anyway, that's fine. I think I have... Okay, I haven't talked to the gift bearer. Maybe it's best that I don't talk to anyone that I don't need to talk to. Let's go to the Halls of Silence. You planning some boosts, all fashions? Feel free to boost whenever you want if you want to. Okay. So, this area is still forbidden to me. Just enjoying the picture. It has certain charm.
Quiet.
Almost like Infinite Engine games. Yeah, this is pretty much a modern Infinite Engine game. They replicated what was great about the Baldur's Gate and other Infinite Engine games.
Just boosted Might and Magic 7 for Blood and
heavily
Honor.
inspired. In some instances, copied. It is pretty much the same people anyway.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Grim Dawn.
What's the most? Is it sacred? Is it Antara? It is Antara.
Parrotwise just boosted Betrayal in Antara. New critical hits boost. Owl Fashioned just boosted Nox. New critical hits boost. Owl Fashioned just boosted Evil Islands. New critical hits boost. Owl Fashioned just boosted Tyranny.
Tyranny is probably going to be winning the poll after we finish the game. Oh yeah, this is a good time to remind folks that if you haven't voted on the poll, once we finish the game, we are going to conclude the poll. Tyranny is winning right now, so we might finish the game today. So if you want to cast your votes, you don't have much time left.
Lunatics in Brackenbury?
Who's there?
This door is sealed shut. I guess I'm going to speak to Ferrantis. He doesn't care. Wanna hear a fun fact about tyranny? Sure, Parrot. What is it? Tufts of dowry grey hairs sprout from the back of this man's scalp like shrubs. His lower lips curl inward over a row of teeth that appear to have mostly fallen out, and the musty odor hangs about him like a fog. This is going to be propaganda. Well, everyone gets their turn to speak their piece. You can do the counter-propaganda. When you install the game, it tells you that you have to play Dragon Age 2 first, otherwise it doesn't let you play. Is that so? That is very interesting and very untrue. But you wish.
I thought I'd lost you. Search, but the blizzard lasted days. I'm so sorry.
100% sure. He extends a hand in a gesture of apology, but then the fingers curl and he draws it back. He squints as if trying to see you better. In which case you might as well vote for tyranny. Even if you want to see Dragon Age 2, see that is how you twist propaganda.
We did find you.
Well done, Vermamo.
When the thaw finally came, I saw you rigid, frozen. You cannot be Edith. In the Abbey, gift-bearers, and you must be
Correct,
the
it's an Easter egg.
Tidebringer.
If you do install Dragon Age 2, it will raise your hard disks. Oh. I'm glad I'm learning all this stuff. Correct, I am the Tidebringer.
Kauto does not know what he asks, nor did I when I performed the Tidebringer's duties so long ago. They take our minds, memory by memory. It would be peaceful, we were told, like going to sleep. The low tide, who have been sealed down here all these many years, do we seem at peace to you? We are lost, terrified.
What is it that the Tidebringer is meant to do?
The High Abbot. The ritual is called... It is called... The Rising. Yes. Memories. Tragic or dangerous, some. We live above for a time, devoted to Andra, to forget it all. Wash our souls clean of the memories. When it is done, a Tidebringer is summoned. A tide. They become
What is
the
wrong
low
with these?
tide. It means
These
they are
recorded
brought
dialogues.
here
Half of them are
to
cut.
the halls of silence. Tide are removed.
See, it
drowned
always starts with Tide.
in a flood, and swept away. The Rising.
The first few words are usually cut for some reason. What is it that the Tidebringer is meant for? I asked this. You did not choose to be here?
We chose it when we thought it was our duty, and that it would be peaceful. The less we understand.
What is this?
Every day something familiar becomes strange. I've accepted my assignment to the Abbey.
I did, yes.
Nor would many, I suspect.
What is it you want from me?
A relic. An aspergillum, it was called. What was it?
Oh no, shots fired. This is an all-out battle now.
It controls the floodwaters, but also the outer floodgates. Andra's Witness. That is the name. I don't recall how to reach it. The High Abbot knows.
Me too.
You could set us free. Open the gates. We would leave in peace and finish our lives in dignity.
Are you certain it's wise to release the low tide in this condition?
Oh, there is little damage we could do in this
Nox?
state.
Oh, it's become Nox now?
I don't know. We had this old fella in Gilded Veil. Looked harmless,
Yeah, I have collected
couldn't
them
talk.
spats, and I have.
He'd bite you if you tried
I
to
have done
steal his
everything
steak
in
when
the
no one was
game
looking.
that I had access to. I have completed every other side quest, apart from the companion quests that I don't have with me. Quests of the companions that I don't have with me.
We will be able to make memories again. The confusion and paranoia will pass.
Who are you?
Ask me in I don't know how long. I was...
It's always been Nox? Okay.
Who was I? I was the High Abbot, wasn't it? Ferentis. That was me. Or the one before me, if not. No longer, though. I am just another brother of the low tide. Was she my wife? She had curls in her hair, and she spoke softly. What became of her? I took from strangers who wanted to be rid of them. I don't know what's mine anymore. Every image a blur or a void. Free to make new memories, to know who I am.
I'll see what I can do. Part looks pretty badass. That's why you asked about the Endless Pass. Yeah, we are at max level.
I like food.
Thank you for the lurk, Mama. Enjoy your food.
Hey.
Yeah, since we have done all the side contents, the game, most of the game has lost its challenge component, honestly. We have very good items, max level, you know, upgraded in most ways that you can imagine. You just beat stage 1 of cancer, now you're at stage 2. Ah, that is not very funny thing to joke about. Beyond the door, you catch glimpses of shapes in the darkness, wails and whispers, faint and erratic, echo from within the sealed halls. Tyranny could be better than democracy, but you'll have to roll a 1 on D666 for an enlightened despot. Yeah, no one has rolled a 1. We need someone to roll 1 and become the new tyrant. Beyond the door, you catch glimpses of shapes in the darkness, wails and whispers, faint and redness. If you ever get cancer, you check about it all the time. That's a nice spirit to have. I don't know if I would be able to do that. Different scenes of an ocean shoreline are carved into 4 stone panels, arranged almost haphazardly at different heights along the network of rails. Dinah here. Hadrian, Dinah here. Nice discoveries. Nice discoveries, everyone. Inspect the panels. The panels are affixed to a set of rails that curve and crisscross in patterns that remind you of seaweed. There are 4 depressions in the wall behind the rails, in which the panels look like they would fit. The panels show variously a barren shore, a city in flames, a flourishing city, and a tidal wave. Arrange the panels. It appears that any panel can be slid into any depression by following the network of rails. Let's take a look at this again. Humor is a coping mechanism you support, but there's also a thing called good taste. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Let's see. I arrange the panels and
there will be worse to come yet. You will need to steel yourself. You know this.
Hey, Drigan. Hello. It's been a while. Welcome. Liliana? That's a nice discovery for sure. Good to see you, Drigan. So what is... The arrangement is not written here. Is it maybe here? Sing, O ocean waves of wondrous sorrow, of her unrequited love for an unattainable moon. Sing of the ocean's sorrow so that we may forget our own. Each day, the tides reenact Ondra's longing for the great moon. The waters reach out at high tide, yearning for the heavenly body, only to slump into low tide when the moon proves unattainable. Is that an arrangement? I don't think so. She uses floods and tidal waves instead of words, but we sing of the ocean's sorrow. Welcome back, Andy Noah. Welcome back. That's an awesome drawing. It is. It is. The rising tide. Okay. Barren shore, steam flames, flourishing city, tidal wave. So flourishing city, city in flames, tidal wave, barren shore. No, barren shore, flourishing city, city in flames, tidal wave. Right? It starts with a barren shore. Once the panel matches the recess on the wall, you gently press on it. It slides without resistance and locks into place. Then a city is built on the shores. You grab the panel. Once the panel matches the recess on the wall, you gently press on it. It slides without resistance and locks into place. And then there is a fire. Wait, what happened? Press the recess stone button. Of their own accord, the panel slide. I did it wrong, I guess. No, I didn't mean to choose the city in flames. Barren shore. Flourishing city. Then there is a fire in the city. Then the tidal wave douses the fire, also gets rid of the city. Fire! And it becomes a barren shore again. You complete the sequence with the last panel, but it will not settle into the final depression. Suddenly, the stone slabs begin to move on their own and revert to their original positions. Okay, I was wrong. That's not it. That's not it. Maybe barren shore is the final one. We start with the city. Then the city is in flames. Then tidal wave comes and it becomes a barren shore. No. This puzzle always gave you more difficulty than you thought it should. Okay. So it's not barren shore, flourishing city, tidal wave, no, city in flames. Barren shore, flourishing city, city in flames, tidal wave. It didn't work. So barren shore, what happens when we press the reset stone? Okay, it resets them. Is the picture to the right is a clue? It's just 24 options. Yeah, I don't want to necessarily brute force. And I know you are being sarcastic. And I will brute force if necessary, but I'd rather understand than solve. So it must start with... Okay, so maybe it starts with a barren shore, city in flames, then comes the tidal wave, then the city is flourishing. No, that doesn't make sense. You think you did this as well? I was surprised with the outcome after trying 20 plus times. Really? it doesn't really make sense then. Barren Shore, City in Flames, Flourishing City, Tidal Wave. This won't work, obviously. Maybe Tidal Wave is the final one. But I tried that. It was Barren Shore, Flourishing City, City in Flames, Tidal Wave. That's the first thing I tried, it doesn't work, so it probably ends with Barren Shore. But I tried this too. Flourishing City, City in Flames, Tidal Wave, Barren Shore. It doesn't work. So these are the two options that make the most sense to me. Maybe it is City in Flames. Let's try inverting that. First idea, City in Flames, Tidal Wave, Barren Shore, Flourishing City. So it was the same idea. There is the burning city, then the tidal wave washes over it. There is a barren shore, and then the city flourishes again. So it is a cycle, but I don't know why it starts with the burning city. It doesn't make much sense to me. At least I got the cycle right. I needed to find the correct part to start with. The remaining panels retract and lock into place. Behind the heavy stones there's a metallic groan, then a steady whir. A small tile about waist high slides back. Beneath there's a carving. It shows an image of an ocean wave curled around the crescent moon. Perform the sign of the tide on the hidden carving. You curl your hands as Kawato described in this journal and position it over the carving of the wave. Then, using your other hand, you trace the arc of the crescent with your index and little finger. A heavy rumble stirs the ground, and from all around you comes the sound of rushing water. Ah.
Brave thou Philon.
And that's how it's done.
Are we going to swim? Oh, is this an invisible bridge?
Nice and quiet.
That was an interesting puzzle. I wonder how you come to that conclusion. I must have missed something, either a dialogue or a lore book or something that explains the solution. Embedded in this deep semicircular slab is what looks to be a vessel for sprinkling of holy water. In this context, however, it looks more like a lever. There are images engraved on the wall behind it, one of the rising wave, one of an open gate. Okay. I climbed the steps and Ondra's witness is installed there, the old aspergillum. Set to operate the valves. I use it like a lever and the water rises. There are angry shouts and when I cover my eyes they are louder still. There's apparently a mural outside of the abbey that shows the order. Okay, so Kaono actually told me about the mural, but I didn't go outside to check it out.
Hey.
Point the object toward the rising wave, I guess. A faint trickle of water is audible at the edge of your hearing. It grows steadily into a roaring torrent. Hey Kotomash, hello. How are you, Kotomash? Good to see you. Suppose the idea is that the city is facing disaster, then Andro helps the healing people forget and be forgotten. And over time another city takes its place. Yeah, but you can You can get the idea from different inversions of the same order, right? It starting with the burning city is kind of weird. Hey Victory! Hello, hello. Oh, I do know what's going to happen. I'm ready. I'm ready, Kotamash. Let's take a moment. How are you, Victory? Good to see you.
Righteousness shall prevail!
Seconds.
New critical hits boost. Kotomash just boosted Uno. New critical hits boost. Kotomash just boosted Dose. New critical hits boost. Kotomash just boosted Trace.
So what Kotomash wants from me is boost 3 games of my choosing made by BioWare and or Black Isle. So I always choose Icewind Dale 1, Icewind Dale 2, and Neverwinter Nights 2. Thank you for the boost, Kotomash. Human voices echo through the stone halls, pleading, gurgling, screaming. And Icewind Dale 3. Yeah, no such thing. It would be cool though. And then silence. Thank you. I'm glad you approve. Those were clearly Gothic 1, 2, and Arena. Well, sadly no, but sadly no. With a click, the machine releases its hold on the strange rod. You pack the vessel away. Okay, we got...
They chose this life. You ended their misery. But it's hard to feel like we did right.
The ritual of sprinkling holy water is one of the most important traditions in the Ondrite Church. For Ondra's followers, it signifies not only a sanctifying of the church, but also actual presence of the Lady of Lament herself. All Ondrite holy water comes from the ocean, and those who convey the water from sea to church on pilgrimage are held in great esteem among the Ondrite faithful. This aspergillum takes the traditional shape of a spherical vessel set at the end of a long handle, which holes bored into the top to allow water to flow outward when the item is flicked. More uniquely, the shaft has been carved to look as though barnacles cling to it, and the vessel at the end has been made to resemble the moon Belafa, something. Salt appears to have crusted in long wisps that wind around the object. You can mix it up in future. Yeah, I mean, hey. we are going to be playing those games for sure in the future. Funny, it's like a regular not having to choose his menus since the host already knows their choice.
Laying low.
Yeah. I mean, it's like that with Bogu as well. Bogu always writes some random stuff. And I know his first 2 boosts are Gothic 1 and 2, whatever he writes. Did they all drown? Did we kill them? You want to mix it up for choosing BioWare, shuffle them. Yeah, wait, you mean choose different BioWare games, right? Or do you mean also choose some non-BioWare games? I'm kind of confused now. I mean, honestly, there are not too many BioWare games on the lists. BioWare or Black Isle. You're a big regular, Mitchell could never guess your choice. No, you are the record holder about boosting different games. BioWare, but every time shuffle. Yeah, actually, I don't know what else is BioWare on the lists. Like, there is BioWare or Black Isle. There is Jade Empire. Is it? It's BioWare. And then there is KOTOR 2. Yeah, those are the only 2 that I'm thinking of, Kotamash. The lady at the fish stand always guesses right. Rotten herring and a mackerel. Okay, let's go to Reliquary. KOTOR 2 is Obsidian.
What does the flame reveal?
Oh, so KOTOR 1, but I have already played KOTOR 1. I mean, Obsidian is kind of a continuation of BioWare, right? No, Black Isle, not BioWare. After Black Isle was shut down, they became Obsidian, basically. Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition. Oh, you're right, they are BioWare as well. Mass Effect, oh, of course, I completely forgot about all those. Makes sense. Makes sense. Point is, there are more than 3 games, so mix it up. Yeah, of course. That's a good idea. I mean, I usually boost when I'm given the choice to boost a game, you know, whether according to some sort of preset rule, such as BioWare only, or completely up to me. Regardless, I always try to choose games that are not boosted regularly and are low on the lists. So maybe next time I will boost the 3 that are lowest on the lists. Like, Jade Empire is pretty low. It is getting the least amount of support among the BioWare games, so maybe I will continue boosting Jade Empire. I wouldn't play the MMO version on stream, but I would do the campaign, like the leveling campaign. After KOTOR 2, the Old Republic is on the list. And if it's selected, I will do the campaign. Reach a reliquary in the Abbey of the Fall. I couldn't read. Full Moon. Reliquary. Examine the skull. Let's check here first. Halls of Presence. Where does this go? Abbey of the Fallen. Fallen. Okay. This exit we weren't able to take earlier. I should take another look at the BioWare game lists.
Incredible! A titan right out of the stories! Oh, let's look inside!
Judging by the distance to the nearby skull, a tremendous force severed this vertebrae from the rest of its giant body. The cracks on this jawbone suggest that a forceful blow separated it from its skull. Where does this go? All the way to the outside. Then there is the tower, I think. The path ahead leads to the outskirts of the Abbey. What would you like to do? Stay to continue exploring the area. Okay.
Keeping an eye out.
This is the first time ever that the game stopped me artificially. I mean, not really. I wasn't able to go to the Twin Elms area in Chapter 2, etc. But, like, there are stairs here, and I can't take them. The dialogue tells me to stay in the area. Something like this is the first time. Lodged between rows of crystalline rock, a large fragment of metal protrudes. It looks as though it might be possible to pry it loose. Pull out the metal fragment. At your touch, the splinter of metal begins to glow orange. Heat surges up your hands and arms and envelops you with such intensity that you feel as though you are melting down. The heat spreads to the world around you, turns it orange, then yellow, and then white. The ground, the sky, everything around you drips in molten globs and begins to take shape beneath you as if in an invisible mold. You and the shard are the last things to melt and fall, and your addition to the molten pool completes the shape of an immense hammer. The metal cools as quickly as it had heated. The handle is gripped now by two great leathery hands, and the hammer is cocked back over a shoulder as broad and mottled as a hilltop. The wielder whirls around and heaves the hammer, and you are flying upward for what seems like ages into the airless blackness above. As you spin, you catch glimpses of a rock large enough to be a moon. It is close, far too close to the world. The force of the impact shatters hammer and stone alike. The rock is redirected outward, but a section of the front face is cleaved off and begins to fall, splintering apart at the cracks. In 100,000 fragments blossoming outward in all directions, debris showers the atmosphere, trailing smoke and fire. Below, land and sea are far off, but gradually rising up. Look to the sea. The largest of the fragments, wide as a city, barrels downward in a fiery cocoon. Its size reduces the edges immolate. Its size reduces as the edges immolate, but it won't burn up in time. It lands silently in the distant ocean, sending a column of water skyward and radiating ripples that spread like wrinkles in fabric. Then the sound comes tearing up through the sky. It sounds like thunder. Look to the land. Features are becoming clearer by the moment as you streak toward the earth. You are lodged in an enormous boulder, falling among the smaller fragments that heat and burst around you on all sides. Beneath you, snow-capped mountains rise up, dotted here and there by cities of stone and adra. The impact will be the destruction of all of them. The shadow of your rock fragment is visible now, getting larger by the second. You are moments away from striking the ground when a massive shape throws itself into your path. The last thing you hear sounds like another rumbling impact, but that isn't what it is. It's a chuckle, relieved, breathless. You hear two words. Made it. Everything goes dark. You open your eyes, the metal hammer fragment has come free. And you now hold it in your hands. It is warm to the touch. The air around you is suddenly turbulent, spiteful. A cold, damp wind whips your face. Salt crystals collect in your nostrils and the creases of your eyes. The floor below you becomes blue-gray and glassy, churning and rolling, and when you fall, you crash through water. Violent waves hurl and spin
Hydrate.
you. Something slithers around your ankles, seizes you with incredible strength, drags you down into silty depths. Hey, porcelain ghoul! Thank you for that hydrate. I needed that. Good to see you. When the pulling stops, you are hovering at the center of an endless blue abyss. You can see neither surface nor floor. You seem to be facing downward, but there's no way to be sure. A voice sounds from everywhere at once, and the immense pressure wave of each utterance sends you reeling. Now you can forge a banhammer out of that and permaban Theos.
Deceitful wretch! Grave robber! You who dig for that which you did not bury, speak! Explain yourself and be judged!
I seek a means of defeating an army that threatens my lands. I was looking for the privy.
You seek what is mine! What was rightfully lost!
The outburst propels you, sending you end over end.
Your actions speak for themselves. The battery opened.
The
forge ignited.
What? No. Is this the same voice actor with the what were they called again? I forget again. Demelgan? No. Demelgans? I forgot the word. Delamgan, not Demelgan. Delamgan. Thank you, Parrot. Twin Elms? Yeah, the two Delamgans. The Lisp lady was one of those. But I think it's not the same voice actor. I'm not sure though, you might be right.
You set free souls that hid from me, that stole from me and evaded my judgment. The dwarves sealed their own fate, The forge was meant to be forgotten. And now, here you are again, denying peace to the buried.
The turbulence around you calms. Silt settles like a slow exhalation, and the vast dark seascape beyond the murk fades in. Rays of light trickle down from far above onto green gold columns of kelp that rise from the depths and sway back and forth in the current. Fish and mollusks patrol them in groups of hundreds and thousands. The nearest pass you with watchful eyes. This lady is slushing her words as well. The army that destroyed the dwarves, the Eyeless, are they yours?
What the world casts aside, I take into my care. A thing may be forgotten, but it is never alone as long as I am here. They were lost children, abandoned, fixed on a purpose that no longer had meaning. I took them in, gave them new purpose. I did not create them, but yes, they are mine.
They are Abaddon's. I saw them forged.
They were his once. I won't deny it. He created them as assistants to carry out his work on Aora. But he has long been the overseer of progress in the world. Leaving things behind has always been his way. I allow him to leave his past in my care, so that it does not hold him back.
You and Abaddon have a unique connection then.
I suppose we do. But then, the gods have always been able to accomplish far greater things when working together.
Nearby, you see a shark pass through a school of fish. The fish scatter, evading the predator. I had something else to discuss about the Eyeless.
Speak your mind.
You haven't given me the whole truth about the Eyeless, have you?
Careful what you accuse a god of, mortal.
The water around you is suddenly icy. You can feel it sap the heat from your veins. Abaddon didn't abandon those creatures. You made him forget them. Otherwise, he might remember how he died.
And what if I did, mortal? It does him no harm to forget. On the contrary, it lifts a burden. If Abaddon remembered, it would threaten the harmony between the gods. It was not so long ago that conflict between us led to disaster in your world, and the death of one of our number. Memory is but an image we create to make sense of the present. It carries no truth or meaning but what we ascribe. A slight alteration to it is a small price to pay for peace.
If the people of Aora are better off with him not remembering, that's all that matters.
The peace between the gods is already fragile. It will not withstand another shock.
I want to ask you about something else.
You may ask.
What do you mean the forge is meant to be forgotten? Okay, let's not ask that yet. What are the bones of one god doing sealed in the temple of another?
Do not play coy with a god, Watcher. I know you have seen his death. I feel it whenever a forgotten thing is taken from me.
That giant bones, the bones of the Titan, is that Abaddon? Abaddon's original form before he was fashioned into a golem? No voice actor credits for them.
Abaddon did not deserve to die here. This place, it was the least I could do to give his remains some privacy.
The least you could do?
The least I could do for ending his life.
Light drains from your surroundings. The kelp forest becomes a copse of black tendrils, stark and twisted as
I
it breaths.
call the moon down to me, Ioni brother. It was against his wishes. He would not listen to reason, would not listen to me.
Oh, so the story was literally true then. Like it wasn't some symbology or something. The ocean, Ondra, actually called the moon onto Aora. That almost ended in a cataclysm. And that is how Abaddon died, trying to stop the moon. That's crazy. I thought it was symbology for, the tides.
In his madness, he splintered the moon. But it was not enough. The greatest of the fragments still fell toward that which he would protect. In the end, he took position where it would fall, and absorbed the impact himself.
I thought Belafa and Kalda were the moons.
Ioni Brother is their smaller sibling, tiny next to them.
Small enough that the world would survive its impact. But why the temple? Why the secrecy?
That time has been forgotten now, and so his death belongs to me. Everything he was before the impact.
But you slew another god. Surely the other gods know this. Surely Abaddon must know. Current surges through the kelp bed, pushing each plant sideways like saplings in a hurricane and propelling you backward amidst a torrent of wayward fish.
No! He cannot know! He must never know! Understand, he was not always as he is now. His body was not all he left behind. He was devoted to progress and industry from the beginning. But so too was he devoted to preservation. In those times he would let nothing go. Nothing could be forgotten. His will was iron long before his body.
Preservation. So that was why he went so far to oppose you.
We agreed long ago, all of us, not to alter the course of Kith's civilization. Not directly. Not unless there were no other choice. But in this matter, there was no other choice. He understood that as well as anyone. It was for duty that he opposed it. I would have stopped it if I could, but by then it was too late.
What was it he was trying to preserve?
Time has finished much of what I started. I cannot tell you that, mortal, for fear of undoing all its costly work.
I don't want to say the second option. You make it sound as though you were the sane one. Let's say it anyway. What could go wrong?
The other gods knew what had to be done, but they lacked the will to go through with it. Even gods have their attachments. To erase all knowledge of such a grand thing required unthinkable devastation. The Eastern Reach, Deadfire. Mine was the only solution. When I called down Ioni Brother, they remained silent. Even Abaddon. He knew it was for the best, but he tried to stop it all the same. Perhaps deep down I knew he would. I should have expected it. I could have stopped it.
I want to ask you about something else.
You may ask.
You say on one hand you had to call down Ioni Brother, yet on the other hand you would have stopped it for Abaddon.
The death of a god is a calamity. You are living in the aftermath of one such death. Surely you can understand.
You have said that sympathy can't get in the way. What about yours for Abaddon?
He deserved better. Of all the other gods, he was the only one who acted, who held to his convictions.
The goddess of relentlessness must have appreciated such a quality.
Yes. I admired him for that.
But it's more than that. You loved him. The pull and push of the current become long and heavy like a sigh.
Whatever he was to me, it was not meant to last. Always our duty is to Eora first. I knew he opposed what I intended. That he would wish to preserve what I meant to destroy. I knew it would cause a rift that might never be mended. But I never imagined he'd go so far. I never imagined it would mean I would never know him, as I once did.
If he doesn't remember dying, why not begin again with him?
Because it might cause him to remember. No, mortal. Better that we should exist as we are now. What happened once must never happen again. Bad enough that I am cursed to remember it.
I want to ask you about something else.
You may ask.
Why did you pull down Ioni Brother?
The great conundrum of a god is how close to become with your subjects. Too far and they lose hope. Too close and your own judgment fails. Civilizations are meant to ebb and flow. Allow them to persist for too long in power or knowledge, and you invite catastrophe. There was a time when we let our sympathies get the better of us. When memories were allowed to persist that should have been washed away, the other gods could not be moved to act. I did what had to be done without them.
You are talking about
I
Engwithens.
speak of what is forgotten. I failed that day, but my purpose was achieved in the end. I will not dredge up the memory to satisfy idle curiosity.
But I'm curious. What do you mean the forge is meant to be forgotten?
It was never meant for mortal use. Such power, such truths lie within it. It can bring only ruin. When the Pargrunen came to the White March, they were peaceful. They shared common beliefs and purpose. Their visions for the forge tore them apart. You have seen this for yourself. They would have destroyed themselves in the end.
I see your point.
I mourned the loss of the Pargrunen. Misfortune brought them here. They did not deserve to end so soon.
What does it matter if something is remembered or forgotten? It's in the past in either case. I don't necessarily feel like that, and I don't think the character feels like that either. But I want to hear what Ondra has to say, so I'm going to choose this option.
Memories are the spirits of the past. You of all people should know their sway on the present, Watcher.
Perhaps more than I'd care to admit.
Mortals measure the worth of their lives in memory. Who will remember me? How long until I am forgotten? Memory governs every thought, informs every choice. It can fuel passion, understanding, love, or it can create obsession, madness. You have seen it plague many souls in your travels. Consider the old Watcher who inherited unspeakable crimes from birth, or the young woman who committed herself to Brackenbury for love of things she remembered she had. Or the fisherman whose life became a sentence the day he killed his sister. Or the Glonfathen boy for whom an old medallion was worth more than all the fruits of his labors. They could be free from their burdens, if only they could forget.
Their problems go deeper than memories. Simply forgetting does not make them go away. Their burdens exist for a reason. Why should they be allowed to forget? Let's say that. Their burdens exist for a reason. Why should they be allowed to forget?
Many such people gain these burdens through no fault of their own. Others act to redeem themselves only to find their memories will not forgive them. Even when problems have run their course, memory can be the stone that sinks you into the abyss.
You made your point.
Bad enough that the past is set. Better that we should not have to dwell upon it. Was there something else, mortal?
I need you to call off the eyeless.
On the contrary, mortal. Their work must continue. Far too much was uncovered while they lay dormant.
They draw attention to the very things you wish hidden. In my dreams, I have seen them swarming over the Deerwood.
Those who know too much of the White Forge will be washed clean from Eora. And then the eyeless shall rest once more.
This isn't some lone tribe of dwarves. The Forge sees visitors from all over now. The eyeless will tear the Deerwood apart. It will never be forgotten. The sea life around you stirs back and forth, agitated, restless.
Even if it is as you say, there is nothing that can be done. The eyeless do not think for themselves. They have only the purpose that is given to them. They do not stop until the purpose is fulfilled. They will not change course now for me or anyone. I am sorry.
This was your doing. You must intervene.
The interventions of gods seldom work out in anyone's favor. Our touch is too heavy. The world crumbles beneath it. It is why we so often enlist the help of mortals. They execute our wishes with greater care. I have done far too much already.
Kaoto said they could be called off.
Only if those they pursue are no longer a threat. The raid Sarens were stopped before they could take the White Forge. In your case, Watcher, you are well beyond that now. And if what you say is true, then the Deerwood is as well.
If you won't stop them, then I will.
Your determination is commendable, but the eyeless number in the thousands. You will need more than strength or luck.
The help of a god would be most welcome.
I will give you what aid I can. I bade the eyeless to remain hidden when at rest. They are gathered in the hollow of a great rock, splintered from Ione Brother. It lies in a flooded crater known as Kairon's Scar.
Accuracy.
Know, too, that they were built to answer the call of their master's hammer. When they hear it strike, they come to its aid. If you were to take that piece of his hammer from here and reshape it in Abaddon's forge into a likeness of the original, you might be able to call them to you. But destroying them would be another matter. I know of one way, but only from the center of the Lion's Den. Only with their master's hammer in your service. If you can do all this, if you can reshape what remains of Abaddon's hammer and bring it inside their lair, I can instruct you there on what you would need to do.
I will do what I can.
And I will see you through when the time comes.
I will remake the hammer in the White Forge and stop the eyeless.
If you do not, be assured, they will come for you as they did for the Pargrunen.
An uneasy turbulence disturbs the calm like an unwelcome
Careful
thought.
as you approach the lake. When I claimed the eyeless, I made sure they would not be discovered while they slept.
I have high perception.
Many of my most devoted followers stand watch there. They will not allow you near.
Can you tell them to
And there
video?
is something far worse. Something more fearsome and dangerous than any eyeless. Let us hope you do not attract its attention.
What is it? In place of an answer, a sudden surge. I know what it is. It's the Kraken, right? In the place of an answer, a sudden surge in the current from beneath sends you hurtling upward. The surface above you approaches fast, shifting and glimmering like quicksilver. You emerge soaking wet on the stone floor of the reliquary, gasping for breath as if you'd been holding it for hours. It must be the Kraken. We need Kraken shells or whatever scales to make the legendary enchants, and it does fit in with Ondra. Release the Kraken! Travel directly to the foundry in Durgan's Battery. I mean, I haven't really explored here. Let's explore the rest of this map if we can, without getting attacked. Though backed by the money and spies of two Valiant dukes, Pelagina had difficulty cracking the Glenfattan astronomer's code. Many of the Glenfattans who initially appeared helpful turned out to be saboteurs who believed that outsiders could not be trusted with Glenfattan secrets. A series of ambushes and difficult chases through Glenfatt eventually brought Pelagina face to face with the great-great-granddaughter of one of the Orden astronomers who predicted the lowest tide. She threatened to destroy the key to translating the cipher, but Pelagina was able to negotiate a limited translation of the key astronomical information. In the end, the Valiant dukes were a bit disappointed, as they had hoped to learn additional secrets of the Glenfattan astronomy. However, even the information Pelagina recovered was fascinating to Valiant astronomers. Constellated Cloak. Casts dimensional shifts. Foe beam, it's a stunning beam. And plus 12 reflex. Okay, let's look around. It's getting less and less likely that we finish the game today.
Give me a real challenge.
In fact, I'm starting to think I might not even be able to finish the DLC today.
Hey.
This is so relaxing to watch. It is a great game, great story, great music, great dialogues. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Porcelain Goo. Wait, I haven't gone up here. Oh, the mural. A mural is rendered on the face of the rock wall. 4 panels seem to be arranged as a story of some kind. Inspect the mural. First panel, Anthu, the end. Inspect the next panel. Second panel, Salmon, the flood. So fire, flood. Third panel, Disamand, the ebb. The barren shore. Fourth panel, the Anthu, the beginning. And the new city. Yeah, the answer was here, as Thor said.
I see where you're going with that.
But, you know, the Omoa tells you that there's...
You look pale, sister. Find someone to take your place.
Panels, murals,
I'll stand watch.
Look outside and we should take a look at them.
I hoped I was over this illness, but clearly not. I shall take your advice.
But I was under the impression that it was to help with the... whatever the ritual he was asking us to do. Like the ritual words or something. So once we solved that another way, I didn't go out. And most of the time you don't come through here, right? You sneak through here into the Hall of Silence. Oh, where did we enter from? I don't remember now. So you end up skipping the murals. I think I'll manage. Manage hasn't finished the DLC today, or finish the game today.
Tidebringer. It's been so long. My soul is ready, brother.
Giant skeleton's leg, ribcage. The temple is built... It feels like it's built on Abaddon's skeletons, but not really. Both? Okay. That's cool. I mean, I'm happy either way. I'm happy to play this game a few more days if necessary, or finish it today and move on to the next game tomorrow. Both would make me happy. Okay, we are going to Durgan's battery now. So I'm going to take a short break, like less than 5 minutes. I need a bio break. I'm going to run some ads to disable pre-rolls for an hour. Thank you for your patience with that. Stay tuned. Once I'm back in less than 5 minutes, we are going to continue and try and finish the DLC. Hey, Elmancer, welcome in. Good to see you. I will be back shortly. Be right back.
I have the ingredients you asked for.
Wonderful. Hand them over. There you go. Tell Mr. Bryden to apply this poultice to the area in question. It works wonders.
Thank you very much.
What she actually did behind the scenes is just picked up the flowers and... There you go. That's how you prepare medicine. Don't attack the explosives. I'm trying not to. See, I'm not attacking the explosives. Alright, let it be known in all history books that we won because I was amazing and I played amazingly. I was a tactical genius, and Christoph is very strong because I built the character in an amazing way, because I'm amazing, and not because cheesing or due to the bugs at all. No, sir. I should probably do this right. Sorry.
This better be good. What
Well, they're old friends. They won't mind.
Side for you.
For you! For you!
Rawr. That was my best bear impression.
Vernon left a DVD in his safe.
Snooky! My Snooky!
Okay. She doesn't look quite right to me. Is it just me?
Any idea what this
Oh,
is?
Nico
like
doesn't have a
picture
head
of
either.
Spider.
What happened to their heads? Hopefully I don't need to gather my party to venture forth.
You must gather your party before venturing forth. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Find the entrance to the cellar on the ground floor of the rat house. Oh! What? What? Okay, we are a good snake, but he basically bumped into us. How? I am back. Gonna be a little lurky, that's perfectly fine, Ailmancer. Thank you for the lurk
back.
and enjoy it. Thank you, Pout. Okay, let's go to the battery. I did have a good and relaxing 5 minutes. Best 5 minutes of my life. Let's go to the forge. Incredible heat ripples upward from the white forge and laps against your exposed skin. The fragment of Abaddon's hammer grows warm in your hands, as if in recognition. It is only a fraction of the size of the original, but there is metal enough to create a hammer fit for a person of your size to wield. In this forge, the fragment could be shaped anew. Recreate Abaddon's hammer. You call to mind every memory you have witnessed of the great hammer. The images coalesce and take shape in your mind's eye. You know every curve, every engraving. Even as a shapeless lump of metal, you can see the fragment for what it is to become. The fragment is slow to heat, even in the white forge, and quick to cool as you work it against the anvil. Sweat drizzles down your body and puddles at your feet. Your arm grows sorer with each swing of your forge hammer until you can barely lift it. Minutes turn to hours. As Abaddon's hammer begins to take shape, the ring of your own hammers against it takes on a familiar tone. One that you have heard in your dreams. With each strike, an image flashes in your mind. It is hazy at first, but it gains detail as the hammer begins to resemble the original. Over time, the image becomes a frozen landscape centered around the crater lake. Eyeless patrol its frozen surface in droves, and this can only be the place Ondra described, Cheiron's Scar. The eyeless pause here and there when you strike and look up, as though hearing the echo on the wind. In the distance, as more details appear, you can see other landmarks. Stalwart, Durgan's Battery, and you understand where the lake lies in the White March, where you must take this hammer. Finally, with the careful etching of the last detail with your chisel, the hammer is completed. No sooner do you make the final mark than you feel the pure, radiant energy pulsing from within it like a mechanical heartbeat. There's an indescribable beauty to the shape of the weighting and the design. It feels as if this is the realization of the metal's purpose. You take up the hammer and its power rushes over you in waves and it shakes your body so hard you nearly drop to your knees. The tremor passes, but the surge of the power remains. The hair on your arm stands on to end. In your hands is a faithful recreation of a divine instrument. That's a good looking hammer. You bash somebody's skull with it. I hope they appreciate it.
I've heard enough.
The sounds of an argument reach you from the stairs. Dorian marches into the room, arms crossed, while Wengra bounds along with him.
This threatens all of us now.
Matron Berrigan lumbers after Dorian and Wengra, flanked by two stout ogres.
She's right. We've got to fight together.
You also recognize Aderic following them. This is amazing. These are all the allies that we have made. They are all going to join us. I love it. I love it. We could have killed the ogres, we didn't. We could have killed Aderic, we didn't. And they are all joining us now. You also recognize Aderic following them. His shoulders are rigid and his arms are clasped in front of him. Wengra sees you and points enthusiastically.
See, Darian, she'll tell ya. We can stop him.
Tension crackles in the air. Darian whirls and cuts Wengra off with a chopping motion.
If she's seen them, she knows better.
What's going on here?
Something killed a whole crew of hunters out in the wood. Tore them apart like dolls, insects.
Despite his steady posture, his eyes flit and flicker like flies, and his upper lip shines with sweat.
Something like the creatures that attacked my fort, perhaps?
Berrigan mutters something to her escort, and they snort in agitation.
I told ya! All we gotta do is get him in range of these cannons, and then we blast him!
She brings her hands together in a loud clap.
We don't even know what they are.
I do. Oh, I do. He shuts his eyes and breathes loudly through his nose. I didn't realize the dialogue option was I do. I do. Everyone turns to look at you. But what they are isn't important. What matters is that they'll destroy us all, and more, if they aren't stopped.
At last, some sense. Will you listen to her, if not to me?
The destruction my dreams warned me of.
Berrigan's gaze is distant with horror. Suddenly she rounds on Wengra and Darian.
And your greed and recklessness have brought them on us all!
She rolls her shoulders back and bares her teeth at the two villagers. Rage hangs around her like a mask. Dorian and Wengra each take a step back and square off against the
You
others.
burning our village didn't help matters none.
Wengra's feral grimace exposes needle-sharp teeth.
It wasn't my clan that attacked you.
Her nostrils flare.
No difference. One ogre stinks as bad as the next.
You may be right, Berrigan, but this isn't helping. Perhaps you should go? No. Berrigan, did you come all this way out here just to say I told you so? Calm down, everyone. None of that matters now. Dorian and Wengra grumble, shifting on their feet and glaring sullenly. After a pause, Berrigan looks back at you.
I came to offer my clan's help.
The others gawk at her.
The White March has been our home for centuries. We'll defend it alongside you.
The ogres flanking her grant their assent. Your aid would be welcome. She presents an ancient banded horn in both of her calloused hands, holding it out to you.
Sound it anywhere in the White March, and 3 of my best warriors will be at your side.
Are you giving me a summon item?
Your battles become ours.
I was trying to get rid of summon items, and you give me an ogre summoning item. Well, okay, I suppose. I'll take it.
What's your plan for dealing with them exactly?
The eyeless are hidden at Kairon's Scar. I'll face them there. Wengra and Darian gape at each other in disbelief.
That lake's notorious.
I guess so, yeah.
Folk never come back from that.
She breaks off, her eyes suddenly wide.
Oh.
You'll need all the help you can get. I have fewer men to offer than I would like, but the iron flail stands ready. Our siege weapons are at your disposal.
The same ones you threw at the battery's walls?
These eyeless will come for us all if they aren't stopped here and now.
Forget it. You're not bringing your army into our backyard.
He looks to you and
Tell
nods.
him.
Aderic's right. We need to work together. It's no time to worry about what's past, Darian.
Guess you're right. Won't be anything left of Stalwart if we don't stop these monsters anyway.
He looks down at the spot his heel has ground into the grit. You'll assemble at Charon's Scar and await your orders. Be ready, my friend. It will be a great battle. Adric bows slightly, then and steps away. An awkward silence follows. Wenger clears her throat noisily.
You know, those heavy cannons you fixed might come in handy.
She grins, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Dorian starts to groan, and she looks up both hands.
Hey, hear me out. Charon's Scar should be just in range for those guns. You just point out your target, and I'll do the rest.
If those things are on the move, we don't have much time. If you're really gonna stop them, take this. It's the best of the ore we've pulled from Stalwart's mines.
He gives you a solemn nod.
It's not much, but it's good enough to make the old Pargrunen Smiths proud. I'm sorry about what I said before. Just don't take it out on the rest of the village.
He looks away. Did you get some? You may call upon the aid of Crag Ogres by using Bergen's Battlehorn in Charon's Scar. You can call for the Raid Seren's aid by using the Burning Pitch Trebuchet ability in Charon's Scar, which always granted Burning Pitch Trebuchet. You may call upon the Cannons of Durgan's Battery by using the Heavy Cannon Blast ability in Charon's Scar, which always granted Heavy Cannon Blast. Where are they? Twin Stones? No. Wendgar? Ooh. Oh no. Use the hammer to destroy the army of Eyeless at Charon's Sky. Sure. Easy. Which one was I using? I was using this one, right? Not this one. So this is to summon the ogres.
Hey there.
I guess we are going to get those abilities mentioned in Charon's Scar, not here.
Hey.
Can you only bind the hammer to the protagonists? I don't know, actually. Probably not. Probably not. Grants destroy eyeless on critical hits. Grants Ring of the Ancient Forge, 1 evidence labor, 1 per encounter. I guess not. Why would it be like that? It's legendary. No, I can't bind to anyone. But who would I bind it to? I guess I could get rid of Spell Tongue and give it to Kana. I don't know. I don't know. +4 might, +4 might. Main has 109 accuracy. Yeah, but we are set up as a range character. I know it's pretty high. I mean, it's on crit, it destroys eyeless, right? It just kills them outright. We can 1 per encounter use stun them and crush them, so... but this is the big one. On crit, it just kills eyeless. Who has highest crit chance? Well, it would be Mithril, but Mithril is set up to fight at ranged. The best I can do is give it to Kana. The 4 might would go to waste. I could switch out his helmets. Is there something else I'm missing, Parrot, when you say I should read what it does? Don't really have a good headpiece to replace that one. I have +2 intellect ones. You can use it to hammer giant snails. I guess... Oh no, it's a two-handed weapon. It's a two-handed weapon. Chat. I wasn't paying attention to that. I thought it was a single-handed weapon. Well, in that case... I could give this to Adair. Adair will be fine without the shields. Like, at least for the upcoming battle. We are not going to use this after the DLC anyway. So with Adair, there is a legendary 15 accuracy and then +10 accuracy against eyeless, right? So with those, he will have 104 accuracy against eyeless. The only problem is he has very high, very heavy armor, so he won't be making too many attacks. I wonder if I could make Mitral survive as a melee character for this fight. You know what? We could try. We could try and have some fun with it, maybe. Let's try. Let's try it with Mitral.
Hey.
That will be weird and not really fitting the main character. Travel direct to the Kairon stack. You know what? I actually kinda want to go to Cadnoa and rest. So we will do that first.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is...
Look at how many there are.
Once more I am called upon to set right the gods' transgressions. It has become a tiring refrain.
Did we get a visitor? Gay Dynamaster has arrived requesting a prisoner to conduct the experiment. Okay, we don't care. She'll reforging the ancient weapon of a god that will help her destroy a giant force threatening the whole continent. Then going, man, this is a two-handed hammer. I'm range build, screw this weapon.
Hey.
It's just unfortunate.
Quiet.
It's really unfortunate that it is a weapon that my main character cannot use. It would be glorious, like it would be amazing if it was like a crossbow. Of course, that never happens.
Hey. Hey.
You let have it on now. Thank you, Parrot. I appreciate that.
Be right back.
See you with that. Are you going to talk to Abaddon? Oh. For Constitution, minus attack speed, armor damage reduction when endurance below 26%. Interesting. Good for someone, possibly. Plus for con. Yes. We'll give it to Kana.
All right then.
Whoever this was, he's been long dead. What remains of the flesh is blackened and frozen solid. Touch the corpse. This creature worries you and your three companions. It feels wrong, tainted. But the lure of riches is stronger. That giant rock in the center of the lake might contain gold, gems, or more. It took a week of backbreaking labor, but the boat is finished. It may not be entirely watertight, but it'll be enough to get you across the lake and back. You set off from the shore, icy winds filling the sail. Sadon grins at you. He expressed the most doubt that the boat would float. A moment later, he's gone, barely managing a scream as a gigantic tentacle yanks him from the boat and under the water. More tentacles emerge from the water. The air is filled with the sound of cracking and splintering wood as the boat gets pulled apart. You dive into the water without a second thought and begin swimming madly for shore, hoping your friends are doing the same. Your heavy furs weigh you down, but by some miracle you make it to the land. You hear a burbling sound and look up to see one of the fish people, a Lagafath, standing over you. Its spear raised. You rise to your knees, your hands raised, showing you have no weapons and that you pose no threat. The Lagafath makes the sound again. Wait, you start to say, but the creature drives its spear deep into your chest before you can say anything else. Mercifully, the agony is brief before the world fades.
I'll stay out of sight.
Brave down.
You have to go here. I guess we can take both paths. You've got the high ground. No. Did I cancel this? Let's get the priest. Uh-oh. Well, the priest is down. Let's get the chant. How did that happen?
Curse!
I'll teach you.
That's it, everyone. So that's a bad idea.
Mow it.
You just realized you know absolutely nothing about this game. Is it like Divinity but more complex? I don't really remember Divinity Original Sin's complexity level, but if you know Baldur's Gate, it is very similar to Baldur's Gate in terms of complexity, and it is, yes, Divinity Original Sin, Baldur's Gate, Pillars of Eternity, they are all similar games, tactical RPGs. If I remember correctly, Divinity Original Sin is fully turn-based, right? This is what's called real-time with pause. So the combat happens in real time, but you can pause to issue orders. If you like Divinity Original Sin, you are very likely to like this game as well. For sure. Come on, what are you doing? You like the real-time part? It can be challenging to get used to if you're a fan of turn-based combat. It sometimes doesn't make sense when actions take place.
That's it.
Of course. This thing isn't doing the job.
There's quite a bit of detail in the
This thing isn't doing
background
the job.
mechanics. You don't necessarily have to know everything about the rules to play the game. However, it helps to know. Obviously, the more you know, the better you can make plans, and better success you will have. But you don't necessarily have to understand everything 100%.
Let's see what lies this way.
Give me a real challenge.
Okay.
You're not getting through me.
Poor doggy. Ooh. Aw. Who is Master Diometo? I think I need to use spells.
Consider it dead.
Is this a rogue that chases after my backline? Kind of a problem. Oh no! Adair is taking so much damage. Wow, okay, what's going on there? I need to cast spells. What is my best healing? This is not the highest heal, but let's cast this. As well as the Garden of Life. And the moon well. Okay. Got him peeled off. That's good. He's almost dying. Let's finish him off.
Hi.
What are you doing? Let's give everyone less. Okay, Master is dead. Let's finish this one. Okay.
That's it.
Rough battle.
Bullseye.
Ogre mites. 20 concentration, 2 resolve. Not too bad. I don't think I could use it.
Hey.
I see where you're going with that. There. What did I tell you?
Ooh. Unconscious.
Brave thou Philon you leave.
Cold water drips from the roof of this yurt and puddles into the hearth. Fish bones lie among the coals. Someone carved a swirling crescent into the bench. This yurt reeks of steel sweat. There is only one bedroll inside. This yurt is empty but for a few heavy bedrolls. We killed the Ondrites. We probably didn't have to. But, oh well. Too bad. So sad. Welcome back, Parrot. So this goes inside. I don't necessarily want to do that right now. Let's take the other path. Let's rest here. There are camping supplies here. Go all the way back here. We have to find that Kraken. We have to awaken the Kraken to upgrade some weapons to legendary.
Leave it to me!
Time to get Kraken.
Die!
The span of ice flows separates two larger sheets. The flows continuously roil the water and bump into each other with arrhythmic cracks. Despite their unstable positions, the flows are packed tightly enough that it's possible you could leap across the span. Still, anyone short on grace and balance stands a good chance of sliding off into the ice and into the frigid water. Rime and Frost follow the footfalls of Karth. Chant the phrase Rime and Frost followed by the footfalls of Karth. As you work your magic, the water between the flows crystallizes into a sturdy lattice of clear ice. Given the size of the flows, it's unlikely to keep the whole span stable for long. In fact, you can already hear the few of the large pieces creaking against their temporary moorings. Jump across the flows. Your weight causes a number of flows to crack and shift dangerously as you cross, but the magic holds enough that you aren't launched into the water. With careful deliberation and cautious movements, you reach the other side safely. Oh, hello! Okay.
Easy does it.
No, ooh, okay. Okay. This is bad.
Yes?
We are kinda... Come on, give me crits. Mitral, give me crits.
Mm-hmm.
Crits, 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 crits. We couldn't crit.
Hey.
That's fine. It's still dead.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
You're not getting through me.
Maybe I shouldn't have started this fight. You're like strong. need to take down that lizard for sure.
Die already!
Yeah, there, don't die. Lizard, you die. Stop casting walls. Walls are my spells. Come on. Oh no, Wizard didn't die.
This thing isn't doing the job. Hey.
Varanthus! Varanthus!
Of course. Hey.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. No. Come on, crit. Now I need crit more than ever.
This isn't working.
What's that?
This thing isn't doing the job.
That's the... And that's how it's done.
This isn't working.
Gone.
This thing is...
I'll be fine.
Show him how it's
fine. It's fine. But I want to crit and use the weapon's...
This isn't working.
Weapon's special ability.
That looked like it.
It's not happening, chat. We are not critting. He kinda stun like them though, or interrupt constantly. They can't really do anything against us. Oh, oh.
This isn't working.
bullseye.
Am I even able to crit?
I'll teach you a lesson.
Like I have... What is my accuracy? Can I even go over 100 to crits? Primary is 88, so plus 10 against eyeless, it would make it 98.
This thing isn't doing the... This thing isn't doing...
There's no escaping these things!
That is some long prone, by the way. Okay, we got it. Dragon's Breath. And Bash. I was hoping it would get +2 enemies engaged, but it didn't work that way. That's okay. This is a very good shield.
Of course.
You can just make out the blurred shape of an eyeless behind the ice. What's their deflection? Yeah, I will check next time. If their deflection is 98 or higher, I don't think we are capable of critting them. Unless we reduce their deflection or give ourselves accuracy. And I expect them to have high deflection.
Brave thou
That's not very...
Bullseye.
85, it's not that high. That gives me what, 1 in 10 chance to crit?
Just have to try
almost.
something else.
Of course.
I have seen their deflection go as high as 100. Oh. Is that one part of the Kraken? Okay. If I attack that tentacle, the rest of it will show up, I bet. And we will do that for sure.
This blast.
Freaking tentacles. Not the cute variety. Not like green tentacle. Mitra, what are you doing, Mitra?
This thing isn't doing... This thing is...
And that's how it's done.
Oh! Mitral crits the eyeless hammer for 51 crash damage. I think that damage would have killed it anyway. Hey! Oh. More tentacles. Is it not coming?
Hey.
Dude, I'm here. Okay, fine. Be like that.
This thing isn't doing the...
That looked like it hurt.
Alright then.
I mean, this is clean enough, I suppose. Adair is taking so much damage, by the way.
Brave thou Phelan.
Leave it to me!
Sure. And that.
This thing isn't... Hey.
Hello?
That looked like it.
All right then.
Okay.
Not getting through me.
There's more.
This thing is...
Thankfully, tentacles do not chase you. They are immobile, so we can always reset the fight.
That's it.
Let's end this.
This thing isn't doing the job. This...
Bullseye.
That's it.
They have very high fortitude. We have no idea about reflex. Is that what Purple Tentacle actually says? Mobile, energetic? I don't think so.
That's it.
The planks have been peeled from the bow of this old fishing boat. Where's the Kraken?
He'll never know I'm here.
He killed the tentacles, but not the Kraken.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay.
Sure.
I wasn't expecting 4 of them. So they are kind of prone to prawn. I think they get prawned easily. So maybe we... This does prawn, right? Launch people into the air, knock victims prone. Right, yes, okay, let's use that. I have these abilities that I'm not using. I mean, I don't need them, so let's not use them until we need them. Okay, Kana is dying already. Give me Moonwell. Who needs abilities? You're right. Left click is all we need. Kana is dead.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
Hey Legion, looking forward to day 69 of PoE. Either today or tomorrow it's going to finish for sure. How are you, Legion? Good to see you. Well, we need to resurrect Kana. Wait, Kana is not dead.
I'll teach you a lesson.
This thing isn't doing the job.
What are you doing?
That
Sure, no, we are actually pretty close. We are closing in on the end of the DLC. No, heals. We need heals. Let's not get greedy. And you crit, okay?
Show him how it...
It'll be great.
Done! I'll teach you.
Kana is dead now for sure.
This thing. Isn't doing the job. This thing is. Die!
You know what? Let's not erase Kana. Ooh. That kick.
That's not very helpful.
She just died.
Not getting through me.
Parathis!
Why did she die? How am I going to take this one down? Let's spam some single target damage things. Immune to fire. Never mind. Never mind that. Venom blood. Seems like just the other day we were playing Half-Life. Yeah, we were. We were.
Yeah.
I do, you know, play 2 games at
Thing
once.
isn't doing the job.
That didn't work. Need to try something.
That's not
I was
very
playing
helpful.
Half-Life yesterday. He finished Half-Life 2 yesterday. How time flies, it does.
That didn't work. Need to try something.
This thing isn't doing the job.
No, I don't want that actually. Come on, die please.
Word wrong.
Immune to lightning.
This thing isn't doing the. This thing isn't doing the job.
So lightning wasn't helping. I didn't think they were immune to lightning though. That's weird.
This thing isn't doing the job.
And what does the flame reveal?
Let's take the camping supplies here. Actually, you know what? Let's go to Cadnua. Rest and reset our resolve bonus before we go in. And I'm not sure if we are going to face the Kraken later or if I missed it. Actually, I'd like chat to answer me this question. Am I supposed to face the Kraken on this map? Or later? Should I look for it? Because I don't want to pass that fight.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Anyone? Okay, let's go. I was asking if the Kraken is to be found on this map or later, because I don't want to pass that fight. Should I look for the Kraken on this map? Because I'm about to go in otherwise. And I don't want to skip the Kraken fight. I won't pass it, okay. Because Ondra made it sound like you could pass it. Like we could move forward without awakening the Kraken. She made it sound like.
Hello? Hello?
And what does the flame reveal?
It's just a silly crafting system spoiler sparking your imagination. No, Ondra did say there is a guardian that we'd rather not awaken. Here of Ondra, columns of water rise up from the pool in front of you, shifting and riding with an air around them in a vortex. This can only be Ondra's hair, appearing before you at a fraction of the size typically reported by mariners unfortunate enough to encounter them on the high seas.
You have done well to have come so far. I confess I was not certain you would make it, but I do not wish to give false hope. The greater challenge remains in front of you.
The eyeless have to be stopped for the good of the deerwood.
Running through the core of this rock is a large growth of crystal. You will know it when you see it. A blow to the crystal would reverberate through the walls of this place. Strike it enough and the entire structure would crumble. The eyeless would be buried. Of course, it would take a person years to cause enough damage.
But not with the help of the eyeless.
Then you know what must be done.
Do I?
Strike the crystal with Obidon's hammer. The eyeless will wake and come to its call. Join in striking the crystal.
Okay.
They will cluster together and bury themselves.
How are we going to
I have
run away?
realized it is best that they should be ended, for within each of them is a small piece of Obidon himself. Upon their deaths, those fragments and the memories they contain will be safely dispersed. I had not considered the dangers of allowing them to persist, until a watcher appeared at my abbey.
I'm not running away. Not yet, at least. What aren't you telling me?
A single strike upon the crystal will not be enough. The eyeless respond only as long as the hammer rings.
No.
You will need to remain until their work is complete.
No.
Wielding the hammer until the
serious?
walls come crumbling down.
What? But that would mean... Oh.
You mean for me to die here?
Your sacrifice will be mourned.
Who's going to finish the game?
But your fate is already sealed.
If I die here, who's going to finish the main quests?
The eyeless cannot be reasoned with or fled from. One day not far from now, they would kill you and level the Deerwood. You have seen what they will do. This is the way you can stop them. And the truth is that you are marked by the eyeless for a
Chaos
reason.
will finish it. That's not
It would
the
be
finish
better
we want.
for all if the things you have seen were forgotten.
Shut up, Ondra.
A tidy ending for the Sea Queen. But we'll write our own, right?
Crushing's a bad way to go. maybe we should just hang ourselves.
Oh, is it better? The watery columns drop all at once back into the pool, sending up a small splash. The pool settles, and looking down into it, you see only the faces of you and your companions, alone and condemned.
Hey.
Nah, there is no way the main character dies here. The worst that can happen is we sacrifice a companion. And I don't think the game will make me do that either.
Brave thou not believe. Blast!
Hey. You're not getting... Leave it to me! This thing isn't doing...
Bullseye. Sean!
That's not very...
This isn't work!
Sean! Bullseye.
Honestly, I may just not use the hammer anymore. I'm not critting. Maybe it's better I just attack with the crossbow, right? I don't know. Maybe I give it to Adair like I first thought. Oh, maybe we will die here and we will make the golem. Like Abaddon. It still deals a lot of damage to the eyeless. Yeah, that's why I think I might give it to Adair. Rather than putting Mithril in danger. Because I was giving it to Mithril because I thought she would have a higher chance of critting. But I think Adair will... I mean, Mithril does a ton of more attacks than Adair though, right? Okay, let's keep it on Mithril. That suits the main quest story better anyway.
I'll see what I can find.
Great. This is...
Oh. We have the wrong weapon.
This thing isn't doing the... Leave it to me! That's not very helpful.
No! Following your lead.
Okay. Oh, come on. No.
Hey there.
Brave thou not believe.
Come on, get up.
This thing isn't... This thing is...
This isn't working.
Mo, this thing isn't doing the job. That's not very helpful. This thing isn't doing...
Suck. I have no.
This thing isn't doing the...
So they are immune to lightning damage, but the stun effect of the lightning still takes effect. It still works, they are still stunned.
Stand still.
Hey.
This isn't working. Suck.
Brave thou Philothelim.
How many of these are there? I thought they were going to help me. Not try and kill me. Judging by the claw marks and scales around the edges of this pool, you believe it's regularly used by the Lugfath. You see something shimmering in the depths of the frigid, murky water. Sand Adair. Over 9,000, I hope not. Adair dives in and immediately feels the cold bite of the water. Water is calm, but a person with a weak constitution will suffer greatly if submerged for more than a few moments. Dive towards the shimmering light. Adair shrugs off the intense cold and dives towards the lights glinting in the murky depths of the ice cave. Adair quickly recovers a cache of Lagafath treasures, including a variety of coins and a set of surprisingly well-preserved plate greaves. Unfortunately, the disturbance of the horde was observed by a pack of Lagafath that are swimming over to investigate. Hiding from the Lagafath will be difficult, but attempting to outwit them would require phenomenal athletic ability. Swim to the surface as fast as possible. Adair confidently launches off to the bottom of the ice cave. Even with the Lagfath's treasure under one arm, Adair manages to easily reach the surface ahead of their clawing hands. Moments later, furious Lagafath erupt from the pool. Okay, we started with the paralyzed ruins.
Of course.
What is the treasure? The Greaves. Armor speed penalty, damage reduction, wild sprints. Interesting. 3 damage reduction / pierce crush. Switch out with this maybe? But it gives armor speed penalty. I guess it's better than this pair.
Hey.
For Kana. You can put heavy armor in your heavy armor. Yeah, that's what I'm doing for Kana.
Yeah.
Come on, let's for once get lucky with the crits.
This isn't working.
Crits. Was already near death.
Alright then.
So what can I do to reduce their deflection, by the way? What do I have?
Death will never come for an immortal.
Hey QP, how are you doing? How are you doing today? Busy day?
Yeah?
I don't know what lowers deflection.
Hey.
Doing good, had some beers with bucks of Senti. Oh, that's nice. That's good. Hope you enjoyed your day.
That's gotta be the crystal. You ready for this?
Is this the Kraken? Let's rest.
Hey.
Divine Mark, okay. Yes, okay, you're right. Minus 25 deflection. I forgot about it. Blinded reduces deflection. I think I'm passively doing blind anyway, so that helps. So that is what reduces their deflection when I'm fighting.
What?
Hey there.
Hey.
A ridge overlooks a broad chamber half flooded with lake water. You could crawl down this way, but it looks too steep and slick to climb back up. Leave. Okay, we are done. We are not doing the rest. I'm scared. I'm running away. Devotions of the Faithful to increase your accuracy.
What?
What was Devotions of the Faithful? Let's remember that one. Not this one. This gives deflection bonus. 4th level spell. Accuracy might. 20 melee. Oh, okay. Beers or bears?
Hey.
Probably beers. I'd be surprised if they had bears. You discussed and could not reach a conclusion to your drunk people topics. Well, you can't reach any conclusion even when you're sober, so that's pretty much expected when you're drunk. Climb down. Eight of them. Okay. What a surprise! So what do we do? I have no idea what to do now. Can I?
Wondrous giants!
Oh, they're coming at me.
Die!
Yeah.
What are you? Why are you there? What? He's gone.
Yum, yum, yum.
Yeah?
This thing is...
That's it.
This...
Your tail ends.
Hey.
Are they pulling my characters somehow? By the way, let's look at this one. Immune to Charmed, Confused, Dominated. So that's not much. Unless there is more. You had lots of trouble with this fight. Okay.
Let's end this.
Bullseye.
This...
I have them.
This thing...
That's it.
Let's end this.
So far we didn't have to engage the Kraken and we are killing the tentacles. Durance was somehow pulled all the way to the Kraken. I don't know if it was a misclick on my part.
And...
No, it's not a misclick on my part. It happened to Mithril now. Stunned also.
Sure.
Bullseye.
Hey.
Bullseye.
Let's see if I can cheekily reset the fight. No, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Uligda.
We cannot go here? Or we can. Let's test the Kraken out a little bit.
Almost had it. Let me try again.
Badly injured? Are you serious? Already badly injured? There's got to be something else. It can't be that easy. But look at the wall damage. 55 burn, 55 burn. Mithril crits. The wall did wonders there.
Hey.
I'm not really struggling so far. But I expected this to be much harder.
Following your lead.
cast another wall.
How may I help you?
Sure.
Well, Mithril is gone. Let's finish the Kraken off at least. Now we need to kill these.
This thing isn't...
Ah, check. That's...
Sacre!
Will do.
Die!
This isn't working.
That wall did a ton of damage.
This isn't working.
Give me the Kraken eyes. Where are the Kraken eyes? No. The eyes. They are gone. No eyes for me. But I was here for Kraken eyes. Oh well. I'm sure.
The eyes!
I tried Thor, believe me. An enormous crystal juts from the wall like a spearhead protruding from a wound. An army of reflections stares back at you from the crystal's perfect facets. It echoes the sound of your footsteps in soft ringing hums. Someone will have to take up Abaddon's hammer and strike the crystal, and Ondra warned that whoever does so will be buried in this place with the eyeless. Whom do you choose? So I want to try it with myself. See if the game ends or not. If it does, we are going to need a companion to sacrifice. And if that happens, I think I would finally shut Durance up for good. I don't know, I think I would sacrifice Durance. Okay, let's try with let's get a save. Yourself.
It has been an honor to follow your lead. The gods really have it in for you. I wish they knew you like I did.
Everyone will know what you've done for us. I'll tell everyone I know. Not even the Sea Queen herself could stop me.
So my guess is, this I might be completely off, but my guess is, since we have the hammer to upgrade with the Soulbound, a requirement that destroy the eyeless with the hammer. So once we do that, okay, that wasn't a sentence. I will try again. I will attempt a second time at making English work for me. So the hammer has a Soulbound upgrade requirement that says destroy the eyeless with this. Once that happens, it's going to be upgraded to level 2. I think that might save us. So if we destroy it with the character that it's soulbound to, I think that might save us. Hopefully. We'll try.
Well teaches us that everything happens for a reason, or sometimes no reason at all. That's probably why he doesn't have a lot of followers.
Straight into the fire, then. Your chances aren't favorable, but at least you've learned to embrace the test. I told you I'd be good for you, Watcher.
You have the hammer and swing it at the crystal. A perfect clear tone rings through the air and resonates through your teeth. Seconds later, ripples shiver through the water. Something big is coming. You give the others a final nod. The rest of the party scrambles out of the flooded cavern and flees through the tunnels. You continue hammering at the crystal, each strike magnifying the last. The echoes build into physical tremors. Meanwhile, a heavier rhythm pulses through the cave. Footsteps, dozens of them. The others round the corner only to see a line of eyeless advancing. The creatures stagger to the rhythm of the hammer thuds below, yet they crane their necks towards the party, ratcheting back their piston arms. Repulsing Seal. Cast Repulsing Seal. Durance. A glowing seal blooms from the ground. The first two eyeless step onto it and fall backwards, taking most of the others with them. Dodge past the eyeless. The party sprints past the distracted monsters. Fortunately, the creatures are too focused on the hammering to give chase. They continue towards the cavern. You maintain a steady tempo on the crystal. Eyeless gather in the cavern, where they batter the walls in time with the hammer's rhythmic blows. The ground shakes, falling rocks and shattering crystals splash to the ground. The party flees through dark, rumbling corridors. More spellbound eyeless shamble along, but they are too entranced by the swelling cadence to take more than an idle swipe at the party. The tunnel narrows, the light filters through ahead. The exit must be around the next bend. But it's clogged with rubble. Meanwhile, the ground drops several feet at once, and the tunnel begins rolling on its axis. The distant sound of rushing water echoes from the cavern. Twin Stones. Cast Twin Stones. With Veravius. Veravius conjures two boulders and hurls them into the blockage. They hit with a crash, and the rubble rolls down the tunnel. Open sky shines through the cap. The moon shudders again. The party escapes onto the ice just as another thunderous crash sounds from below. Eyeless continue pouring into the cavern from every visible tunnel and crevice. Your ears ring at the ever-growing cacophony of smashing rock and shattering crystal. Meanwhile, the water level is rising. A skull-splitting crack rends the air, and a surge of water knocks you from your feet. The entire cavern rotates, plunging you into a freezing soup of jagged metal, torn flesh, and stone. The others dash across the lake, the ice squeals and crackles, rocking dangerously underfoot. The sinking moon groans, long fissures race across the ice. Blessed was Vengrid, quickest of his tribe, chants. Kana. The words fill the party with vigor. Everyone speeds ahead while the ice cracks harmlessly behind them. At last, everyone reaches the safety of the shore. In the middle of the lake, only the tip of the moon is still visible above the ice. The survivors watch in silence as it sinks into the depths. The world seems to be falling apart in slow motion. You sink into the lake alongside the dark shapes of the moon fragments and crashed isles. Your limbs ache and your lungs burn. Sparks flicker across your vision. Not sparks, scales. Lagafath gather in front of you, and you notice something unusual in their iridescent eyes, a spark of uncommon intelligence. You hear a whisper in your mind. You freed us from our prison in Durgan's battery. Consider our debt paid. Ooh. Ooh! The Lagafath, possessed by the spirits of Maroon and some of the other Pargrunan, swarm and rush you to the surface. Wow, okay. At last, you reach the shallows. You punch through a thin crust of ice and crawl ashore, trembling but alive. Okay. I didn't see that coming at all. Didn't see that coming at all. But it was cool. If I hadn't saved them, what would happen? You'll get trapped, get super angry, eat the hammer, it makes you super strong, then you break out, maybe. You stand at the edge of the lake. The bobbing of the ice and rippling of the water surface slows until you are looking at a moment frozen in time. When the world begins moving once more, it moves in reverse. Stop! Hammer time! So really though, if I hadn't set them free, like, does this always happen, or is it because of my choice there? The surface of the water churns and roils like it's about to spew something up, and it does. The fragment of Ioni brother rises unbroken. Ice reforms across the surface of the lake, spreading in long, freezing fingers. Eyeless file out of moon fragment and onto the ice. They wind around the moon in an ever-widening spiral. Something different happened in your case. Okay. But you were still saved, right? You don't die. They stop as the head of their line reaches you. They speak in a single voice that resonates with grinding metal and hissing steam.
Sink, discarded like worn tools. Why have you consigned us to oblivion?
You would have killed many innocent people.
Cherish violence, but we will fight to defend the legacies of this world.
The eyeless stand tall, ratcheting their arms back.
A hammer, in the other a mace. We protect the greatest works of civilization, lest it collapse beneath its own weight.
Then why did you storm Durgan's battery 200 years ago? Their protest is as sharp as squealing metal.
Sacrifice our own bodies, then dislodge a single stone from such a place. Why do you torment us with baseless accusations?
Okay. Ondra changed you from a preserver to a destroyer. The eyeless are still, but you hear their gears whir as their collective spirit ponders this.
Betrayed.
Then we were betrayed. Yes, you were transformed against your will. This will be a problem. I mean, they have the... I'm not sure what's happening right now. Am I talking to the spirits of the eyeless? But they have Abaddon's soul in them, right? So maybe Abaddon is hearing this? And if so, if he becomes an enemy of Ondra, I'm not sure if this is the best thing to do, but I'm going to tell the truth regardless. Yes, you are transformed against your will.
Betray something we cherish.
And we were made to betray
Hello?
something we cherish.
Hello?
You feel their bitter agony like a hammer strike. The legacy of the Anguitans, you mean.
Civilization.
The bedrock of civilization. Suddenly they attack the ice beneath them, slicing and shattering it with mighty swings from their iron arms. And when the ice breaks, ancient towers rise, blotting out the blue sky and white peaks. Ondra wanted Anguitan civilization forgotten.
Tides to ebb and our seas to dry up, than to cover a single stone the Ingwithans laid.
The ice shakes with the fury of the
Builds
isles.
on the bones of the last. Yet many only look up at where they would go.
Each culture
Never
builds on the
down
bonds
at
of
the
the past.
foundations that bear them. Who builds a listing tower?
Like a mason who builds a listing tower. The remaining ice sheet cracks and
They
groans.
inflict on their progeny. And what dishonor on their forebears?
What peril do they inflict on their progeny? You hear the strain of crumbling stone in the voice of the eyeless.
Now I have divine counsel in my favor, and I can hardly present it as evidence. How frustrating.
An argument I've had with the Lore College. Kana says. The betrayal of memory upsets you greatly.
A gift only to spit in the face of the giver. As in the crafts and institutions of Kith was forged by skill and sacrifice.
You feel these words and the anger behind them in your bones.
From their history will wither, and they deserve no less.
A people cut off from their history will wither. No, they'll be free to choose their own path.
Leads in circles.
A path that leads in circles, Elf.
We must return to ourself and restore Abidan.
Okay, this is interesting. How does this affect what happens ahead in the main story? Because Abaddon is allied with Magran. I guess it wouldn't change anything. They still want to preserve Deerwood, right? With the essence of the spirits. What do you mean about returning to
The
yourself?
fell. Abidan lost much. His will to preserve. The memory of how and why he died. Fragments of his own soul. In returning, we can restore what was taken from him.
You speak as if history were a guide, yet it doesn't always provide a good example. Memory remains a burden even when the events and people it recalls are long gone. It's pain with no purpose. What do we do? You speak as if history were a guide, yet it doesn't always provide a good example.
To it for one.
Then do not look to it for one.
Moral force, but a set of facts. These facts show Kith where they have come from, and how to move forward.
History is a moral force, but history is not a moral force, but a set of facts. The Dear Woodens and Glenfattens have fought 2 wars over their history, and they still haven't moved forward.
Those wars has likely saved them from another now, when it would shatter a Barondir would.
But the memory of those wars has likely saved them from another now. But that's not saying much. Better if the 2 nations could form a stronger accord.
Ties forged, but through years of peace.
And how are such ties forged? But through years of peace.
Worthy goal, but only a steadily built history can achieve it.
The Pargrunen were obsessed with the past. They died in the keep, they built to honor it.
They've built a culture that stretches across Eora, all because they recognize the importance of their shared legacy.
Yet the Pargrunen of Durgan's Battery might have built more if they'd surrendered this obsession with legacy and moved east.
A war with the peoples there, a deadly blight or crippling disease, would have given them is uncertain. Yet it would have bequeathed Kith nothing so great as Durgan's steel.
Stalwart and Ironflail remained at odds even in the face of a bigger threat, all because of their history.
Not that they remember too much of their history, but rather too little.
The problem is not that they remember too much of their history, but rather too little. The ice underfoot becomes suddenly clear. Between your boots, you see an ocean separating Adir and the eastern reach.
Dear Woodens alike began as pioneers from Adir. They all came seeking opportunity.
Boats as small as ants crawled across the glassy blue.
Farther back, they would see their common origins and desires.
Were they to look farther back? The ice dulls and thickens once more. But the experience of history is subjective. People remember what feels immediate and personal, just as you remember your own betrayal.
Truth.
A painful truth. They pause, recalling their suffering. You feel it radiate from them like heat.
But we would not cast history aside over one such example.
I've said my piece. Perhaps Abaddon was meant to forget his past. Some knowledge is too dangerous for this world. Something grinds and rumbles from the chests of the Isles. It's laughter.
A facile argument. One that defends stasis, not progress.
I actually agree. That was... I don't agree with anything that I can say here. I'm not going to say any of these, even for the sake of arguments. Memory remains a burden even when the events and people it recalls are long gone. It's pain with no purpose.
The bearer, and they warn against repeated mistakes. Why would you discard them so hastily?
Burdens strengthen the bearer. I'm awakened. I'm tormented by questions from a past life.
Pity, for you have the chance to answer them, to do things left undone.
The creatures raise their misshapen arms, and the voice of their souls is as deep as and melodious as a bell. Sometimes moving on is the way to move forward. Remaining stuck in the past is not progress.
That some questions cannot be resolved.
That presumes that some questions cannot be resolved. The souls ponder this.
Destructive memories are rare. Surely others are strengthened by retrospection, even amidst pain.
I've said my piece. So in the end, we decide what they do. I mean, I would like Abaddon to be the god of preservation. Or do I, actually? Because preservation can be the opposite of destruction, but it can also be the opposite of progress. And in this instance, it is Abaddon's role is progress rather than distractions. He doesn't ally himself with the Ondra or Skane. You know, rather allies with Magran. And easily leaves things behind, but always develops new things. So the kind of preservation in his earlier role could very well be a problem against progress. Think of all the sword card you could make. I don't know. Enough, you must not restore Abaddon's memory or his dominion over preservation. I mean, why am I allowed to make this choice? Who am I? Who am I to decide the fate of a god? Will they even listen to me? I want Abaddon to know the truth about what happened. The protagonist. Yeah, well, I mean, still, that does not explain how I am able to decide what happens with a god. Okay, very well. Return to yourself and be the god of preservation once more.
See this world and its people restored.
We shall see this world and its people restored. A great wind shoves at your back, your ears pop, and you feel for a moment as if all of the air is being sucked from the sky. Suddenly it ends, and you are standing in the snow looking over Charon's sky.
The Eyeless disappeared beneath the lake, their bond to Andra finally severed. With this threat ended, hope returned to the White March. Hunters returned to the wildernesses, and travelers to the roads. Tales of the Watcher's bravery replaced stories of monsters in the woods. The villagers of Stalwart visit their hands with work and their tongues with song, eager to seize on the promise of peace.
What did you all choose with this one? It's became mythic. (18 accuracy, 65% damage).
Hey.
Same as me, okay. You don't remember, it's been a while since you actually completed the Pillars of Eternity run. What would you choose now, Thor, if you could? If you were the one playing? And another question. Though the conversation went very differently, okay. So another question, to prevent another Half-Life 2 incident, where I start the stream tomorrow and play for an hour and the game ends. How much approximately is left?
Not
I'd
as beautiful
kind of
as the
like to know.
ruins near my home, but your fortress is impressive in
If
its own little
if it's
way.
between, you know, if
Hey.
it's less than 2 hours, I would like to finish this today. If it's more than 2 hours, like more than an hour and a half, maybe leave it for tomorrow. But yeah, I think it's better if I push right. Well, here we go. Is this that close? Yeah, the only thing left is the main quest, QP. Nothing left. I just finished the last bit of side content.
Keeping an eye out.
You have gained reputation with Stalwart. I could go back and talk to them. I breezed through it? I don't know. It didn't feel like that.
Of course. This kind of place.
What does the flame reveal?
You don't remember clearly, but it should be less than 2 hours. Okay.
I remember when I was a girl, and the missionaries came and told us about the gods. They said we could see them in the stars. I remember when I heard that, I snuck out at night and climbed the watchtower in the old fort because I wanted to see them better. That fort burned down a few years ago when we cast the missionaries out. It was the missionaries who set fire to it. They didn't want us to be able to use it. Shame. There was history in that fort.
That fort had outlived its use. It was a false sense of security. It was that, for me as much as anyone. Seeing it burn, it made me think. Yeah, you are very right. Very close to the actual implementation of that effect, PP. It is actually the reverb effect reversed and applied to the start of the recording rather than the end. So they take the reverb and
save game.
Change it around basically. Yeah, exactly. That is the same effect. You called this place home once. Do you worry about it? Our being here puts Kratom at risk. You're not sure. If you had to guess, it'd be pretty close to the 2-hour mark. That's not too helpful. Our being here puts Kratom at risk. I wish I could say I thought otherwise, but hearing someone else say it helps settle some things in my mind.
I miscalculated many things since this began. I'm relieved you weren't one of them. It's a good thing we didn't hang you. I always knew this path would have consequences, but I never wanted to see Kratom suffer on my behalf. I don't think I can stay here any longer. I am told the Inquisition is gathering an army, that they have sent messengers to bargain with rulers from distant lands. Kratom is not built to withstand a siege. If war is coming, I should be doing what Theos is doing. I will need allies. Allies in a stronghold that can resist an invading army.
You can feel words formed long ago rising in your throat like a toxic black bile. Have you thought about Oceanus?
Oceanus. They have held off many would-be invaders, and their king has no love of the Inquisition's faith. I wonder, would he listen?
Where are the Kraken eyes? By the way. Oh, we have the Kraken eyes. I guess I upgrade this, right? I can upgrade this. Looked at the wiki a bit. You think you can finish in under 2. Okay. I think I will finish it how much... I mean, whatever it takes. Doesn't matter. We are finishing this today. We are giving the Wendgar legendary. We are giving the shields nothing. Bog Dragon scale. What is Bog Dragon? What is that now? Did I skip a dragon? Did I miss a dragon? I have one. I have upgraded this. I guess I'm upgrading this weapon. Yeah, what is that bog dragon? Did I skip something? In the White March? There are no bogs here. You finished this game in 94 hours without the DLCs. Oh. Oh, wait, you finished this game? QP? I didn't even know you played this game. It's a Pillars of the Damned, yes. Path of the Damned specific fight. Didn't know those existed.
Hey.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I didn't know it, QP. Well done. Do you remember what kind of a character you played?
Great.
You don't remember anything? Okay.
You're not getting through me.
You probably played it at a high difficulty though. You like to play games at high difficulty.
Alright then.
You venture through a doorway into an underground tunnel. The staircase coils upwards, leading to a dim passage. On the upper level, a light filters through the collapsed ceiling. A wall of piled stones and rubble blocks the way ahead. Let's get a save. Examine the pile of rubble. To your observant eye, the mass looks dangerously unstable. The rocks appear to have held together through sheer chance. Moving even one could send the rest tumbling. Clear the rubble with a pry bar. Yeah, probably, yeah. You wedge your pry bar against a large stone and put all your weight into it. Your efforts dislodge the boulder and it rolls free with a heavy groan. Other slabs and chunks of debris begin to break away. The massive pile creaks and rumbles, threatening to lose 1,000 pounds of stone around you. As the debris tumbles down, you lunge through the narrowing gap. However, Mitral isn't fast enough and disappears behind the falling rocks. Oh no! Mitral emerges from a cloud of dust, hunched over and cradling tender ribs. Light breaks into the tunnel up ahead, growing brighter as you continue. Soon, the passage ends, opening up high on the cliffside of the burial isle. Let's go back. You venture through the doorway and into a passage strewn with rubble. A spiraling staircase descends to a lower level where a damp sea breeze mingles with centuries of dust. I've just been reading something on the wiki that you've never seen in game. I'm kind of worried about asking if it's a spoiler. Is that something you can share?
I have them! Parathis!
That looked like it hurt.
Quiet.
Last blade of the White Forge. It's not the last blade anymore. You made new ones.
Yeah! Following your lead.
That's it!
Not even slowing it down.
Wait, these are not vessels. These are spirits. It's a new quest available in Stalwart. So there is more? Hey, Elmancer. How goes the adventure? We finished the DLC. Unless Parrotwise just discovered something new. And we are on the main quest, but I think something new has come up. You were wrong about the Pillars of the Damned. Path of the Damned specific thingy. Okay, we will go to Stalwart then. There is more. Okay. So maybe I should leave it for tomorrow? Scatton, looking proud and still, the Omawa before you is smiling broadly, showing several crooked and missing teeth. Sporting the physique of a man in his prime, his worn and weathered face appears too old for the rest of him. He's dressed in an assortment of stitched ties and furs assembled from a motley of animals. Dangling from his belt are a series of grizzly scalps, braided lengths of human, Adiran, dwarven, and Orlan hair woven around finger bones. He sizes you up with a grin, but his gaze quickly locks with Ravius, and he tilts his head as he examines the Orlan head to toe. What do they call you, little one? You smell familiar, but your name is unknown to me.
I am Heravius, child of the Fisher Crane, adept of the Hawk and Ivy, wanderer of Eretha. Too formal?
His voice is loud and triumphant, though as soon as he's done introducing himself, he takes a step back and whispers to you. The man ahead of you clears his throat. A feline rumble comes from his chest, and for a moment his hair stands perfectly on end. Gravius, fitting. He holds out his right hand and flexes his fingers. Long black talons sprout from under filth-encrusted fingernails. He rolls his head back and inhales deeply, sighing with a smile at some perceived scent. Needed to bring friends with you? Remain silent, but watch them both. Another hour. The second date is the release of the definitive edition, which is the edition that we are playing, which includes all the DLCs, and I think some other things as well. I'm not so sure what the package has, other than every piece of content there's. But it has been released as a separate edition called Definitive, and that is the release date. You allow your eyes to relax until your mind is attuned to the invisible hum of souls. Lomawa projects a dizzying display of red, gold, and orange. Autumn halos surround his massive form. Where his feet touch the ground, you see a network of roots and veins that trail from his feet and sink deep into the earth. Turning to Ravius, you see glowing roots emerge from his feet, appearing as mirror images to the tendrils radiating from Scatton. He's the Scatton. I'm not going to sing the rest of it though. These roots of every soul energy meet between the two men, and then snake deep into the earth in one twisted root. You sense that these men have distinct souls, but only one shared past. The two men are a splayed fork in an otherwise unbroken line. The two of you share the same past, though you carry distinct souls. A shared past? Scatman scratches a patch of fur on his cheek. An inelegant analogy. Who I was in my last life was diminished in my circle of rebirth, squandered so that this runt could have life. Runt? Gravius's brow furrows and he clenches his fist so tightly you hear a cacophony of cracking finger joints. And it's not your soul, it's not exactly. His anger falters as he stumbles over his toes. Were you visited by the Autumn Stalgar? Fake release. Visited, tested, forged. What would be the way to view it? That would be the way to view it. Scatton looks at Heravius with a sneer. I previously thought it was a mark of distinction, but apparently even a half-height half-man can manage the task. Takes away some of the glory, does it not? Half-man? Heravius glares back, his good eye twitching and his fur standing on end. That's some really tough talk coming from a man about to choke up on his own blood. What do you want with Heravius? Same as he wants from me, no doubt. Completion. He exhales slowly, eyeing Hiravius as his nostrils flare. Galawain gifted us both with the stripes of a true predator. It's our purpose to erase the weak, ensuring only the strong proliferate. He mashes his fists together with a meaty thud. We must honor our god. He looks at Hiravius' eye patch and shakes his head. My god, by doing as the hound demands, let us determine who bears the right to be Galawain's harbinger. Hiravius, is this what you want? Hiravius growls, his fur bristles and for a moment shines with luminescent tendrils of yellow and orange. I asked to be a hunter, a regular hunter that gets invited to chase down dinner and eats his neck. I didn't ask for this. You asked Galawain for strength and you are angry you got more than you wanted. Hiravius looks at you, his jaw agape. No, it's not that. It's just that I didn't realize the price. Being a hunter was a means to acceptance and... That's just it. I wanted the acceptance more than the thrill of the hunt. In my heart, I'm a questioner, not a seeker. Galawain gave me a gift, and my tribe doesn't agree with it. What's done is done. He looks at Scatton and scratches his chin. And if erasing this soul cousin of mine is what I must do to be greater, well, I guess that's not any kind of greatness I'm seeking. Scatton scowls, his gaze focused on Hiravius. And you think you can just walk away from me? You would face both an Autumn Stalker and those crazy enough to befriend it? I mean, Hiravius doesn't want to fight. So I need to back him up. You would face both an Autumn Stalgar and those crazy enough to befriend it. Scatton studies his opposition and slumps his shoulders. I would face the Autumn Stalgar alone, as Galawain intended it. But if his heart is not in this battle, neither is there glory for the victor. He spits a bilious wad of phlegm on the ground. Scamper away if you need to run home to find your genitals. I will be waiting. Scatton turns away from you. Hiravius stops mid-stride on Scatton's last comment. My gonads? Oh, well, last I left them. Let him talk. He is going to insult and there will be battle. I will let him talk. They were in your mother. Is she still accepting clients at this hour? I'm sure I could spread her open and Scatton lives into action. Well, if Scatton can do it, so can we, right? Sorry, I've been waiting to say that for a while.
Brave down.
Word.
Almost had it. I'll chew the gristle off. Consider it dead.
Wow. Stalgard Tooth. Hiravius pants and wheezes, his one good eye locked on Scatton's corpse. Blood and sweat drip down his fur, and he rocks back and forth on the balls of his feet, as though expecting the body to stand back up. How do you feel?
Amused, I suppose. Wal showed me that Galawain was answering my prayers. He made me the great hunter that I wished to be. The mauling wasn't a punishment, just a very, very hard test. And I think Wal showed me just now what I will become if I let this facet of my life be all-consuming.
Examine Scatton's corpse. As your eyes relax and your vision adjusts to the hum of the invisible, you see a swirling pile of red, orange, and yellow leaves. The cyclone of foliage flies apart, and the leaves drift off into parts unknown. As Scatton's essence fades from view, you see a handful of autumn leaves circle about Hiravius as his soul glows a bolder shade of orange. Are we done here?
Yes, I've had enough of Galawain's tests and trials. Even if I could best every other man that wears the Autumn Stelgar mantle, what's the point? My heart isn't in the hunt like it used to be. Which is almost a shame, since I'm a pretty amazing and modest hunter. But to answer your question, yes, I'm done here. Before the vultures get to him, figured I should take a reminder.
As he starts to walk away, he abruptly whirls on his feet, muttering. He walks over to Scatton's corpse and places his hand in the dead man's mouth and tugs with all his might. Tendons and cartilage rip and tear with wet, grisly eruptions of blood until at last the mandible is torn free. Figured I should take a reminder, he says with a blushing smile as he examines his blood-soaked trophy. There will be more complaining than you can stomach these days during the Dragon Age playthrough. You also start boosting it. Okay, so first of all, everyone should boost and vote on what they want to see, okay? If you don't want to see a game, then don't boost it and don't vote on it. If you want, then don't let anything else stop you. Because a game gets selected only by the efforts of the community, not by one person. So you should never, listen to some people say bad things about the game and stop boosting it, okay? Never. Because that would be bullying, and I doubt anyone in the community is actually bullying.
Isn't this something?
Major adventure added. You just don't know the plot of it and might still play it someday. I mean, right now it doesn't get selected with the votes that it has because the community wants another game. But if the majority of the community wants that game, it will be selected. I just want everyone to boost and vote on what they want to see. Nothing else. Tyranny is good. Yeah, all of those games are good. Which I bullied you out of Leisure Suit Larry. Why would I bully you out of Leisure Suit Larry? You were trying to nominate an adventure game for an RPG series.
Braved out. Let's burn this away!
Hey.
I mean, I would like all of you to be present in my every stream, right? I would like all my viewers to be around all the time. But I'm not naive enough to think that it's going to happen. Some people will enjoy certain games, and others won't enjoy that game. I mean, half of the people who watch me during Baldur's Gate are not here anymore. More than half, maybe. So a lot of people will disappear after Pillars as well. That's the nature of this stream. Community chooses a game, and if people don't see the game they want, they may not be here. But they may come back once it is time for another game they enjoy. Hopefully, that's what I hope. It is, yes, somewhat Diablo-esque ARPG. Not nearly as good as Diablo, though.
That looked like it.
Hey.
And that's how it's done.
Don't even. Leave it. This isn't work.
You feel you'll probably finish Grim Dawn before picking up Nox. Grim Dawn keeps getting knocked down your lists. Grim Dawn is very long compared to Nox. If I don't remember much, but I think Nox is a short game. Titan Quest is the closest to Diablo 2 than any other ARPG. I would argue Grim Dawn and Titan Quest are very similar, but I would argue Grim Dawn, atmosphere-wise, is, you know, much more similar to Diablo 1 and 2 than Titan Quest.
Of course. Of course.
Okay, this doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Random drops and leveling.
Hey.
I mean, Grim Dawn and Titan Quest are pretty much the same in terms of gameplay. Very, very similar. You need to go back and revisit Titan Quest. It is a good game. I haven't played the final DLC. Right now I'm probably for the foreseeable. Wrath of the Righteous is scratching your isometric CRPG. Yeah. Okay, let's not go here yet. Let's go back to Stalwart. Yeah, Legion. That was mind-blowing when I first realized that. It looks so cool. So you are telling me there is an hour of DLC contents and then at least an hour, probably more, main quest. Am I getting that right?
Not as beautiful as the Anguithan ruins near my home, but your fortress is impressive in its own little way.
It could be less than an hour for the DLC quest, but you don't want to get too specific. You remember Sacred had a disarming skill which you could sometimes use on ridiculous oversized bosses to grab their ridiculous oversized weapons. That's cool.
Alright.
Never seen that. Okay, let's talk to people.
We've doubled our manpower at the White Forge.
He looks grimly resolute.
Most folk here are excited, but anxious. There's already news of raid Sarens gathering at the border. Only a matter of time before someone takes a swing at us. But this time, we'll be ready.
Maybe it is the bounty person that gives it.
So you're...
Afraid I don't have any more bounty. Not this bounty person. It wasn't her. A few town guards stand arrayed around the sprawled corpse. One of them turns as you approach, giving you a nod. You got an uncanny sense of timing, Lady Mithril. This one here's been after you all day. That sounds familiar. Aloy slowly turns his head to regard you. That's me, very popular with the dead. Right. Ogni gives you a confused look, then shrugs. Not sure popular is the word, seems like she had it out for you. She got nervous in a hurry when we happened by, nearly took Royland's hat off. I've never seen her before. Doubt you missed out on much there. I'd suggest having a look at what she was carrying, see if you recognize anything. You are disappointed you missed this in your playthrough. Yeah, I would be too. A woman's cooling corpse lies half buried in the snow. The cause of death is clear, a narrow wound under her throat. The essence here is already faint and fading fast. Reach out. You plunge into a cold darkness, scattered images sliding past before you can grasp more than an echo, and then lights. Sunlight filters down through your gaps in the canopy, illuminating short stretches of the bog. Mud and knee-deep water foul each step. Your legs are already tired and you've barely started. You must resign yourself to discomfort. You'll come to the river soon enough. Follow as it bends north. It's a mantra in your thoughts. Read stalwart. Find the watcher. Follow her. Achieve the phylactery. Console's killer will not fall easily. But if you are careful, that task will not fall to you alone. Your master will deal with the watcher. It's only a matter of time. One would argue that Nox is the least related to RPG genre. In the list, which Mithril refused the nomination on that basis when you nominated for the first time. Yes, that's why you... yes, pretty much. Well, not only that, I didn't think I would enjoy Nox. I thought it was a very weak ARPG, but then more people stood by it, and it got nominated again by Parrotwise, and I also made my the meaning, the explanation of Critical Hits something bigger than how it started. Critical Hits actually started as games that that are either my personal favorites or that are the best of their examples of the genre, like best of the ARPGs, best of the tactical RPGs, etc. That is how the stuff started. Then I introduced nominations, and eventually it became community favorites rather than my favorites, and that is when I accepted Nox QP. Jagged Alliance might be forcing those boundaries as well. That's the same thing with Jagged Alliance. Yeah, I didn't accept Jagged Alliance at first. Anyway, let's continue. The memory slips away, returning to you the familiar sight of Stalwart Village. Perhaps stirred into flight by your perusal, the soul essence begins to dissipate, fading from your sight. The memory of the dead woman's journey lingers with you, however. To the north-southwest, beyond the White Marsh, there lies a bog, and an enemy awaits you there.
Hey.
Okay, new map. Mass Effect was always in the list. Best of the best of the best. Mass Effect was... So initially I didn't even have a list. I had a few games that were reoccurring in a poll to be chosen. Once the list came into being and nomination and boost became a thing, Mass Effect was one of the first to be nominated. One of the earlier ones. But not the earliest. As large as these mushrooms are, you see far waster forms dotting the swamp beyond the tree line. Exactly. I mean, it stopped the Civil War, it became the 50th president. It did so many things.
I have
This... thing isn't doing the job.
This isn't working.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Die!
Oh, of course, I knew this was going to happen.
This isn't working. Don't even.
Wasted.
This isn't
Wasted
working.
opportunity.
Hooray at this!
It wasn't the first, no. The first game I chose was Violet Condor, which is the first game we played. And in the first poll I made, there was Might and Magic 6, Might and Magic 7, Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Might and Magic... What's that called? 6, 7, and 8 combined mod.
You're not getting...
And, so the system wasn't refined at all.
I have. That's it.
It had Fallout 1 and 2, Might and Magic 6 and 7 at the same time. World of Zine? No.
Hey.
There is a mod that combines Might and Magic 6, 7 and 8. Merge mod.
Gotcha. I have them.
It had Might and Magic 6, Might and Magic 7, and Might and Magic Merge mod as different entries in the first ball. I never actually played the World of Zine and Clouds of Zine. I haven't played any Might and Magic games prior to the 6th one.
That looked like it hurt.
The most senior game in the list is Might and Magic 7. Yeah, it's for that purpose.
Hey.
It was in the first ball, along with Might and Magic 6. So after we finished Violet Condor and we had the first ball, Might and Magic 6 was selected. And of those early games, I think Might and Magic 7 is the only one that hasn't been selected yet.
Of course.
We played Fallout
take a
1,
peek.
Fallout 2, Planescape Torment. No, 8 and 9 were not there, no. No, we are talking about Might and Magic, not Heroes, QP. And I'm surprised the third one was your favorite, Vermamo. I don't hear many good things about the very early Might and Magic games. Like, I hear good things about 4 and 5, and then obviously 6 is amazing. I've never heard anyone praise 3 and before.
Don't even.
And that's how it...
This isn't working. This isn't. This isn't working. That's it. This isn't working. That didn't work. I have. This isn't working. Don't even die out. Leave it.
And that's how it's done.
I have them.
It was a great game for its time. Yeah, if you played it back then, obviously, it would have felt much better than how it feels today, right?
Leave it to me.
I haven't really found Might and Magic games prior to the 6th one approachable. I couldn't play them. I tried to play 4 and 5.
This isn't working. This is.
I couldn't enjoy them.
I just have to...
This isn't working.
Star Trail, is that
This isn't working.
Realms of Arcania 1?
This thing isn't doing the job.
I have played Shadows over Riva. I have played the third one. But I didn't get far in it either.
Of course.
You notice movement amidst the mud and debris. Inside one of the broken crates, a young bat flaps feebly, pinned in place by a fallen plank. Pick it up. You gently lift the plank out of the way and pick up the young bat. It squeaks once, but seems otherwise content to peer out at the world from the relative safety of your hands. Another pet? Fog battling. You didn't get... Don't think you remember what Realms of Arcania is. Plumbumbarum, yes. The implementation wasn't very good. I've heard not so far back in the past too. Like I heard recently that Star Trail and I cannot remember the name of the second game, but Realms of Arcania 1 and 2 are actually great games, I've heard. And they are in the list, but I'm considering playing the remakes, which I hear are terrible. Something with ocean.
Quiet.
I don't remember. Anyway, I heard the remakes are terrible. Because I thought remakes would be better if they were faithful to the original. I was considering and still am considering the remakes.
And that.
But maybe I will change my mind.
This isn't working. Don't even.
Hey.
I have them.
OG guns are perfectly playable, if again very punishing at times.
That's it.
Leave it to me.
Well, them getting selected is not a very high chance, but if they do get selected, I will have to think about which version I want to play. I would like to experience the series though, for sure. I've never played them. Gaps between the stones reveal a hollow space lined with birds' nests.
Blazing cart. What am I supposed to do now?
Are you the voice actor who voiced the canon lady?
Hey.
Damn him that she turns towards you and promptly jumps in surprise. Blazes, where'd you come from? Haven't seen another soul on the road for a day at least. Did you play Return to Krondor? Yes. I don't remember though. I remember playing it for the sake of having played it. And I remember kind of enjoying it but not really being impressed. I'd like to play it again. It is in the lists. If it gets selected, I will happily replay it. Need a hand? Well, a helpful spirit right out of the fables. I appreciate it, but I'll manage. All I need is for Bano to come stomping right on back. They are late enough as it is. Last thing I need is his damn tantrums. What happened with Bano? What didn't happen? He's a spiteful crab most days, but out here he's been downright intolerable. He's got real sour-faced when the cart tips over, decided to storm off in a huff. Now I'm stuck here waiting for him. Word of advice, if you ever find yourself in the trading business, keep it in the family. Mitchell throws away lists, wears sunglasses on stream, becomes full-time World of Warcraft streamer. Occasional Dark Souls. Wait, which Mitchell is this? I'd like to unfollow that, Mitral. Remember, Return to Condor was a letdown, still an enjoyable game. You hear he's going to be a pro Call of Duty streamer. I don't know where you get your news, people. Better get your facts straight. I could try to find him. I'd appreciate it. You bring that stubborn goat back, I'll set aside some coin for you. Apex, okay, now you are asking to be banned, Legion. We don't speak about Apex Legends in this channel. It's a bannable offense. Just kidding, of course. Morning! Hello! It's sunshine outside. It's 1 AM here. Valorant? Okay. There's no stopping you. I give up. You do you. I will ignore you all. Ancient Tower. Can we enter this tower? Oh, I missed this. What's happening?
Hey.
Yeah, it doesn't count as RPG. I mean, at least for me. I don't think I would enjoy Mountain Blade.
And that's...
Quiet.
Have you ever played it? No, but I've seen a little bit of it. Besides, it is too much action and strategy rather than RPG. Am I wrong?
Hey.
I mean, is there an end to that game? Like is there a story to start and finish? I don't know much about it. But I don't like the combat for sure, from what I have seen. The plumes of gas ejected by these vents have a strong acrid odor. So the most important thing is it has to have a story, a solid story. A game has to have a solid story for me to play here. That is the most common denominator among the games that we play.
Hey, you! I need help!
Oh, are you stepping on a mine? This man is half obscured by the light of lights and sigils emerging from the mud around him. He brings up an arm meant to shield his eyes, peering out at you. You create your own story. Yeah, see, that's not what I want to do. Are you one of them? You don't look like some mod bog cultists. Some mad bog cultists. Are you Bano? What? Yeah, that's me. Wait, did Hurla send you? Ah, I knew she couldn't be entirely useless. Look, help me out. I've been stuck here for ages. This thing's some kind of wall. It's got to be some kind of spell, right? I don't know the first thing about magic. I'll have a look around. Great, thanks you for this. You won't regret it. If a game doesn't have a clear start and end, I wouldn't know when to stop.
Here?
So that is important. Bannerlord has a bit of story insofar as it matches your intentions, pushing you to either restore an empire or create your own. Yeah.
On the hunt.
Nah, not really my kind of game for sure.
Great. Not even slowing us down.
I shall be discreet. You're not...
This! I have them!
This thing isn't...
This is...
Yeah.
Hey.
I think I'll give that a pass.
Easy does it.
Save game.
Save game, okay. Saving. Beneath the water's murky surface lie worn engravings and ancient stones buried in the silt. I guess that means the dragon is close, right, Thor? I've been trying to avoid this part. This looks like a main section of the map, but I'm not sure, obviously. These sinking walls are coated in grime and vegetation. Age and muck have pried the stones apart. Thick vines are coiled all about the lower section of the wall, bristling with thorns, but there is a section just here where the vines are less dense. Use a rope for assistance. The climb starts well enough, but a short way down, a slick stone fouls Mithral's grip, sending them plummeting to the ground. With a sharp cry, Mithral lands in an ungainly heap atop a mass of thorny brambles. You find yourself before a large rounded chamber flooded with water. Did the campaign multiplayer to be one of the most popular RP games?
Hey.
Maybe. You enjoy Drakensang River of Time. That's why you want to play Realms of Arcania, because it's similar gameplay. Yeah, they're all the Dark Eye universe, right? Hey Shimran, good to have you. Drakensang River of Time is in the list as well. I've never even seen anything about them. I've never played them. I'm curious about them. I'd like to play them sometime for sure.
Great. I have them. Leave it to me. Don't even.
This thing isn't doing...
Leave it to...
On the hunt.
Of course.
The bricks around these bars have crumbled away over the centuries, forming sizable gaps. Stay here a little longer. Where does this go? This goes back. How do I go to where that corpse is? I saw a corpse somewhere. Oh, it's this one. Wait. I just looted it. Okay. I'm being silly. Squeeze through. You hoist yourself up onto the ledge. The stones wobble underfoot but hold, if barely, and you make your way past the bars and out. The Dark Eye has a very rich universe that I'm not familiar with at all. There is the Realms of Arcania trilogy, There's the two, even maybe even more Drakensang games. Then there's the adventure games as well, Chains of Satnau, and
Let's see what
I
lies
think
this
one or two more that I cannot remember the names of. There's a lot of Dark Eye content out there. And obviously there's the tabletop content, but that's not what, you know, that's what we are going to do on this channel. Outside of the scope. You don't remember much of Drakensang River of Time, but it was fun. You played the German version for language practice, only half understanding stuff, and never finished the game. Maybe you should go back.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
Okay, this is a crowded fight. Ooh, what? Okay, Alof is down.
Leave it! Die!
All right then.
You've been playing some non-RPGs for a change. You'll eventually pick one of those RPGs from your shortlist, yeah. You tend to play replayable games for a second time for language practice purposes.
Of course.
I shall be quiet as a
Drakensang is a
calm
multiplayer
sea,
version, but you like single player
which
better.
is
We are currently
not
playing
very
Drakensang Dark Eye. It can be multiplayer?
Of course.
I didn't know that. Interesting. The plumes of gas ejected by these vents have a strong acrid odor.
You're not getting through me.
Not even slowing it down.
This thing isn't doing the job.
That looked like it
Darkest Dungeon is too random, it drives you mad.
Let's see what lies
I couldn't
this
play that game either. I do not handle losing my characters very well. I easily get invested with them. And Darkest Dungeon is a game where you will certainly lose your characters, one way or another. The first time you tried Darkest Dungeon, things were going okay, then everything went downhill and you just quit. Some of them, not all of them. I'm not sure what that's a response to. You had a lot of fun with it this last time. Now that you had a better idea what you were getting into. Your first 2 attempts you abandoned. Have you tried Dark's Dungeon 2? How does it feel compared to the first one? Losing your characters, you don't lose... I mean, still, you lose some of your characters, right? Ooh. That's a big fight. Come on, lightning, what happened to the lightning? Was I not able to cast lightning? Well, they have high-level druid spells. What's happening? What's happening? Okay. No, perfect.
This thing isn't doing the...
That looked like it hurt.
That was very messy. I'm not sure how that fight went so wrong. Your reloads per hour are really nice. 61. It is okay, yeah. It is good. I think oh, per hour 0.69. Okay, you were joking. I thought someone was complimenting me for a change.
Hey.
That's fine. Yes, that's nice. I appreciate that you're attempting to assist me, but when I asked for volunteers, I meant just that. I have no interest in raising corpses, and these sorry victims of yours are of no use to me. I have taken precautions to prevent us from fighting ourselves hip-deep in gulls. While you clean up the midden heap you have made of my ritual circle... Hey, Trick Me! Hello, Trick Me! Let me finish reading this up. While you clean up the midden heap you have made of my ritual circle, perhaps you can take the time to refamiliarize yourself with the simple concept that a dead man makes a poor source of soul essence. Trick Me, Raiders! Welcome everybody! Woozy, Free Needles, it's good to see all of you. How did your stream go? What were you playing? Kirby? Come on, Kirby!
Be careful crossing this bridge. Proceed with caution.
Hey, Yorzy.
I'm basically gonna die. Be gentle, please. No, it's angry! Oh!
Played more of Kirby and beat an epilogue. That's nice. You have destroyed rest of the world around you and harassed all the inhabitants, poor inhabitants, who don't want anything more than they want to hide from Kirby. You have eaten all of them. It's great to have you, Trick Me. Welcome, and very kind of you to raid. And welcome, raiders. Very kind of you to come with the raids. If you haven't given a follow to Trick Me, make sure you do. She's really entertaining, plays some very cool games. And it's a pleasure to be there always. So pay her a visit for sure and give her a follow. And yeah, it's great to have you all here. You played as the evil villain who turned good at the end. So you did you finish the game? When you say you beat an epilogue, did you finish it completely? Delicious inhabitants, yes. You're very welcome, Trick Me. Very welcome. Good to have you here. If you are new here, I'm Mitral. I play a lot of RPGs and point-and-click adventures. Today we are playing Pillars of Eternity. I'm already past my end time by an hour and 20 minutes, and I think I will have to go for another hour or so at the very least, because I'm trying to finish this game today, and more keeps popping up. So we will try to finish the game today. I hope you enjoy.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Shimron. It's great to have you. There's still plenty of mods to play. Oh, okay. Definitely check them out next week. Yeah. I'd like to see as well. Kirby looks like a very fun game. Not a game that I'd play probably. I'm not a fan of platformers, but it's definitely fun to watch. That's for sure. It's funny. It's a funny game. Really close to beating this game. The funny thing, I felt really close to beating this game 7 hours ago. It's been 7 hours and 20 minutes since I started, and I still feel very close to beating this game. The feeling didn't change. So I am kind of questioning myself if I'm actually close to beating this game, but I think I really am. We did finish the DLC. What was on the top of the iceberg of the DLC? Then another quest popped up, and then there is the little bit of the main quest that we have left. So we are trying to finish this bit of the DLC content that has popped up after the main part. After that, we will go back to the main quest and we will probably finish it. You need to sleep. You would love to watch when you finish it, but this is too late for you. I know, Mom. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So have a great rest. Thanks for being here. And I will see you maybe tomorrow with the next game. Whatever it is. See you soon. So yeah, thank you so much again for the raid. I hope you enjoy your time here, raiders. It's great to have all of you as usual. And I shall go back to the game now. See how much is left.
All right then.
Isn't this something?
Save game.
Save game? Alright, Thor. Thor really wants me to have hard saves here. Great to do some post-stream care while chilling to my adventure. Alright, Trick Me. Post-stream care is very important, as we all know. Go get what rest you need, stretch, pee, eat some food, do all that you need to. I'll be here for a little more. And take care, yeah.
And that's how it's done.
This isn't working.
Oh, another big fight. Let's use what we have because we are going to rest anyway.
That's it.
Wait, did it not play? Did Slurp 2 not play? I didn't hear it. Ah, okay. It did play. It is kind of low, volume-wise. Oh, I'm sorry, Mason. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you need to be a sub.
Yum, yum, yum.
Thanks for the save, Pat.
Hey.
Badrun's notes. This weathered piece of parchment holds a series of nearly illegible notes and what appears to be some kind of diagram. A series of symbols lines the periphery of a crudely drawn circle. One particular set of 5 symbols has been repeatedly circled. Okay.
Hey.
We have cleared the map, let's save this guy. Azura arrived, what is he trying to sell me now? Speed preservation. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? You're back, get me out of here! At the edge of the ritual circle, scratched into the mud, you notice 5 familiar characters. Just like the ones in the note you found. Without knowing what to look for, they'd be no more than furrows in the dirt. Examine the symbols more closely. You crouch down, but you can't see anything inherently interesting about the scratches. What, did you find something? Past the barrier, Bano watches you with rapt interest. A flicker of movement catches your attention, and you look up to see you gained an audience. In this dim light, the spirit is nearly invisible. Shimmer of essence that you can barely pick out against the fog. You begin to see more shapes coalescing the fog. The first raises its hands. Wait, please. Did you trap this man here? What? Who is it? Save me! Bano turns, looking around wildly. Badrun calls us here, but his spirit slips our grasp. We would continue our work if you will let us. It's all the purpose that remains to us. The betterment of the self, the craft of virtue. This man, Bano, he is pocked through with jealousy, with petty lusts. He thieves from his partner, he abandoned his child. But his essence holds the same brilliant potential of any man. And while your soul watcher is a bright and fierce thing, his is fragmented, weak. Let us mend it, shape it. How would you do that? As one might carve the rod from an apple, it's painless, freeing. He would feel himself unburdened. Can you shape anyone's soul? Those set before us freely, those weakened by many turns upon the wheel. Yours has been strengthened by your journey, like tempered steel. What do you want from me, then? Give us the time to work upon him, then we shall release him, and you may do with him as you please. Sure, do it then. You see the spell barrier ripple, and Bano looks up in excited anticipation. But you sense too a sudden cold weight in the air. The gathered spirits shine all the brighter, as if strengthened by your permission. They move towards Bano, and lose sight of him beneath the whirling lights. You can't alter a man's nature like that. I don't know, maybe. Possibly. What can change the nature of a man? Apparently the tethered spirit. It's strange, I've never felt better. I'm not sure what I was worried about. I'm going to go see if Hurla is alright. I'll meet you by the wagon. So he became a better person? Hey, thanks for getting Bano back. He's been telling me how much of a help you were. I owe her my life, she deserves the credit. Yeah, never seen him say a kind word about anyone. Guess you made an impression. You've been a huge help. Here, it's from my personal stock. Figure you deserve this. Maybe now we'll actually make this delivery. Any chance I could buy some goods of you? Of course, consider yourself a favorite customer. What are you selling? Alright. I am guessing this is the dragon fight, which will conclude this quest. We'll see if there's any truth to that guess. I guess Thor would want me to save here, right? You can neither confirm nor deny the existence of a dragon. Oh! Oh, are you telling me there are more than one? Now don't put ideas like that into the game's mind, Thor. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. One is tough enough. A wall of thick vines rises from the mud of the bog. They grow in unnatural twining cords, bristling with thorns. Though there are gaps between the vines, maneuvering through will take some care and time. Go on through. As you approach the vines, they shudder and pull away from you, forming a clear path through which to cross. You pass safely, only to hear rustling behind you as the vines bar passage, curling into a tight knot of thorns and vegetation. You'll be off to bed as well. Kinda don't want to see the fight for a possible future replay. And it's getting late. Okay, parrots. Good night. I'm sorry I couldn't finish the game while you were here. But I'll see you tomorrow, probably with the next game. Have a great rest. You notice movement up ahead. A robed figure rushes forward, stumbling through the muck. He blows a single piercing tone on a signal horn. The sound carries through the bog, echoing off the cloistered trees and ruins. Beneath it, you hear an ominous rumble, and the murky water off to the north begins to bubble and pitch. A slick, scaly snout crests the water surface. It's the only warning you receive before a massive beast rises from the bog in a shower of mud and bog water. The dragon shakes vegetation from its horns, then lowers its head to set a keen eye upon you. Hello. Hold up your hands. Hold your ground. We will be stoic. The dragon watches you disinterestedly. It stands still as if waiting. You notice a small dark shape in the distance. You feel a sudden buffeting gust of wind from above as the shape grows. A winged silhouette descends swiftly upon the clearing. As the second dragon comes to a heavy landing, you take note of the figure atop its back, a woman with sweeping horns, garbed in flowing robes. She slides from the dragon's back in one graceful movement.
The Watcher of Cadnua. I expected you'd find us eventually.
Lilangrath? This is the other Archmage. The other Archmage and two dragons. Oof.
I'm a little more surprised to find you're still carrying that
abomination
around.
Hello.
I imagine Consulhalt is better company without his tongue.
You sent the assassin?
I sent a scout. Her task was to follow you, no more. But her death was always a possibility. One she accepted. I am Lengroth.
Lengroth. I thought Lengroth was a man.
As was my predecessor. He too lives on in me. We are all, you see, Lengroth. Lengroth knew something Consulhalt did not. The brevity of life should be embraced, not feared. Each generation brings with it renewed strength and saves us from stagnation. When his time came, Lengroth was willing to let go.
There are many
to leave his
whisper your
memories
name
and
right
body
now.
behind. He entrusted the gift of his life force, his vibrant spirit, to a worthy successor. Consulhalt clung to his pathetic existence like a leech. And there are others like him, who would see all the world serve as kindling, if only their flame can go on burning. Consulhalt's knowledge cannot outlive him.
That's why you were after the flag tree. Destroy it. Aren't you doing the same thing, transferring souls?
You misunderstand. A wolf devouring a hare has done nothing outside its nature. One life feeds the next. Ours is the work of generations, many minds coming together to strengthen one another.
That's why you were after the phylactery, to destroy it?
More than that, to ensure it could never be replicated. You yourself could easily have become the latest tool in Consulhot's efforts to thwart the wheel, and place himself beyond the reach of time. He would have used your very essence for fuel. A lesser death than you deserve, I think. But you made it out. In truth, I am glad you came. It saves me the effort of chasing you.
Why is the phylactery so dangerous?
Think on it. You must have seen how desperately Kith cling to their lives. What measures they're willing to take to ensure theirs is the consciousness that lingers longest. The phylactery was to be Consulhot's great triumph over death. All the evil that Kith have done in search of falsehoods would pale in the face of what they will do for the truth.
I'm not sure everyone is as willing as Consulhot. Everyone's as willing as Consulhot was to carve up their own skulls. Oh, I'm not sure everyone is as willing as Consulhot was to carve up their own skulls.
It only takes one.
Consulhot and I weren't exactly friends.
And for killing him, at least, I do thank you. But you should not have interfered. Commander Ballerin would have brought me the phylactery. All of this could have been avoided.
Why hire the Torn Bannerman anyway?
Discretion. It would hardly have been ideal to fly in atop Gavanerkos and get the attention of every dragon hunter in the region. I'd heard the Bannermen were competent. It turns out that you're more competent.
How is it you are working with such creatures?
These two? They're quite young, but already appallingly bright. There's no greater aim than to leave behind a lasting legacy, to teach those who will learn.
Lengroth's teachings are interesting.
He speaks.
We will strengthen our souls as they do. Morgeth-Ian will be our home for eons.
Wait, at least help me understand.
It'd be a shame to die confused.
It's not as if you'll understand for very long, but as you wish.
I found some of your victims in the bog.
Intruders, mostly. How pleasant it would be to live in a world where nothing unfortunate ever happened to those who didn't deserve it, don't you think?
That would be dreadful.
Do you possess more than Lengrath's title? What about his memories?
His memories, his awareness, those died with him. But his power remains. As a watcher, you must have seen by now that certain spirits possess more strength than others. His knowledge we secure in the usual way. It is my hope that we will someday spread Lengroth's teachings beyond our numbers.
Your books are too small to read. Better to learn it in song.
Are you a chanter dragon? How did you become Lengroth?
A great deal of study, and a little magic. Once a suitable candidate has been selected, their predecessor gives up his life and essence, and the soul is transferred. I studied for many years, and was selected. But at any step, I might have turned away, buried myself in common living. My choice was to stay.
Song?
No singing.
The dragon grinds his jaws. You don't find that unnatural? Once see the dragon just struggling with trying to read a book. I was just there the pages. He keeps accidentally setting it on fire, getting more and more frustrated. Isn't there a scene of a dragon reading a book in Discworld? It's a kind of a puzzle. Wait. Was it in Discworld? It wasn't in Discworld, it was I cannot remember the name of the game. It was an indie game. It was funny though. You don't find it unnatural?
Not at all. The energy of souls is a natural force all around us. Every being leaves traces of their passing, even as their essence finds root in new soil. We accept that the cycle exists, and that death will come. It is what we leave behind that matters. A life bettered by our efforts.
Were you and Consulhot always enemies?
No, not at all. Oh, he and the original Lengroth were distantly aware of each other, I'm sure, being masters in their field. I learned of his obsessions too late. Perhaps if we'd been on better terms, I could have convinced him to reconsider. Too late in any case.
Why are you out here?
Why? Because it's quiet, out of the way. The local wildlife keeps out the rabble.
She laughs.
I've never minded being out in the open air, but some of the apprentices found it difficult at first. But a bright young mind that can't survive contact with blood and dirt will fare very poorly in this world.
That's all I wondered
A
about.
curious mind is a gift. Perhaps your soul will retain that quality.
What if I just give you the phylactery?
We could simply take it from you. After.
I really don't want to be responsible for killing every dragon in Deerwood.
That would be a pity.
We are not frightened of this one.
If we must fight, so be it.
Better luck on the next turn.
I bet I could
of the
avoid
wheel,
this
my
fight,
friend.
but I don't want
I'm
to.
sure you'll be remembered.
I've never eaten a watcher before.
And you won't. And you won't. What the heck am I going to do now? Hey Pixel Turkey, hello. How are you doing today? Good to see you, welcome in. What do I want to do? No, don't cast this, no. Doing great, just having morning coffee. You're very welcome for the shout out. Good morning, yeah, you woke up, right? It's morning for you. It is almost 2 a.m. here. Okay, let's get some buffs, I guess. Whatever we can do. Some potions, maybe. I could use some food. I didn't prepare any food.
Praise our
Why are you in the front? What's wrong with you? Okay, you go here, you go here. Go here.
Hey.
What is it going to do? I don't know what to do. I guess kill the dragons first. If he survived, that is.
Hey there.
Kana is already dying. You're going to sleep too. You weren't able to sleep well for the last couple of days. Okay, QP, thanks so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. I'll see you soon. Have a great night. Heals. Get heals. We need heals. Immune to confused, dominated, dragon breath, frightened, petrified, stuck, terrified. Let's weaken them.
Die already!
Can I focus down the dragon quickly? I hope I can. Lengrath is pretty much right next to us.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know what? She doesn't have much health. Maybe I should focus on her first. I mean, none of them have too much health. Let's finish Lengrath.
How bad?
Okay, she is dead. Let's finish this dragon off. Durance is about to die. That's a problem. I've got watchful presence going though. Where's my garden? Damage reduction is weaker to crush, not immune to any elements. This is weak to lightning. Okay. Gravius fell. That's okay.
Starting to slow the pack.
Durance fell as well.
To the priest!
What is Kana doing? Okay, this dragon is dead.
I shall.
Chain lightning spam.
Gonna miss you, big fella. Lava root.
This is not really dealing much damage.
That looks...
This thing is... isn't doing the job.
Yeah, there's only once more.
Yeah.
He's not doing well this time.
Doing the job.
What is your freeze? So immune to fire, what is that third icon with the drops? Is it freeze damage? Cold damage? Let's steal raw damage. Also, what do you have as far as... okay, let's get some more health in you.
That looks... Come on, Mitral, it's all up to you. You can do it.
You're not getting through me.
Yes. First try. Exceptional rod, exceptional wands. Lengrad's grimoire. It was a tough fight. Now, do we have Bog Dragon Scales? 4 of them. Langrad's Dread Haze fills target with an intense malaise that leaves them sickened and incapable of evaluating their endurance. Langrad's Siphoning Image causes the caster to appear visually displaced, increasing their deflection and reflex for the duration. Additionally, many deflection and reflex attacks that score hits will be converted to grazes. Warding Staff, Summon Scorcher Staff, Summons a Rod. I'm not really interested in these. Caster gains immunity to blinded, paralyzed, petrified, prone, sickened, stuck, and weakened. And the mental version, right? Prevent charmed, terrified, stunned, frightened, dominated, distracted, dazed, confused. Both caster only. Now let's see if we can upgrade some stuff. Oh, really? Alright, we cannot upgrade this one to legendary. I don't have 4 points here, only 3. But I can upgrade this. And I do it. I upgrade this. You cannot upgrade these to legendary either. It's kind of
enchantment.
All right,
enchantments, exactly. Well, there we go. Now we are done. Now we are done with the DLC, right?
Forward march!
Hey, Los, successful Los, hello! We just had a very nice raid from Trick Me, and now you. You are all spoiling me. Let's stop the timer. Let's give you a shout out. Welcome, Los, welcome, Raiders. It's great to have you all here. Hey, Neural Jam.
He's coming to get me. He's still coming to get me.
Ravenholm. Nice one. Nice one. That's impressive. I just recently played Half-Life 2 as well. It's a great game. Just finished it yesterday, in fact. How are you, Lost? How was your stream? You were playing New Vegas. Wait, New Vegas or Day of the Tentacle first time? You were pretty proud of that shot. Yeah, that was very good. Very good indeed. Impressive shot. What were you playing? How did your stream go? Hey, Shaman Avarian. That's not really a good example of Lost gameplay. Well, shh. That's exactly how a perfect shot Lost is. What an expert she is. She's amazing. And for that reason alone, chat, you need to pay her a visit if you haven't already. You have to go over to Lost channel. She plays amazing games. Plays all the cool games. You know, only recently I've seen her play Deus Ex, Fallout New Vegas, Baldur's Gate, Grim Fandango, and now you are playing Day of the Tentacle. Day of the Tentacle first, then Fallout New Vegas. Day of the Tentacle is one of the first adventure games I played, and the first one I finished. I'm a huge fan of that game. I love that game. So kudos to you for playing it. How is New Vegas going? Welcome, Raiders. It's great to have you. Thank you so much for coming along with the raid and staying after the raids. If you don't know me, I'm Mitral. I play a ton of RPGs and point-and-click adventures. Today we are trying to finish Pillars of Eternity. I would have normally ended about 2 hours ago, but I'm pushing forward. We are going to finish this today, unless I fall asleep. Hopefully I won't. It's already been 8 hours since I started. But there is nothing left except for the end of the main quest, so that is where we are going right now. I should start the timer. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. I appreciate you. I appreciate your presence here. Hopefully you enjoy the end of Pillars of Eternity. And if you plan to play this game, you should go right now, because we will be seeing the end of the game like in an hour probably. Trying to find as much of the story of the father from on the stars as you can. I don't remember the details about New Vegas. It is a great game, and I thoroughly enjoyed all the DLCs as well, but I don't remember them in detail. I would love to replay it once it gets chosen here. One day. One day for sure.
Of course.
Okay. Let's go to Cad Noir Rests and go to the end map. No, game crashed? Why did you crash? Did you crash again? Don't crash again. Don't do this to me. Not now. Not when I'm so close to finishing the game. I'm scared, chat. What if it crashes again? Okay, we are fine. That was the 3 seconds of Half-Life 2 where I lost wasn't screaming.
I'm starting to slow the pack. Can we sit for a spell and relax?
Half-Life 2 is so great
Not
though.
as beautiful
I really
as the
enjoyed it.
Anguithin ruins near my home, but
I will be
your
playing
fortress
episode
is
2 on
impressive
Tuesday,
in
episode
its own
1
little way.
on Tuesday, episode 2 on Wednesday. I'm really excited for them.
Easy does it.
Alright, the pits. This is it. We've got the gods' help to descend the pits. All that is left is chasing after Theos. Whose favor did you accept?
Another
Helias.
turn, Inquisitor.
Helias. It's a clone of Baldur's Gate. The areas look very similar. It's not a clone. It is heavily influenced and developed by some of the same developers who moved on to Obsidian. It is meant to resurrect the tactical RPG genre that Baldur's Gate was one of the finest examples of, and they actually succeeded. I wouldn't call it a simple clone though. It is a great game in its own right. Another turn, Inquisitor. Theos signals some unseen attendant standing beside a large crank. So they did, however, you have a point there. They did make a conscious effort to recreate some of the feelings that Baldur's Gate has in areas, the characters, and even the music. You need to head to bed. You are wishing me a lovely stream. Thank you so much, Lust. Thanks so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, and you have a great rest. I will hopefully catch more of your streams, especially if you are going to be playing more Deus Ex Machina. I would love to see that game. Have a great rest, Lust.
I ask again, Jovara Ixensios, do you confess to these heresies of which you stand accused?
He waits, but Jovara only stares straight ahead. Her face stony, the creak of her restraints the only sound.
Do you confess to apostasy?
I confess to renouncing a mistake.
She opens her mouth to speak, strands of thin spittle spanning from one lip to the other like a spider's threads.
Do you confess to conspiracy against the one true faith?
I confess to opening minds.
Do you confess to false prophecy?
I confess to following a false prophet.
Indeed. And where might we find this heretic?
She's talking about you.
He wears the robes of a Grand Inquisitor.
You have no followers here, heretic. Your lies hold no sway in the court of the penitents.
Only my truth, then.
Another turn.
Theos nods to the Inquisitor at the crank.
No! Wait! Wait! I'm ready. I'm ready.
No way. No way.
You are ready to give a confession?
Theos signals the Inquisitor to hold.
I'm ready to hear one from you.
Yoara gasps for breath, gathering up what little strength she has left to speak. Theos shakes his head and points at the Inquisitor, and the scraping grind of rusted gears echoes in your mind as the apparitions fade away.
Hey.
Poor Yoara.
If this doesn't inspire faith in the gods, I don't know what will.
Every wrinkle and boil carved into Wodika's statue looks painfully familiar. A great pit lies in the shadow of the statue of Wodika. No light from the surface reaches the bottom, but even so, you catch flickers of a ghastly glow in the depths. A wind from the pit buffets you. It isn't cold, but it raises goose flesh along your arms. The wind carries a whisper, low and sibilant. As you look into the pit, souls gather around you. They encase you in a cloud of essence that swirls around your body while you consider your next move. It's a leap of faith. We jump. You jump, trusting in the promises of the gods and the powers of the souls to bear you safely down. The sudden drop takes your breath away, but the souls catch you, encasing you in a shining, thrumming aura. But while they slow your descent, you can still feel that you are falling faster than you should. The essence flowing around you is strong but chaotic. You find yourself drifting toward a wall. Mind the wall, Mithril. Let it leave all kinds of marks. Resolve. Take control of the souls to guide yourself to safety. Ooh. Most literal leap of faith ever. Yeah, exactly. It is the literal leap of faith. But, I mean, this faith is somewhat easier to have, right? Because we actually spoke directly to the gods. Concentrating, you focus on the essence around you and knit it together in your minds. What was a jumble of souls becomes a single entity, coordinated and purposeful. It steers you to safety at the center of the pit. You manage to spread your arms and legs into an X, steadying your position and the rate of your descent. You reach the court of the penitents, millennia-old stones safely under your feet. Your party is considered high level for the content in Act 4. Oh, this is the Act 4. If you would like, the critical path can be increased in difficulty to give you more of a challenge. The rewards you receive will be the same regardless. So yes, we have chosen high level whenever we were given the option, and we will do so again.
After what seems like an eternity, your rapid descent comes to an abrupt end. You remain still for a moment while your heart settles and your eyes adjust, breathing in stale, forgotten air. Before you, a narrow and eroded walkway becomes faintly visible in the dim light, cutting a winding path through a cavern so expansive it seems a world unto itself. In the distance, you can make out the cold gleam of living Adra veins that spike and fork in and out of view from the murky depths beneath, their glow a faint and fleeting guide along the ancient trail. You look above at the opening you jumped through, now barely a speck of light like some distant star alone in the cosmos and forever out of reach. Your only way lies ahead.
This is the end. We are going to the end now.
That went better than I expected.
I think that statue of Wodika was watching us soil ourselves on the way down.
All right then. Everyone all right? No shattered knees? Good. Just me then.
That was bracing.
Give me a real challenge.
A millennium's worth of dust fills in the cracks and crevices of the skeletal relief.
Give me a real check.
Not even slowing it down.
Really?
Leave it to me.
I guess this is
Hey.
not nearly the most difficult content that we are going to be doing in this game. I bet this is much easier than the White March parts, the last parts we did.
I have them.
Hey.
Bullseye.
This isn't working. Brave thou shalt not believe.
Of course. Nice and
Nice break
quiet.
having to cast all those pesks. You're right. You're right. My dream is killing Theos without casting a single spell. Like, one left click, choose the party, left click on Theos, watch him die. That is my dream. That is the epic end that I'm hoping for. The climax. What we have worked for in these 88 hours. But I have a feeling that I might have to click more than once for the final fight.
Of course. This thing is...
Don't even. The Baru. That's it.
This isn't working.
You're not getting through me.
This isn't working.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark.
The ancient address still bears the impressions of 1,000 souls broken upon it. Your soul burns with remembered suffering.
All right, then.
There. What did I tell you?
Daybreak. Destroy spirits on hits. Plus one enemy is engaged, two-handed. Nah.
Hey.
Die!
You're not... You're not getting through me.
Leave it to me.
This thing isn't doing this.
And that's how it's done.
Hey.
Hello.
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 Hello. The pillar tugs at your essence. A pulse from the world itself moves through it.
What do we have here?
This isn't working.
Hey, Pillow Flipper. Great. Yes.
Hey.
It happened a little bit ago, but
getting-
it did happen. Welcome.
That didn't work. Need to try something else.
Thank you for the raid, Pillow Flipper.
Exactly what I was going for.
Of course.
Okay. By the way, I'm really
This calls for a
surprised this
subtle
game is
touch.
taking less than 100
There.
hours.
What did I tell you?
Really
Ogren's
surprised.
fire casts light in dark places.
It might even take less than 90 hours. A column of Adra rises above you, stoic and silent, its ridge layers a measuring stick for the passing of ages. It feels to you as a thick block of ice, and you perceive buried deep in its core a dim, flickering flame, all but extinguished, yet preserved against the ravages of the elements. At your approach, the flame seems to steady and draw strength, and the layers separating it from you melt away, and you are bathed in its glow, a bright beacon in its gloom. The glow seems to fade, as though you had adjusted to its intensity, and where it was, Yawara seeps into existence, an Aedolic shade hovering above the moist prison floor. Though ageless, she appears somehow different to you now, a slight stoop to her carriage, perhaps, or a trace of sunkenness in her eyes. There's a broad scar across her face, fibrous and wormy where flames once lapped, unhealed even in death.
So my love returns to me at long last. You are so different now from who you were then, yet much remains the same. Old troubles with a new face. What is it that has brought you here?
I'm here to free you.
A gallant gesture, if a bit misguided. And yet I suspect there is more to this than you have said. I can only guess your presence here has something to do with Theos. The energy of this place changes when he is near. I don't know what he has done, but I do know of the souls that pass through here now. They do not come by choice.
Theos diverted them from the cycle. He seeks to empower Vodica and to blame Animancy for the damage he's caused.
After all this time, he would still stand against the tide.
You knew me when Theos did. There's something I need to know about that time.
I will tell you what I remember.
There's something about that lifetime my soul can't get let go of. I need to know what it is, and I'm running out of time. I see moments from that life, or few, of the Inquisition, of Theos.
I can see his influence, still hanging like a weight about your neck. So it always was. He had inspired something in you. We spoke of him the last time you were here also. It was just after the trial. You were agitated. I think because you started to consider that what I was teaching may have been true.
And what was that? Yawara's mouth tightens and her brow furrows, a look of pity. Her eyes shift back and forth between each of yours, as if looking for something that would help her decide whether to speak.
That the gods aren't real.
Excuse me? I have been speaking to them. I have even been deciding their fates.
I'd dreaded the idea from the moment the Delimgon suggested it. And yet, it almost feels like a relief. She's not serious.
Perhaps not to her. Many are those whom the gods have scorned. This is petty retribution.
Nonsense! Clearly she has not been on the receiving end of a god's ire. She'd know how real the gods can be.
There's a theory puts my boldest to shame. But we ourselves have seen the gods' influence.
What I taught was that the gods whose faith we had been spreading were not gods at all, but something else entirely.
I mean, what is a god anyway?
Something created by people.
Who created these gods and for what?
They were conceived by Engwith, a society of high minds and broad concerns. Theos' people. In their time, every people worshipped its own gods. Sometimes they warred over it. After a few wars of their own, the Engwithans sought an end to it. They devoted all their energy to finding the true creators. Generation after generation, they prodded and worked the stitching of the world and unlocked its secrets. One day, they found an answer. Except the answer was no answer at all. There were no gods to be found. Or if there ever were, they were gone. It shook them, this finding. If they could discover this on their own, how long until others would? How long before war and chaos reigned over a world without consequence? But they had mastered many things in their pursuit of these answers. And with their mastery, they crafted their own gods to fill the void, and sent missionaries to the corners of the world to spread their faith.
So whatever those machinations are, created or not, they are gods now. So how can you say that the gods do not exist? This is why you started your own faith?
I never thought of it as faith, but I think you are right to call it that. Let the world see. Let them decide what to do. That was my faith. I became a missionary because the gods brought me hope that I wanted to bring to others. For a time, the truth sent me to a dark place. Then the day came when I realized nothing had changed, that I still had a purpose, and the purpose was the same and it was worth living for. I began questioning the other missionaries in public, exposing their parlor tricks. In time, their following became mine.
Peek's plot point that Keith made the gods was a bit overblown. You're right, they are functionally gods now. Why does it matter so much where they came from? I mean, I guess it matters because if people know that they are not those divine beings, but they are created by other mortals like they are, they will lose their power somewhat. So maybe you don't want the general population to know that. If you may not, at least, depending on your intentions. But then again, what I mean to say is, and I think what you also are saying is, divine or not, functionally they are gods, so should it make a difference? It's just that not everyone will think practically like that. But even when the gods were believed as divine beings, the 12 that Durance was a part of ended up killing one of those. And then the story of another which dies and gets reshaped as a golem is well known. So they are not the omnipotent god model that some religions have. It doesn't exist in this world to begin with. So I'm not so sure how people would feel, the general population would feel. But people like our companions like Adair, Gravius, and Durance, who have strong connections to their gods, they do very quickly reject the notion that gods do not exist, right? Maybe because they misunderstand what Iovara is trying to say. Like, they do exist. They are just not gods in the sense that they think they are. Like, they are not divine. I don't know. It's a complicated thing. How did you discover this?
The Engwithan missionaries all knew it, but they never told the rest of us. They meant it to be a secret that died with them, and in the end, they allowed their bloodlines to fade from memory. I had been assigned to join a few of them at a temple. I found the door to their chambers closed, but the room was stone and the door thin. Their voices carried. I heard enough. I investigated the things they spoke of, and everything was there, just as they said it'd be.
Later on, after I left the order, a few Engwithans found my verse persuasive and joined my cause. They revealed what I did not already know. Is it true what you thought?
You asked me this once before. Nothing I can say would be any proof, and it may be certainty your soul craves. Resolution. But if you are bound for the same place Theos directs these souls, you will see for yourself as you once did. Everyone faces this truth at one time or another. Few confront it. Few have the stomach to ask what if. And in avoiding the question, they deny themselves an identity of their own.
Yawara scans her audience in silence, her eyes thoughtful, lingering on each member of your company in turn, finding interest in things unseen.
What if all the tragedy, all the persecution, came in defense of an imposter?
Yeah.
He's done miracles for people.
That can't be right. Aethys, he's done miracles for people.
The power of the gods is undeniable. The truth of the story they weave is not.
Yeah.
What if it were forbidden
How much does that
knowledge
matter?
rather than fault that earned your doom? What of your guilt?
I have seen with my own eyes the deceptions of my goddess. The Watcher has shown me as much. But it was not until now that I understood how truly desperate she was. The depths of her deception.
You speak of her deceptions, but what of your own? Was it her words that led you down your path? Or was it the absence of her words? A gap that you filled with your own broken thoughts?
Yes, thank you. I guess this supports my theory that Maegrin never really wanted the Godhammer. It's just Durance and the rest of the 12 convinced themselves that that's what she wants. Maybe it's not, but that's what I feel right now. Like, at least I'm sure that the 12 wasn't outright told to do that.
What if you had always been alone, without guidance?
Well, as poorly as I've chosen my guides, I suppose it would be a comfort to know that I'm free of them.
I mean, even if Maegrin wanted, she was deceiving the others and would always kill them afterwards, so we can't really be sure if she wanted it or not. But yeah, it is a weird story that's not fully explored, or maybe I'm not fully understanding it.
The freedom has always been. It was the guidance that was the illusion. If all our common threads are spun from a lie, what's left to bind us together?
For thousands of years, the Angwithan lie clouded our sight. How can we claim there is no other way when we never had the opportunity to discover one? There are answers out there still, in places we've never thought to look.
What if neither guide knew the way? How then would you choose a course?
Weil teaches us that the gods cannot give you lasting wisdom. They can only inspire you to find wisdom in your own time.
Gravius looks at her, his smile rising as he scratches his chin. You feel the weight of Yawara's translucent eyes upon your soul. What if we can be assured of nothing? Then all we can do is endure, and in enduring grow strong? Are we going the Dakon path? And the fewer people who realize that, the better. This is, I guess, the crowd control path or something like that. Like the way of thinking that people shouldn't know that the gods are immortal creations. Because that would somehow lead to chaos. Then it is the questions that have always posed more value than their answers. I don't understand that. What would we be trying to say? If we cannot be assured of nothing, then the questions pose more value than their answers. It's the philosopher's way of looking at stuff. I guess if we know that we can never be assured of anything, then the questions will always pose more value. Then only when we cease to exist as beings can peace be found. I don't get that at all. That doesn't make any sense. Then we had best build our own strength so we can bear it. That does make a lot of sense. Then the only value is in the things we create ourselves. Pretty much the same thing or complementary options. The only value is in the things we create ourselves, the gods included, if we created them. All we can do is endure is kind of a stoic way to say things, but that doesn't really take us forward. Unlike the first two options, so I kinda like the first two most, but which one? The only value is in the things we create ourselves. We had best build our own strength so we can bear it. I mean, they sound very similar, so let's go with the first one, that is more progressive.
There is bliss to be found in the things we create, but sorrow as well. Every creation bears the imperfections of its creator, and its creator's creator. Art and song are creations, but so are weapons and lies. We must be careful that our creations do not consume us. I ask these things not to trouble you, but to show why they must be confronted. No answer is simple, but somewhere between them all lies a truth so beautiful, not even a god could conceive it. Do we not owe ourselves a chance to find our part in it?
We do. Even without assurances, there is still truth.
If that is truly what you believe, then you are a far different person than the one I knew. I've been alone here with my thoughts for so long now. I've found peace with my failures and with my punishment. I no longer curse fate for what might have been. But there is one thing that has clawed and scraped at my mind all these years. One thing that will not be put to rest until I know. Until I understand.
For the first time, hints of doubt trace her serene visage.
I need to know why you chose to remain with the Inquisition, even after you'd learned the truth. Do you remember?
As she asks, the memory springs to your mind immediately, as though it had just happened. So we decide once more why we did something in the past. So none of these options are wrong. We just have to decide why we did it. Your teachings were a threat to all I believed in. That makes sense. If we were the kind of person Yowara was saying, that makes a lot of sense. I resented you? No, I don't think so. I wanted to please the gods? I don't think so. Your capture brought me glory. I don't want to choose that. That doesn't make sense to the character actions of which we chose earlier. I was afraid of what Theos might do to me if I didn't agree to do it. This could make sense, possibly. Very selfish, but does make sense. I don't think I had a reason, I just did it. I don't want to choose this, or sorry, there are no assurances. Let's go with the first one. Your teachings were a threat to all I believed in.
I never wanted that. I had hoped that what I taught would replace your beliefs with something that made you stronger. For many it did, but not all, it seems.
She shakes her head slowly, absently, in search of an answer that never comes. If that is the conclusion people reach once they know everything, then my purpose has been a mistake. Did my opinion matter so much to you? That seems a harsh connection to draw.
Of all that I loved you for, it was your righteousness most of all. You had heard both sides, seen everything. If not you, then who?
You are never going to be able to convince everyone of anything, true or not. There will always be dissent.
I expected dissent, but I needed to know that true faith would prevail. Perhaps I've been wrong to place so much importance on one person's actions. It was all I could do to feel like there was an answer. Even knowing what you've told me, some part of me knows it doesn't truly answer what I wished to know, nor will an eternity of silent contemplation. I will have only my guesses and suspicions, and that will have to do. And what of your understanding of our past? Are you at ease with the choice you made?
I see the world differently now than one once did. I regret what I did to you and wish your forgiveness.
I have always forgiven you. Though I didn't know your reason, I knew you. I knew we had had something wonderful once. Looking back at that has helped me through these many years. At first I thought this might be the source of your soul's anguish, but now I see I was mistaken. You are not divided on this matter. You have put it behind you. It is with Theos that your agony lies, in sun and shadow. Your questions are not for me, but for him. And it may be that only an answer from the mouth of Theos himself.
We are finishing this
will
game today,
satisfy
Porcelain
your
Girl.
needs.
We are doing it.
Yet if there is anything I can tell you that would be of use, ask and you shall know.
Are you bound here until the end of time?
In a matter of speaking. This is Breath Yamen, the court of the penitents. Souls are confined here until they repent. They must beg the forgiveness of a god, pledge their soul to them, and they will be lifted from this place to the world above. In truth, they receive leniency, but not true mercy. The spite of Woodica is eternal. They linger above, at the site of the old court, and are not permitted to leave the island, forever severed from the cycle. This prison was full once in the days of the Inquisition, but time weathers all things, even will. I'm the only tenant who remains. Yet, I feel their presence strongly now, as it was in the beginning. You have brought many of them here. They cry out for the judgment of Theos. You have struck some bargain with the gods, then.
Better to be on their side than Woodica's.
Better to be on no side at all. Woodica may be the most dangerous of the gods, but make no mistake. Anguith built gods from ideals, and an ideal on its own is a grotesque and vicious thing. But these souls, these forgiven the gods have bequeathed you like chattel. They were loyal followers in life. They will be with you to the very end.
Why don't you repent? You could be free of this place. We are not going to ask her this. Actually, we can ask this not because we want her to repent, but to hear her answer. And I bet she has a very cool answer. Let's go. Let's say that.
Last time someone asked me that, I was bound to an iron wheel with a broken spine. There are many things I've come to doubt about the choices I made in life. But that trial was my one moment of certainty, even without a chorus of gods to tell me I had been right. The gods need to be reminded that we have a spirit, and that spirit is proof against their power. They have the power to manipulate and confuse and ruin us, but not to change our will. I will remain here until the world crumbles and fades from existence, with joy in my heart, knowing I've shown them what they truly are.
This place, sun and shadow, what is it? I could tell you what I believe, but again, it would be no proof. I have only what I have seen and what others have told me about it. There is only one man who can tell you now, who knows it to a certainty, and you shall face him soon enough. I will leave you to see it for yourself, make your own judgments, better for your soul, that way I think. How is it you speak, Adiran? I speak no language now but the wordless expressions of the spirit. It is through my connection to you that I am able to draw upon your words and form them as my own. Do you know what it is I need from Theos?
I could not say for sure. But you have been to Sun and Shadow before, and it came at a crossroads in your life, when much of what you knew had been upended. I have to believe it will come to you there. Your concerns then were of loyalty and trust and the gods. Everything I told you seemed to send you further into doubt. His words mattered to you when you knew him then. After you and I spoke, you went immediately to seek him out. Perhaps you simply sought confirmation from the man you trusted. If something from that time still troubles you, it may be something he told you then, or refused to tell you.
Why
He
has
keeps secrets better than any in this world.
why has Theos done all this?
He cares only for the secret he keeps locked away. He destroys anyone who might discover it, no matter their chances. That's why he's always favored Woodica. It isn't in her love of promises or justice. It's her disregard for the rules. Her willingness to do what is necessary. To Theos, she's not a deity, but an ally with which to conspire. When her power waxes, she does as she pleases with this realm, as well as hers. And she wants that secret guarded as much as he. If Theos succeeds, there will be a shift in the balance of power among the gods. Woodica was vanquished once, when the other gods decided she had gone too far, and her power diminished. With this infusion, there is no telling what she will do. The only certainty is that there will be chaos in their realm, as well as ours.
How can I get Theos to tell me what I need to know?
You will not find a more resolute being on
So
all of
resolve
Eos.
skill won't work?
There is no offer you could make, nor spell you could cast, nor pain you could inflict that would make him reveal what he hides. But I see you have become a watcher in this life.
Okay.
Perhaps in defeat, when he can no longer defend himself, you might learn something from him.
Fine, it's time for me to go.
Theos will not wait for you. If you do not catch up to him now, you may never find him again.
The gods have given me the souls of the forgiven. If you repent, you can join with them. Help me strike the final blow against Theos. Okay? Your defiance here is an illusion. You're a slave to the gods, bound to their rules, stuck in their system. Your continued existence is proof of the gods' dominion over all of us. Okay? If you hadn't planted doubt in my mind long ago, I'd be living a normal life right now. Before I go, I will repay you for this one curse. Now. And I will waste no more time. Farewell, Yovara. Not that I do not respect her explanation about the gods and her beliefs, but I don't want her to stay as a spirit, right? Just for that reason alone, we could try to convince her to repent, and maybe she will be helpful in the final fight also. So I will go with the first option. You don't know Theos has been pretty patient while we dig around the White March. The gods have given me the souls of their forgiven. If you repent, you could join with them. Help me strike the final blow against Theos. I don't think it's going to work anyway, but let's say that.
If I repent, all I have done has meant nothing.
Yeah. Then I will waste no more time. Farewell, Yovara.
I am grateful you came and found me here, no matter the circumstances. You're not exactly who you once were, I have to remind myself. But seeing you one last time and remembering what we shared, brief as it was better than anything I dared hope for in this place. If ever we should meet again, in this life or any other, I hope to find you at peace.
Hey.
There. That was a very nice dialogue. Very nice dialogue, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. The pits. This is where we came from. Oh. Oh. I didn't see this.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
So
The game giving me
it's true.
camping
The gods
supplies
are a sham that people have followed
to
for
rest before the
thousands of
final
years.
fight. Search for Theos. Found him.
I guess Durance is breathing at least. Full of surprises, aren't you?
Hey, look at that.
Wait, did I do that?
A city to put all others to shame.
I knew the builders could work wonders, but this is amazing.
We light
By the way, what did we gain? Ooh,
Can you
fireworks.
do that again? I had something in my eye. I missed most of it.
Steps to the wheel. The watcher gives his or her foes a glimpse into the afterlife by displacing their souls, momentarily paralyzing them and leaving them sickened. Ooh, paralyze attack, defended by wheel.
All this time, whether all these terrible things were people's fault or the gods. Turns out they might be the same thing. Forge or killed someplace. Would we still have gone to war?
It's happening again. The first few seconds of recorded dialogue is not being played. I don't know what kind of a bug that is. Did that happen to anyone? Voice acting is so nice. Yes, it is very good, Porcelain Ghoul. I agree. One of the best things about this game for sure. It was their god who made them believe they were right. I doubt they'd have fought if they knew he was fallible. People were starving. They'd have rebelled sooner or later.
I could see the rebellion still happening, but I don't know that they would have invaded.
He looks down at the ground, drumming his fingers against his side restlessly. When he speaks again, it seems half to himself.
I don't know.
His gaze remains low, distant. When Warden left for war, Adair's throat catches. He takes a slow breath. We had a fight, as brothers will. What about?
They said you get a new country with every trip across the border, but your god, you only get the one.
About him going off to war. He was set on it, but my parents warned him. They said you get a new country with every trip across the border, but your god, you get only the one.
It's the same for families as it is for gods. You only get the one.
Me? I didn't know who was right. All I knew was I didn't want to let him go.
Brushed it off.
Why is
Just
this
got me
happening?
madder, of course, him being so calm. He said I should come with him, but he'd understand if I didn't want to. I told him he'd better be able to face his god one day and answer for what he'd done. He said he'd keep that in mind.
Just restarting? Okay. We can do that.
Me that my brother always knew better than me. If he was so sure of what he was doing, then I should be there with him. I packed my things and was on the road that same morning. Of course, what I didn't know then was he'd already changed his mind. By that time, he was dead on that field.
You think he went to Wade One because of what you said to him?
Have a whole lot else to do other than think about things you don't want to think about.
Crossed my mind. You live in a place like Gilded Vale. You don't have a whole lot of else to do other than think about things you don't want to think about.
But it seems I'm not meant to know.
I hope that wasn't it. I hope he went there because it's what he thought was right. So if you'd left with him, you'd have known why he changed his mind.
If I'd have left with him, we'd both be dead, so I don't know why I bothered thinking about it. I don't know if it was right. But I couldn't abide what Widewin was doing to his own, God or not.
I found my own way in the end, and it wasn't my brother's, and it wasn't my God's.
Seems to matter after what we just heard. And all these questions I've been trying to figure out. I think I just miss my brother.
He smiles faintly, and when he breathes, the air seems to flow more freely through his lungs. Let's be on our
One
way.
more mess we gotta straighten out. Come on then. I still owe you one.
Okay, we have spoken to Matt Mercer number 1. We are going to speak to Matt Mercer number 2 after restart. Hopefully fix the issue in the process. I think this is officially my longest stream. Oh no, never mind. Never mind that. I had a 12 plus hour affiliate stream. But out of my regular streams, this is the longest now. 8 hours, 45 minutes.
We've been
and going.
lied to. Our whole lives, and many lives before that. And it's led us to put our faith in a pantheon of gods that never deserved it in the first place.
Theos is wrong. Most people are fundamentally decent. Knowing the truth can only make them better.
You're right. People will be better off finding direction on their own than following this farce. Besides, the gods haven't exactly done much to prevent us from slaughtering each other. If anything, they've only given us more pretenses for doing so. Seems like that's all they've been doing of late. I've also been thinking. There won't be much left of Theos by the time you're done with him, if I know how you operate. That will leave the leaden key
What does that mean?
headless. Perhaps it's
I'm not a
best
murder
it
hobo.
stays that way.
No, there must always be a Lich King. Someone should fill that role. I agree. I agree.
Then let's face Theos. When this is all over, I'll make sure that no one is able to commit his abuses again.
Okay.
Hey. Nice and quiet.
You cannot access your stronghold here. Aww. But I wanted more side quests. I wanted more loot, more creature parts and plants. I needed them for the potions that I never make and never drink. I found Boots of Speed.
Braved out. This isn't working. I have them.
Not even slowing.
Of course.
And what do we have here?
Weakness. Attack speed. Come on. Chalky bits of bone break away between your fingers. Okay. This is not what I was hoping would happen.
Need something?
That looked like it hurt.
That's it!
This thing isn't doing the... This thing isn't doing the job.
This isn't working!
Die!
Keeping an eye out.
Yeah, give me those magic items and diamonds now that I don't need them. You don't think you even took any damage thanks to Kana's shield song? Yeah. Not in these fights, they are pretty easy. The shadows in the cavern suddenly lengthen and swallow you. When your eyes adjust to the darkness, you find yourself in the midst of what must be another vision. You are surrounded by mists. The ground feels springy under your feet. You imagine that, as soon as you take a step, the soil behind you will erase all trace of your passage. As if on cue, the mists before you clear just enough for you to take a couple steps forward. You do, and the fog closes behind you. You continue for several minutes in this manner, one step at a time, never seeing more than the ground right in front of you. Eventually, rays of light cut through the haze, and you find yourself facing a canyon wall. Adair's head twists suddenly, as though something had flown in front of his face. What's that? Something whizzes past you, just as you turn, you catch yourself weary of movement. Out of the mists flits a shape, small and round. You think you see another, and another. They tickle the corners of your vision. You turn back to the canyon wall, the sun shifts along its path, and what looked like a smooth rock face is the hollow of a cave. A figure steps out, its features shifting and changing before your eyes.
It has to be. Wow! But I never thought he'd reveal himself in person.
Right, well, we couldn't talk to...
Even his form is fickle and unknowable. Amazing.
When we spoke to the other gods. His jaw drops open and his words become slurred, whispered ramblings. The figure transforms from male to female, from Orlin to Omawa, its bones lengthening, its fur receding into its flesh. The only detail that remains constant is the smooth, eyeless face. It's my boy. You mean your genderless Lovecraftian nightmare? Praise well, yeah. The whizzing, rushing shapes from the mist converge on the figure, and as they form a spinning cloud, you realize that they are eyes.
You understand the value of a mystery watcher, a buried scroll, a hidden truth. These are my ways. You unravel a thread, watcher, one you have lost and discovered over generations, and following it to its end has only brought you back to the beginning.
Have I been here before? Wild giggles, a strangely modulated sound that rises and falls as the god shifts from one form to the next. Your search for answers to your past has led you to another mystery, and one grander still. My goal now is to see that the souls Theos has trapped. Yes, but what would you do with them?
A nebula of souls, blind and brimming with potential. The answer to Woodika's question and the beginning of yours. What would you do with them?
Thunderclouds form overhead, casting shadows of movement across the canyon. According to Helia, it's possible to restore them to Hollowborn.
A song the world knows and tires of. The droning chorus repeated again and again. Better the improvised melody, the unfolding chant. The listeners sit rapt, and just when they think they have the tune, it changes again. Even the gods require fresh mysteries.
The clouds break, and the torrent of rain washes Wells' features clean. His blank face molds itself again, taking on the shape of something you've never seen before. Do not consign the souls to the fate of some god's choosing. You have found them. Now scatter them across existence, their destinies known to neither god nor mortal. Let them be lost again, new answers to new riddles. Behind him, the sudden downpour has carved new caves into the canyon. What end would that serve?
No end, Watcher. That is the purpose.
But what would happen to the souls?
None know. They could end up anywhere in the realms of gods or mortals, whole or divided. Discovering them again and charting their course through the ether will be a new mystery.
I don't have 17 intellect. I'm not that smart. I wonder what that option is. We are not seeing it. We are not hearing it. Farewell, well. Farewell, well.
That is a word for endings, and this is but a crossroads. Even I do not know what you would choose.
Shadows from the new caves melt and spread across the landscape, covering you in darkness. When the light returns, the vision is gone. Why did you have to come and confuse me?
Hey.
Well, I know that's kinda your thing. A long segment of the bridge rises over the ruins of an ancient city. It looks stable enough, but the wide gap leaves little room for error. Now let's not jump.
Raid.
Hello.
This isn't working.
Hello.
Listen. Don't even.
And that's how it's...
This thing isn't doing the...
This isn't working. This isn't working.
That's...
This isn't working.
It clearly is working. Kana, what are you talking about? We killed all of them.
Margaret's fire casts light
Corpse.
in dark places.
I don't know where to go. Okay, you know what, chat? I need a couple of minutes. I need a bio break, but I'm not going to switch to the BRB screen. I will be back very shortly. Just, yeah, be right back. This isn't working. camera isn't working. Oh, it's working. I'm back. Okay. There are a bunch of places we can go.
Of course.
Let's try this one. Jump to the freestanding segment. Mitral gets a running start and leaps over the gap. However, Mitral cries out upon landing and collapses on the other side in a tangle of limbs. Poor Mitral. Spell word amulet. Ah. The edge of the bridge is dark against the glowing city below. A draft rises from the depths, cool against your skin. Jump to the other side. Okay. Mitral misjudges the distance and falls short. Mitral manages to grab the jutting lip of the bridge, legs dangling over empty space. With a painful gasp, Mitral climbs to safety. So, we twisted our ankle and sprained our wrists. We will need to rest. That wasn't worth it at all. Least acrobatic rogue ever. I don't understand why that's the case. Is it because I don't have athletics? Probably. Probably it's an athletics thing. What is it again? Deflection. Why do I have a bunch of items in my inventories now? Why aren't they going to the chest? What am I doing? Nine hours is taking a toll. I bet this is where we need to go. I didn't have the stat selected. I was wondering how long it'd take you to notice. At this hour, it would probably take me forever. Like, I wouldn't notice at all if I didn't check the inventory.
Not even slowing it down. Die!
I probably shouldn't have pushed to finish the game today. Like, this is more than 3 hours at this point. This would have made a decent stream tomorrow. But what's done is done. We are finishing it today. I still don't have stat select. No, I do. It wouldn't have been bad if we hadn't found that extra... Yeah. WM? White March 1. You thought you were gonna call it when you found it. I almost did. But then I had explored the map outside of this. You know, I don't know. I don't know. That's perfectly fine. I'm enjoying this. I'm just tired. I'm not enjoying this less. Just slightly tired. Really? Okay. What do I do? Where do I go? Am I missing some? Oh, there's a door here. Is this it? Or is this a new map to explore? This is it. This is clearly it. Look at it. It stinks of final boss arena. What I mean is it smells delicious. Oh, hello. This is Theos from my past, though.
Are you ready to take the oath? To spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen? I am trusting you to remain loyal to the gods in this. If you do not, you will have greater powers than me to answer to. But you will answer to me as well.
What is broad belt of power? Nah.
I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
You're a liar and a manipulator, Theos. I see you for what you are.
This is a missionary, same as I was, taught the wrong things as I was. Oceanus. They have held off many would-be invaders.
You are ready to give a confession?
I am ready to hear one from you.
This is it. I should probably keep my consumables, right? I might need them when the game ends. I might need them in the next game. Let's make some food, I guess. What am I going to do with 100 dragon eggs? Actually, I don't have a single dragon egg. I have dragon meat, which is better. Can I still call the ogres here? They was like 30 meters away, tapping his wristwatch impatiently. What is Amitral doing? Why does it smell like cooked dragon meat?
Of course.
Here we go! Wait, we're not going. Wait, what's happening? Where's Theos? Did I eat too early? You come to a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with Adra and trimmed with copper. At the far end, the great pillar of Adra pierces the floor from below like a ragged spike, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless steps. Where's the marshmallow? You gotta have marshmallows roasted with dragonfire. Yeah. I ate all of them though. Sorry. At the base of the pillar stands Theos, a look of concern on his face as he notes up your approach. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all others, spinning madly in your mind, but you don't dare ask it yet. You need some admission from him first, some hint of the veracity of your suspicions.
You are far from your post, Inquisitor. What brings you here?
Your mind races, weighing different angles of approach, your emotions barely in check. But we didn't plan this, we didn't practice. That machine behind you, what does it do?
It has many uses, but its purpose is to bring structure to the chaos that surrounds it.
What is this place?
We are in a sanctum holy to Utica. There are others like it in service to the other gods. I come here often to pray for her counsel, and in this space I may be assured that she hears me.
All these statues, what are they of? Who are they of?
They are monuments to Woodica's greatest servants among my people. I hope to join them myself one day, but my work is not yet complete.
What a liar. Was Yovara telling the truth?
That woman sought only to destroy the foundations of peace and civility that my people sacrificed everything to build.
Was the entire Inquisition based on a lie?
The Inquisition was based on the need to cut the flesh from a rotting wound.
That's a subtle way to approach. Is this all a lie? Just, small talk. You are shaking now, having lost all patience for tact. Oh, that was tact? Okay. No more evasions. You have to know everything you believed, everything you have done for the gods. Did you lie to me when you said the gods could end suffering? Theos says nothing. Are there no gods?
What is a god? A higher power? A rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked?
Theos asking my question,
something men
what is
can
a
turn
god?
to in their darkest moments when their days seem only like bridges from one tragedy to the next. Our gods are all these things.
Yeah. Am I Theos? Chat, am I Theos? I, as the real person, the streamer, he's pretty much saying what I was blabbering about earlier, right? That's creepy. With Theos as a reward, you find yourself losing control of a boiling cauldron of rage and doubt and fear and hopelessness until you can take it no more. Are there no gods?
We are in a sacred place within earshot of the gods themselves. This is not the time. You've been through much these past few months.
With maddening calm, Theos puts an index finger to his lips.
You will return home and you will rest. When you feel you have recovered, you may rejoin us at the trials. The Inquisition is far from over, and I will have need of you. There are many who continue to spread the lies of the apostate. The Inquisition will not end until we have pronounced judgment on all of them.
His eyes linger on you, and there is no mistaking the threat behind it, and your rage shrinks at the image of an iron wheel in your mind, monolithic and caked with the dried blood of thousands. You do not ask your question again. There we go. The man.
How did you find it?
I'm not here to talk this time. Do it, chat. No, we don't do it. I didn't. It was Lady Webb.
Another in a string of acts of petty defiance. For all her knowledge, she always preferred spite over reason.
She loved you.
Then she should have obeyed. I ask one thing of all my followers. She was incapable. A waste of rare talent and intellect.
Your talent and intellect were too great for her to live as your servant.
What of your cohorts, then? They have followed you to their deaths. Is it loyalty
we are
that
not
brings
going to
them
be
here?
the ones who die here.
Or is it, as my agents suggest, that they have no direction of their own?
Excuse me? What did you say about my companions?
You worshipped Aethys, did you not?
Your spies are good. What gave me away? The cape?
Yet when your god needed you the most, you chose your country.
Yeah, their frowns irritated.
We were being invaded. Not by anyone who was acting like a god.
Then I should think your hometown gave you a hero's welcome when you returned.
Oh, that's below the belt.
They made cake. Hard to blame people for losing faith when it's the
cake's
gods
a
who
lie
are
there.
misbehaving.
The gods argue over how best to prevent Kith society from destroying itself. These disruptions would not be necessary were mortal instinct not so diseased. You have devoted yourself to studying the work of my people. Why?
I thought your people had much to teach us. That we too could create great machines, improve our ships, make an empire as vast and impressive as yours ever was, built upon your secrets.
And did you ever consider that these were things you were never meant to understand? That their comprehension is beyond you?
Okay. I know better. The Angwitans weren't an infallible race. You were never gods. All your petty experiments, your heinous crimes, your glorious achievements, you were just people, and your time came and went. Angwith is a lesson now for those who remain.
You are living in the time of my people, Amawa. You owe them more than you will ever comprehend, and so it shall ever be. Greater civilizations than yours have attempted to reclaim what we buried. The greater their successes, the worse their fates in the end. I have seen to it. What of you, Orlan? My agents tell me you are far from home, both in distance and in years. Have your friends proven a worthy distraction from the pain of ostracism?
Ostracism? Is that the name for the groin rash your mother gave me? Don't fool yourself, old man. You know nothing about me.
Enlighten me, then. Is it Galawain you serve, or is it Wal?
I give both gods their due service, but I am servant to neither.
But such difficulty on the way. If you had only accepted that perhaps you were fit to serve neither god,
Thank you for the posture check.
just as you were unfit to serve your tribe, you might have saved yourself the trouble.
My tribe was unfit to serve me. And yes, I'm not fit to serve any god. I need only serve myself. Can you claim that, Theos? Are you your own master, or are you just Woodika's wet nurse?
Well, now, Chaos does not really serve Wodika, right?
I serve all people, better than they will ever know. Better to live a competent servant than an incompetent master.
Duran stares at Theos with a beast snarl. Theos watches him calmly.
You built a weapon that delivered exactly as promised.
I served my goddess as you did yours.
Yet the other builders were slain, 11 of a dozen. Why not you? Were you somehow different? Redeemable in your god's sight?
Whatever desire I had to be redeemed in her eyes was weakness, purged by the Watcher's sight.
Or was it merely that your goddess wanted you dead as well, and your delusions of importance prevented you from seeing the obvious?
A whore's beguiling charms, nothing more. But the spell's broke now, Theos. The trial's over. I know friend from foe, and I've come here now to see a foe repaid.
You were able to destroy a god because another god wished it. Without her hand to guide you, you could not strike at a god any more than you could strike the sky. You are impotent, and not just from the pox. State your name and purpose, young acolyte.
Oh, okay. At the sight of Aloth, Theos' mouth twitches derisively.
My name belonged to the gods and my hand to their service. No more.
Aloth's eyes darken.
You serve none but yourself. Without contact with your order, you can have no higher purpose. Only the base concerns of the flesh. You have cast yourself from our ranks.
Yeah.
And I should have done it years before. I'd rather live in uncertainty than servitude.
And that uncertainty would lead you where it leads everyone. To doubt, to emptiness, to the many cruelties inspired by disbelief. You will have to forgive your Grandmaster for remaining skeptical of his initiate's choices. You are here because you are lost. The gods cannot reach everyone, I'm afraid. May you fare better in your next lives.
He directs his gaze at you.
I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you shadow my footsteps like some stray mongrel? You think I have something to offer you, but our business was concluded long ago.
What do you know of our business?
You think your abilities only flow in one direction. That isn't how it works, I'm afraid. Not for me. For all that you saw of my soul in the sanitarium, I saw as much of yours.
Our business will conclude when you have told me all I wish to know.
I answered your questions once. That your soul is not fit to accept the answers is of little concern to me. I lied to no one. Not to you, not to anyone. The gods are real. They are everything we need them to be, and the world is better for it.
You deny the generation its place in the world.
The heart of this country has skipped a beat. Nothing more. I have done far worse. I plunged the peaceful kingdom of Telosus into civil war. I slew the monarch of Desantio, whose people never knew hardship under his rule, and replaced him with a cruel despot who brought them to ruin. When plague arrived at the great city of Arborensis, I saw to it that the cure did not. They piled their dead outside the city in heaps that rose above their walls.
Sure. Give me more reasons to kill you. Nothing could justify these atrocities.
That's where you are mistaken. There was a time, back when your soul was still a shapeless mist, when the world believed only in false gods. Thousands of them. Gods that told them to take slaves. Gods that told them to make war upon their neighbors and devour the slain. Gods that told them to burn their children alive and cover themselves in the ashes as a sign of their faith. But all that changed when they learned of the true gods. Our gods. All those misshapen, bestial instincts melted beneath the radiance of our god's majesty. You could see it in their eyes. That dull emptiness replaced with the glimmer of a kindled spark.
Teaching them there were no gods would have achieved the same purpose.
And replaced it with one far worse. Have you imagined this existence? The one the apostate would have created. We are not all so virtuous as she. Without our gods, the most wicked, the most tyrannical, they would take that power for themselves. But more than that, it would be a hollow existence.
What?
All mysteries forever unanswered. All purposes constructed from meaninglessness. No endings to bring closure. Only a wheel, turning without mercy, grinding our spirits to dust.
So what? You created the gods. So you must already be feeling like that. So how can those created gods be meaningful? I don't get that logic. You underestimate people.
For all my years, I have seen exactly what they are capable of. What the apostate asked was beyond any man. All I have seen, the millennia of experience. I will not be dissuaded from this course. This is the only way.
At least admit it. Admit to me that the gods are not true gods. I need to hear it from you.
You have not thought this through. There is no leaving this place for you. I allowed it once, but you have made it all too clear what a mistake my mercy was.
Who says I want this place? I didn't even take the Ascension in Baldur's Gate 2. What are you talking about? You think I will take the leaden key?
With your soul and thousands of others, I will see this world purged of its suffering. Hear me, Woodica. Your servant calls for aid.
There we go. Maybe not.
Roak 10!
What?
Brave.
I'm still alive. I know. There's something wrong with me. I'm just trying to finish the game, and it refuses to be finished. How are you, Babu? No, what did you do? Why did you... Do I focus on Theos? I think I do focus on Theos. Let's try this. And he's dying very fast. Can I just finish him off? Let's see. Is there many forms? Though there may be many forms. Didn't hear what I just said? You just understood you gotta get good? Yeah. That's what I said. I gotta get good. Yeah, I'm trying to finish the game, if you didn't actually hear me. I mean, Theos is dead.
Leave it! I have
And that's how.
Die! That's it! This is... Yeah?
Why is this fight so easy? You've only been looking for 2 hours because you said you were almost... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, okay? Baby sticks. Thank you for the lurk though, I appreciate it. But I think we are actually done now. I think this was the final fight. At your feet rests the body of the... It was very disappointing though, the difficulty level of this fight compared to what we did earlier. After White March 2 and even Adra Dragon, this final fight's a kind of joke. Yeah. It was anticlimactic. I mean, the fight itself was easy, but all the dialogue leading to here and the dialogue that probably awaits us right here, they are going to be the real prize. At your feet rests the body of Theos, hollow, the dense wrinkles shaped by the silent shouldering of an eternal burden now smoothed across his color-drained face. His soul remains still for the moment, defenseless, its energy expanded in defeat. It lies sprawled across his body like a death shroud.
All those lifetimes spent to preserve a single vital secret. I can't imagine having that much certainty.
That's the servant down and the mistress still to go. A good start.
Alright, slow down, champion. Slow down. Okay?
I hope this is the end, but what's to stop him from being born again with the same ill intent? And before you suggest the option, no, I'm not eating his soul. I'll put almost anything in my mouth, but not that.
Some point, you have to look at the things your god is telling you to do. And ask yourself if it's worth it. He spent his lives, more than any of us will ever know. For what? Binding the world to a lie. Could a man like that ever be redeemed?
Explore Theos' soul. With a deep breath, you plunge into Theos' soul, and where in Brackenbury it had been a maze of narrow corridors and dead ends, now it is expansive and borderless. Its walls crumbling into heaps like the ruins of Engwith as you pass through them. You travel for what seems like ages, rushing to a known destination, a memory you glimpsed once before. At last you see it, no more than a pinprick of light at the end of a long tunnel, expanding slowly at first, then quickly as you near. You come out in the room you are standing in now, but it is new and pristine and filled with people, thousands of them, all turned towards the great Adra pillar and the machine that encases it. Theo stands at the machine, and you are one with him now. You look out at the crowd, at faces of shriveled old men and cherub-cheeked little girls, at mothers bouncing infants to quiet them, and fathers clasping their children's restless hands and watching you with somber acceptance. A woman with tears in her eyes gives you a small nod. You turn back toward the machine, your breath constricted beneath the weight of unwanted knowledge, preparing yourself to set out alone on a journey without end. You close your eyes and open them again to find the machine still in front of you, beckoning. You take your place in front of it and place your hands upon a large mechanical disc at the base of the great crystal column and speak a single word. Giant rings creak to life, yielding speeds, setting arrays of carved draconic mouths aglow and sending tremors through the platform beneath you. The entire room shakes now with the force of the accelerating machine, all sound drowned out by its deep, deafening thrum. Brilliant tendrils of light arc outward from the pillar in all directions, and you look over your shoulder to see them engulfing the crowd, burning them brightly like hot iron. One by one, the tendrils disappear, leaving ashen effigies where people once stood, most of them disintegrating into grey heaps under the stress of the tremors. You look about the Badra pillar, and the glowing spherical mass has begun to coalesce atop the column where the arcs converge. It grows and pulses, translucent and bulbous like some immense chrysalis, suspended in slow rotation as though it were being spun from the arcs of light. When the last arc disappears, the spectral mass hangs a moment, no longer rotating, so bright you must shield your eyes with an outstretched hand, and it seems to you as though it is looking at you. You bow your head in acknowledgement, and look back up to see it melt into the pillar like warm candle marks. The pillar flares with a flash of light, bright as the sun itself, then fades to darkness. The machine slows down to an abrupt halt, and when the last echo of its grinding cogs has passed, the chamber is still and you are alone. From all sides, reality begins to bleed in through the memory, and you find yourself in your own skin once more, looking down at Theos' lifeless body. You sense a listlessness to Theos' soul, an overwhelming fatigue that hinders its immediate escape and makes it vulnerable to manipulation. You feel as though your victor has given you some kind of hold over it, and you are able to do with it as you please. Return it to the cycle. You will remember this, Theos. Remember that no man can hide the truth forever, and all you've done was done in futility. Your memory shall be your penance. Tear his soul apart. I do not envy you, Theos. I, of all people, realize the sway memories can hold. It's time you were granted peace. Banish his soul to Braith Yaman. Theos ex Arcanon. There can be no forgiveness for your deeds, only justice. You shall escape the judgment no longer. Destroy all memories contained within. Your memory makes you a slave to your own past. Perhaps it can't be undone, but it can be forgotten. It shall trouble neither of us any longer. Oh. Tear his soul apart. You cause me great suffering, Theos. You do not deserve to exist. If we destroy all memories contained within, we won't be able to get the answer, whatever answer we wanted. But maybe we did get it already. So we have two options to tear his soul apart, which is one is in mercy, the other is in revenge. I wouldn't just destroy. Maybe it's an option to destroy all memories and then return it to the cycle. I don't know. I don't think I want to return them to the cycle. Let's I don't know, this is such a difficult choice. Let's give the soul a merciful non-existence. Like, let's seize the soul. Let's end this existence. I do not envy you, Theos. I, of all people, realize the sway memories can hold. It's time you were granted peace.
An end to doubt and certainty alike.
You reach out for Theos' soul, and you can feel its frailty in defeat, its texture like a coarse and threadbare cloth on the brink of disintegration. You insinuate yourself between the threads, pushing the weaving apart, unraveling the stitching until it's bereft of structure, a formless heap bound together by nothing at all. In its midst, you dedicate your focus to a single idea, and the idea is shatter. You concentrate, and as you concentrate, you feel a force building within your soul, an outward pressure that strains against containment, threatening to rupture your spirit. When you can contain it no more, you transfer it into Theos' soul all at once and release it there, a detonation of will that expands in all directions, driving out the remnants of his essence, scattering it into nothingness. You can feel his presence no more. In the stillness that follows, a single word echoes through your minds, a word you spoke when you were one with Theos in an ancient memory. You realize it is the word that activates the machine. It's a lie. Theos isn't here. Oh. The machine. As you approach the machine, the path underfoot suddenly changes to a cobbled road. If you hadn't experienced visions like this already in Tier 1, you'd be tempted to believe that the machine had sucked you into it and deposited you in the middle of nowhere. The sun blazes overhead, and the rolling meadows and thick forests on either side of the road could be anywhere in the Deerwood. A shrill cackle turns your head. It's Kane. Standing next to you is a malnourished man clad in a threadbare loincloth and manacles. His entire body is striped with lash marks, and there are scarred pits where his nose and ears should be. He stinks of stale sweat and unwashed filth. You notice someone wandering down the road, but the figure's back is to you. The scarred slave has your attention for now.
You know something of quiet servitude, Watcher. Groveling and simpering before the gods whose aid you need, so that when they finally raise you to a place of power, you can seize what you desire. You have labored at the pleasure of others, that shriveled hag in Hadrit House, those preening soldiers with more taste for silk than steel, the wretched tribesmen playing out their fantasies of grandeur. And then you cowered and knelt before the gods themselves, begging one paltry favor and receiving riddles and visions in response.
I mean, now that you put it that way...
And now the gods give you orders and commands, even while you set out to fix what they cannot. Yet what have they offered you?
A suspicious grimace crosses Alot's face. I get the feeling this is his way of giving you new orders on behalf of his own master. Be careful, Mithril. Gravius clears his throat and quietly says, 5 copper says he's about to sell you on his own agenda. Only Well knows what that might be. Gravius grins and leans in closer, whispering, if I were you, I'd tell him the other gods offered us a dozen nubile lasses. See if he can match that and haggle from there. Given the breadth of the iron manacle, it's amazing that he can raise his one thin arm. But he does, and he points to the person walking the other way along the road.
The exiled queen is not an ungrateful patron.
You get a better look at the lone figure and realize that she's wearing robes, tattered and singed, but fine nonetheless. On her head is a silhouette of a broken crown. She continues walking, her pace slow but determined.
Finish the work Theos began. Strengthen Woodica with these souls and allow her to become the most powerful of all the gods, with you as her favored.
I've been working against Woodica this whole time. Why would she thank me now, after I've defeated her most loyal servants? Do I say that? No. Helping Woodica would mean that the secrets of the gods stay hidden. He rubs his hands together, his black eyes gleaming. Safely hidden, yes. From the violent overlords who would cease to fear punishment in the next life. From the heavy-handed masters who would answer to no one. The world needs some schemes. Or are the souls of kids so pure that you would snap the teeniest threads that bind society? Have caution, Mithril. All schemers desire an ignorant multitude. Kana's shoulders are set in a straight line, his expression grim. What they fear most is that we should know enough not to be content in our places. I've been working against Woodica this whole time. Why would she thank me now after I've defeated her most loyal servant? The rugged hole in Skane's face wrinkles with disgust. Loyal and weak. Theos proved his inadequacy when he failed to anticipate you. A plan exposed is worse than none at all. But you have proven resourceful, equal to the schemes of gods. Woodica has a long memory, Watcher. For your friends and foes, and she keeps her oaths. What do you mean by her favorite? The recipient of Woodica's blessings, she has always had a place for mortals of particular merit. If you help her now, she will become the most powerful of all the gods, and you will be the one who made her so. Think of the lifetimes of reward you would reap. The only reward I wish is the joy of pulling bloody shards of her broken crown from my staff when I have finished with her trial. Skane turns his flinty eyes on Durance. So says your companion who has been abandoned by his own god. Do you really trust him to make alliances for you? Skane takes a bundle at his feet and hefts the burden onto his back. I've explained the alternative, Watcher. Continue as a pawn of the gods or a partner of one. At the other end of the road, the figure stops. She turns her head just enough to look over her shoulder. Her face is mostly hidden, but one merciless eye peers at you from a cheek of rippled, scorched flesh. I won't help you.
You say that now, but when you're standing in front of the machine, considering the lifetimes and the powers that await you, we'll see what you do.
He continues down the road, and when the sun suddenly drops below the horizon, it plunges you into momentary darkness. You come to your senses in front of the machine. All these evils we've seen, going all the way back to the Saints' War, that was all Vodka. Imagine if she was stronger on top of it all. Okay, we have... Everyone wants to talk to me. Let's go. Matt Mercer number 1.
Astounding. I always knew the Leaden Key stood for something big, but I didn't quite realize what I'd gotten myself into. And now, you're in the middle of something even bigger. With a decision that will affect millions. But even if you send the souls somewhere
we
specific
have passed 90
now,
hours.
Who knows what the next turn of the wheel will make of them? We can't really control what happens to them. Nor should we try. I had to see the monster Theos had become to realize that.
Maybe so.
It's your decision, of course. And whatever you decide, I'm glad our paths crossed in Gilded Vale.
Matt Mercer number 2.
Theos, he had hold of your soul from a long time back, seems like. You get what you needed from him?
I'm beyond those needs now.
Feels good, doesn't it? Got enough to worry about as it is. You'll be feeling better soon then. Good. That's real good. You got it figured out what you're going to do about all that?
Yes.
Got a lot of people out there thinking they've been abandoned by their gods. There's not much that'll put the fear in you more than that. You can take my word for it.
Funny how this gods stuff kind of reminds you of the current Critical Role. I haven't been watching Critical Role for a while. I have stopped in the middle of the second campaign, and I think they are pretty far in the third campaign, right? I know nothing about it. Is it really like related somehow? Or similar?
If it was in my power, and I know it's not, but if it was,
wow,
I'd find a way to give them the courage to face it. Not because they think there's some god looking out for them, but because
maybe
they just
Matt Mercer
got it in
did
them.
take some inspiration.
And after what you've been through, though, I'm sure you got your own ideas. Better make it good.
He winks.
We've come to the end of it, my friend. It has been an honor to walk this road with you, and I will regret our parting.
I will not stay in Route 5 long, I think. If it means to change, I see there is nothing I can do to stop it. But there are many places yet to see, mysteries to unravel. Kana inclines his head. And while I cannot say I aspire to match your fierceness, I cannot deny it saved us on many occasions. I thank you. That was short.
Victory looks good on you. There was a blur about your soul that lingers no more. Seems putting Theos to rest has given you some measure of inner peace. Of course, now you need to decide what to do with these trapped souls. So many hopes and dreams, all of them torn from the cycle and trapped for Wall knows how long. You could set them free, nowhere in particular. Just free to go Wall knows where. Think of how many new lives and new journeys could start this very moment. It's all in your hands.
Don't confuse me, Gravius. I know what I want to do.
I know you are the right person to decide the fate of so many.
Run a campaign based
you
on
helped
this.
Bring me closer to WoW.
Use the plus
and I believe
Pantheon.
WoW delivered you to this moment, this decision. It has been an honor to be along for the journey.
Very, very cool. Very cool. That's very interesting, Thor. It would have been enjoyable to play in that campaign.
Ah, the end of the road greets us at last. You fared well, Watcher. Better than any Watcher has right to. Seems you were afield in need of a flames cleansing.
Dude, do you actually believe you had any effect of what happened to me? What became of me? If anything, I change your course, not you change my course. You get it wrong.
Would that my own trial had produced such an outcome.
Oh, wait, I
myself
misunderstood.
for the field all this time. But you were the field, and I the darkness. A lesson neither of Durance nor of Margaret. But with that trial's end, a new one begins. A god's trial. And I will stand in judgment without mercy.
He was actually being humble this last one time. I misunderstood. He was being humble for once, and I insulted the guy. I'm sorry, Durance. I'm sorry. Hype, we are, yes, end of game hype. Are we ready? So I know what I want to do. I'm going to do what Hilea wanted me to do. Give the spirits back to the Hollowborn children, but not because she wanted me to do that. I've always wanted to do that, since very early in the game. So I want to make it a point, chat, that I'm not doing the gods' bidding, okay? I'm doing what I feel to be the right thing to do. You're going to do what our glorious Lord and Master Wal asks you to do, right? Right? Wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe in an alternate lifetime, as in, I reload the game and take that option. That's what they want you to think. I mean, to be fair, we have been asked 5 different things by the gods to do with the souls.
Hydrate.
It is up to me to choose one. Thank you for the hydrate, Porcelain Girl. I sometimes don't notice how much water I need. So yeah. Yeah. I think Wal's proposition is a very good one also. But even before we met the gods and they demanded anything from me and we knew what was going on with the souls, like very early in the game, I was hoping to find a way to disperse the souls back to Hollowborn. Some other set of souls that we found elsewhere, not this. I didn't know of this back then. But yeah, so that's what we are going to do. That has always been in my mind for the last, I don't know, 60 hours, 50 hours. You have seen this machine and others like it in operation. You understand how it works. It's a device for directing souls. As a watcher, it would be a simple matter to influence that direction. Though as big as the machine is, it may be the last thing you ever do. Speak the command to activate the machine. Melon. There's a shrieking of stone grinding against stone as old cogs loosen and begin to turn. You have only moments before the souls will be sent into the other way. This will be your only chance at redirecting them. Send the souls back into the reincarnation center. This is what Barath wanted us to do. Return the souls to the bodies they were intended for. This is what Hilea wanted me to do, which is also what I want to do. Entropically disintegrate the souls, ending their existence. This is what the this Cain and Ondra and the other god wanted me to do. I'm forgetting his name. Distribute the essence to existing souls in the root to strengthen them. This is what Magran, Abaddon, and a third god wanted me to do. Allow the souls to pass through the way into Wodica. This is obviously serving Wodica. Disperse the souls to an unknown location. This is what Wal wants me to do. Brimground is yes, thank you. The frost god. I'm not going to lie, I want to see all 6 options. If I hadn't been streaming for almost 10 hours, I might have reloaded to see all options and showed it to them also. But I think I will choose the one that I really want and call it a day. I might go back and check these options out of stream, or I might just replay the game. I don't know. I've really enjoyed this game, so I might replay it at some point and keep the excitement and curiosity for that playthrough, right? To keep the excitement alive. Maybe that's the better thing to do rather than going back and checking all these out. Maybe I will just replay the game. Well, I'm not ending just right now. We will still see the epilogue to this. Return the souls to the bodies they were intended for. You close your eyes and expand your perception outward, taking in the immense totality of the tens of thousands of souls orbiting the chamber. Your grasp on the souls is tenuous. You find yourself fighting to keep them all within your influence, and you can feel them slipping away from you as the machine gains speed. A brief moment comes when it feels as though you hold all of them at once, and their force is so great it feels as though they will tear you apart. In that moment, you dedicate your entire being to bending their orbits, channeling their flow in a new direction.
At your command, the ancient device became your instrument, spinning to life with deafening resonance and gathering up the swirling essence like thread on a great spindle. There, in the pale pulsing glow of the machine that set you on this path long ago, you summoned all your strength, focusing on your objective and blocking out all else. With a single concussive blast that rocked the chamber and sent you tumbling to the ground, you freed the souls from their stasis. Exhausted, your consciousness slipping away, your last sight was of the machine, dark and dormant. Then your eyes closed, and sleep welcomed you at long last. After coming to and searching for some time, you discovered the route Theos used to enter Sun and Shadow, and embarked on a long and arduous ascent back to the surface. You emerged in Ter Evron after days of tunneling through the rubble Theos had left behind, and when you stepped into the daylight, you were faced with a different Deerwood than the one you had left.
Why?
At your direction, the souls diverted by Theos were guided back to the vessels originally meant for them. For the first time, parents of hollow-born children woke to the cries of their infants and looked into their eyes to see them staring back. People fell to their knees where they stood, thanking Helia or Mogren or even Aethys for their forgiveness of whatever guilt they felt they bore. But for all the relief that had come to some parents, others only found new grief. For many thousands of Hollowborn had died during Wide One's legacy, many by their parents' own hands.
Yeah.
For those children, there would be no homecoming. Yet the last Hollow birth was in the past now, and those parents willing to risk trying for a new child were frequently rewarded, often with twins. Many felt they saw Helia's hand in it.
Very cool.
And the year would be remembered as the year of Helia's splendor. Though you
Very
had
cool.
killed Lord Radric in his throne room, so strong was his drive to rid his land of Eothasians that he returned to life as a death guard.
What?
A deathless crusader for his brutal cause.
No
With
way.
the remains of his humanity stripped away, Radric came to see all the people of Gilded Vale as worshippers of Aethys, and one day he led his forces into the village personally to see them all purged from his lands. Gilded Vale was left a hollow shell, its buildings ruined, and its people slaughtered.
Wow.
Even travelers and would-be squatters knew better than to take
We
refuge
ruined
inside
those
its borders.
people's lives.
Lord Radric returned to Radric's Hold, where he remained, keeping eternal watch over his barren domain.
That's crazy.
Following
descending.
the assassinations of Duke Avar Wolfgren and Lady Webb, Defiance Bay was thrown into political upheaval. In the ensuing weeks, the streets had become the domain of looters and blackguards. Few dared to step outside their own doors alone or unarmed. But order was soon re-established by the Knights of the Crucible, who, despite their depleted numbers, had gained favor in the public eye for their role in unraveling Widewind's legacy. They were quickly reinforced by returning forces from Fleetbreaker Castle. Having seen both the ills and the promise of animancy, internally the Knights quietly began a more cautious exploration of the new science.
Very cool.
Depleted in numbers but bolstered by their newly forged stock of soul-augmented weaponry and a small contingent of forged knights, the Knights of the Crucible would soon become an order few in Defiance Bay would dare to cross. But the opportunity to build upon their newfound power proved too great a temptation for the High Justice. What was at first a measured approach to animancy soon gave way to a rapid buildup of armaments. The High Justice would eventually seize control of the city for his order and place Defiance Bay under indefinite martial law.
What did I expect, honestly?
The destruction of the machine atop Ter Noaneth spelled the end of the reanimated corpses in Heritage Hill. Though at first few were willing to venture into the abandoned district, it was soon cleaned out and rebuilt. The district's horrors still fresh in people's minds, it would be some time before it was fully repopulated. But eventually the lure of cheap prime land would all but erase the memory. The Duke's assassination at the apparent hands of an animancer had caused catastrophic rioting in the streets of Defiance Bay. But those who had escaped the melee in the palace hearings remembered the testimonies of
It's
the
very
strange
good, no,
guest who
it's
had
a very
shown up
good
that
game.
day and absolved animancy, implicating the leaden key instead. The rumor spread quickly, and soon the popular belief was that the assassin had been a leaden key spy.
Okay.
When the legacy
At
had
least.
lifted, people came to see it not as a sign that the riots had been according to the gods' wishes, as Theos had hoped, but as a confirmation that animancy had never been the source of the problem in the first place. Deerwoodans instead convinced themselves that the riots had somehow purged Defiance Bay of Leaden Key spies, and that the end of Whitewind's legacy was their well-deserved reward.
Okay,
The rage against animancers was quickly forgotten, and those who had survived were permitted to return to Brackenbury Sanitarium and rebuild it so they might resume their studies. Abidon's renewal brought new vigor and purpose to a god long known for quiet, steady labor. Handicraft saw a revival in the Deerwood, and no smith wanted for an apprentice.
Wow.
Additionally, Abidon's restored interest in preservation led to redoubled efforts to survey Engwithan ruins. Animancers and craftsmen alike found much to study, but tensions with Aer Glanfath rose.
I didn't consider this.
As for Stalwart, the Battle of Cairn's Scar only strengthened their resolve to unlock the mysteries of Durgan's steel and build new marvels with the White Forge. However, Stalwart's ambitions brought them into further conflict with the Raid Serens, as more and more impoverished communities gathered at the border and vowed to finish the work of the Iron Flail. It would be many generations
well, at least they have
before
cannons.
the region saw peace.
They have cannons, so...
The Flames that Whisper clan found a cautious peace with Stalwart, particularly once the villagers heard of the aid the ogres had offered against the Eyeless. The clan moved back into the Russet Wood, and as Stalwart grew in prestige, the villagers formed a tighter alliance with their ogre neighbors.
Oh, nice.
Within a generation, ogre traders visited Stalwart, and village hunters were welcome in the Russet Wood. Maneha never found the salt well, but she found a kind of peace in her duties as a gift-bearer, and in the ebb and flow of her journeys. As she traveled and accepted burdens from Andra's supplicants, she saw in their eyes a kind of peace that she had not previously noticed. It was faith, not that Andra had freed them of their pain, guilt, and regret, but that she would, a little more each year. With that realization, Maneha learned to accept that Andra's ways were as gradual as they were inexorable.
Completely ignored this companion.
The fortress of Cadnua emerged as a bastion of security in the midst of an untamed land, becoming the envy of every thane and earl in Deerwood. Legend grew over time of its impregnability, and stories of formidable invaders easily scattered by the keep's defenses became popular around the hearths of Deerwoodinians. Likewise, it also became a beacon to travelers, merchants, and visiting dignitaries alike. Reputed as the finest fortress in all Deerwood, people would journey from near and distant lands alike to experience its fabled hospitality and grandeur. After the death of the Master below, a strange quiet fell over the endless paths of Adnua. The attacks on the fortress above ceased. Adnua's silent
that is why the
closest
attack
remaining
stopped.
thing to a master in its musty, forgotten passages. Pallegina had missed the opportunity to complete her mission from the Duke's Bells. The Deerwood's trade with Aer Glanfath remained weak, but the Valian republics were unable to enter Glenfathan markets. For her repeated insubordination and loss of lucrative trade, Pallegina was cast out of the Brotherhood of Five Sons.
Sorry, Pallegina.
She traveled north of the Eastern Reach, where she tried to avoid trouble as a caravan guard, but she could not escape the strange looks and unwanted attention her appearance brought. Haravius took his leave of the party and, after his first bath in years, returned to his nomadic lifestyle. With his homesickness expunged, he found renewed joy and tranquility in his wandering survey of the wilderness. For the first time in his life, he ventured beyond sight of the mountains of Aer Glanfath. During his travels, he penned numerous journals and sketches detailing his travels through frozen tundra, searing desert, and tropical forests. Wherever he went, Haravius left behind stories of the Autumn Druid, a temperamental, one-eyed wise man of the forest, known to bring food to lost travelers and unusual advice to anyone willing to ask him a question. Adair chose not to return home to Gilded Vale. Still most comfortable far from cities, he settled in Deerford, which, like many towns in the Deerwood, was beginning the slow process of rebuilding. Believing now that it was the obligation of Kith to be the leaders their gods had not, Adair was soon named mayor of the town, and under his guidance, Deerford soon began to prosper. He expelled the last of the Scanites from the area and drew new settlers with the offer of land, a trick he had learned from someone he otherwise preferred to forget. With each passing day, Deerford would come to more closely resemble the gilded vale of Adair's childhood, the one worthy of its name. When the dust settled in sun and shadow, Aloth looked upon the remains of Theos Ixarchanon, his former master. He saw where the Grand Master had gone wrong and what would be required to undo the harm Theos had wrought.
Are you going to take over
With a
Leavenworth?
flick of his wrist, he burned Theos's robe, headdress, and every other symbol of the man's power. Never again, he vowed, should Kith live in fear and blind obedience to an authority they did not understand.
Good night, Noodle Jam. Thanks for being here.
Armed with the knowledge and courage he had gained on his journeys with the Watcher,
I'm glad
he
you.
set out on the long
This game
and
sparked an
lonely
interest
task
in you.
of dismantling the leaden
Hope
key.
you get to play it.
With the Watcher's goals accomplished and his own vows fulfilled, Kanorua sailed back toward Rawatai, thinking on the lessons his travels had provided him. By the time he landed at Tekoa, he understood what his path must be. Standing before the Lore College, Kanorua explained that the tablet he sought had been destroyed, and so a true interpretation of the Tonvi Oratoa could no longer exist. The people of Rawatai would have to create their own. He described the many strange things he had seen in his travels, and announced his intent to pursue the accumulation of knowledge abroad, seeking answers to new questions. True to his word, Kana soon set sail on yet another expedition, and in Tekoa, his passionate accounts inspired many to follow in his footsteps. With Theos defeated and the souls released from sun and shadow, healthy children were born once again in the Deerwood. The grieving mother sought a place where she might do penance for the birthing bell. She returned to Deerford, where, to the astonishment of the villagers, she delivered the first healthy child in over a decade. She remained there, and with each new birth, she saw a measure of hope restored to the Deerwood, and a measure of grace for her own troubled past. Durrance used Magrin's strength only until Theos had been cast from the world, and then swore off her influence entirely.
Wow, okay.
Regret came to weigh heavily on his mind, and a man who had never previously lacked for words or opinions came to embrace silence and contemplation. He continued to wander, penniless and destitute, searching now not for the reason for his goddess's silence, but for a mechanism for revenge. The charred robes he continued to wear as a reminder that he had been burned by his goddess, and not just by the flames of the Godhammer. You and Sagani never found Persok together.
Yep.
The Adra figurine had gone dark by the time they emerged from Sun and Shadow, and it was another month before Sagani finally accepted that Persok's trail had gone cold again. Her search took her beyond the Deerwood.
I kind of feel
and
bad about
as far as the
Sagani.
living lands. She saw the great coastal cities of Rawatai and the ruins of Old Valia, absorbing the details of these strange
I came
and
very
distant
close to
lands.
finishing your quest, but never did.
20 years passed before the Adra figurine finally glowed again. When it did, she followed its signal
Oh, she
to a
did
quiet
it,
hamlet
but
on the
20
outskirts of
years.
Adir. There, she met a young farmer and told her of her past as an elder of Masuk. Sagani returned to a village that had forgotten her face, but remembered her story.
Aww.
Masuk greeted her with cautious warmth, and Sagani found that their ways had become strange to her. She also learned that
Oh, I
Kalu
saw
had
him.
perished of winter fever a few years
Thank you for the
before,
lurk.
and her middle child, Najuo,
Good to see you.
had died in a raid. But she found her daughter Yakona a hunter and mother of 3, and her son Malak a builder of mighty walls. In them, she came to find her place in the village, and the familiar contours of a world that had changed in her absence. For you, the death of Theos brought an end to your waking visions, and a silence to the whispers of the past. In their absence, you were able to sleep. The questions of a distant lifetime ceased to trouble your soul. All that remained was what to make of the answer. But at the moment, there was little to be done, and the matter would have to wait. A long journey loomed ahead.
What journey? No journey. It's over. It's done. It's finished. Journey is done. Go to sleep, everyone. What are you still doing here? I have no idea. Okay, after almost 91 hours. 90 hours and 37 minutes. Much less than what was guests. You know, people, you are going good night, Mystics. Thank you for being here. People have guests as much as 150 hours for this game. At least 100 hours. And the fact that I chose to ignore half of the companions and their quests made it much shorter for sure. So under 100 hours, which is surprising. If I had chosen to pursue all the companion quests, it would definitely be over 100 hours though. It is 3 AM right now for you. It is 4 AM for me. It's still early for you, Porcelain Ghoul. It's 4 AM here. Thank you. Yes, finally Sora. So that means we are going to be choosing the next game, concluding our poll. Let's watch the credits. Did you get all that, chat? Did you? Okay. Nice. Very nice credits. Come on. It looks like Matrix now. These are the backers, right? Oh, I know that one. I recognize that name. Nominate. Hey, real Mr. Axe, you have to choose a game to nominate though. And you have to have some points. We are done. 90 hours, 39 minutes. So, the winner of the poll for Critical Hits game number 21 is Tyranny, which means we are actually starting Tyranny tomorrow. I'm going to do the preparations and the setups on the Critical Hits sheets tomorrow. I am way too tired to do anything today, so forgive me as I find us someone to raid and go over there. Thank you so much for being here at this hour. I absolutely love this game. I hope you all enjoyed it as well. Where do we go from here? Okay, now thanks for the stream. Yes. You're very welcome, Gugu. Thank you for being here. Is there anyone playing?
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Trick Me. Is anyone playing Pillars of Eternity? It's usually just me. It's just me. Okay, we will go see Phasman. Phasman is playing Planescape Torment, which is my favorite RPG ever. It's an amazing game. The writing is, you know, if you ever heard me talk about Planescape Torment, you know how much I love this game. So let's go there and pay him a visit and enjoy his stream. If you are going to be enjoying streams, I hope you enjoy Phasma's stream. And I will be going to sleep. So no more Planescape Torment for me today or in the streams. Thank you so much for being here. I hope to see you tomorrow, unless I fail to wake up. And we will meet with Tyranny. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well. And goodbye for now.